Hi everyone, how are you all doing? Let me go ahead and get on that timer. Oh, that is not a timer. It's usually 4 minutes, isn't it? Hold on, let's see. Countdown starting soon. Challenge, spare timer. I found ya. 4 minutes. There we are. We're all good to go. Hi, Jack. Welcome in the stream. Welcome into again, another day where I'm not sure how well this is going to go, but I am excited regardless, as studying muscle, studying the parts of the bodies has always been an interest to me. I've always been an enjoyer of, for example, biology, though biology is less about muscle structure and more about the finite details and the cells and breaking them down and then learning that mitochondria is the powerhouse of the cell. Little things like that I always did enjoy, and looking through the microscope, or things like, what was it, chemistry? Chemistry was also pretty neat. The idea of atoms and different atoms combining together, so it just depends. Anatomy, yeah, I was never into physical education, for it is physical. I like education, but physical, nope, could do without, could definitely do without. So I'm excited all in all. A thing I've been trying to do recently for the upcoming birthday celebration, just overall, I'm hoping it'll be an upgraded neck area. Was always the most painful to remember. There are so many things to remember. I did my best to make sure I did a refresher earlier this morning, right before stream, so hopefully it's not as foggy as it was, as the last time I studied necks was maybe 4 or 5 years ago, so I'm hoping, fingers crossed, I can at least go into this with a little bit of a refresher. And hi, Jaxus. Welcome in the stream. Welcome in. Oh, let me double check as well that YouTube is good and functional, good to go. And I see. For a second, I thought Bobby was a character. And hi, Lockages. Welcome in the stream. Welcome in. And he is a character, but I mean in the sense of a participant, a viewer. He's not a behind the scenes type of guy. Like, he was just your average Bobby. He was a civilian. No. I read the name wrong, so we're all good to go in that regard. Okay, let me go and slide this guy here. I believe everything has been properly prepped, but again, we'll see. The things like this, with more grand study ideas, it's a little bit tricky. For example, when we did our fire studies or our water studies, that's a little bit easier because it's just a thing. Or if we were to do a fabric study, for example, we could study the different types of fabric folds or the different types of fabric clothing. Pretty easy, but then you do something like necks or ears or eyes that can have a different variety of range, and it turns into less about drawing an object and more of understanding the what's the word called, the ecosystem of the body, which is fun in a way because it's the body itself, it links up together, so you end up learning about areas that are connected to the thing you're learning, and bit by bit you slowly over time start making a mental graph in your mind of the body. My only concern is that we're doing it in Pixelart. Some of today's not going to be in Pixelart for the breakdown of the people themselves, but the whole idea is to translate our digital art knowledge into Pixelart. So that's where my concern lies, is do we have enough pixels to get across the ideas that we want? We're going for something simple, but the issue is that for more of a realistic style, usually it's more detailed, but depending on how big you make your pixel art, that also really helps. And hi Ed, welcome to stream, welcome in. I am ready and here with a mission today. Don't look at the VC channel at the moment. Don't look, you say? Well, yeah, I hope that wasn't reverse psychology. I'm just oh so curious and watching your stream and drawing together. I see. Well, what's the word I'm looking for? A special shout out to Ed as well as Forley. I hope that's how you say it. Welcome in. And it's not about does the neck look great, but rather does this neck look like a neck? Yeah, does this neck look like a neck in context of neck and neck? Yes, indeed. And even in Pixelart, it won't stop me from what I must draw. Oh boy, I'm a little afraid. I'll be honest. The amount of cursed things that happen from time to time. I should expect it, but I don't. I never do, because every time I think I understand what's going to happen, you always get creative. All of you just... your imagination is very scary. Right, Nick, even? Since that guy up there is done, why don't we go ahead and get into things? I go ahead and click on this guy here, and then I should be able to click on that guy there. Now, you tell me if this is a little bit too much green. I wasn't sure if I went a little bit overboard on the green. It said, the color palette thingamajiggy said that all of these colors work together, but it feels like a little bit too much green. But it's spring, and it's like shamrock and leprechaun, so I figured it was it was okay, but I don't know about that, the outline green color. That feels a little bit off. That said, that aside, as I said before, today might be a little bit all over the place again, but we'll see. The hope is that we'll cover first our pixel art of the day, we'll talk about resources for a little bit, and then we're going to actually look at some anatomy and try our best to break down what we see of pictures of real people. And then from there, we're going to do our best to draw pixel art just looking at real pictures. And after that, we're going to take a look at pixel artists who have drawn next before and compare and contrast. That's a little compare guy. I think that works a little bit better than DIY. And then after that, we'll do the community review, but I'll explain everything when we get there. So that said, let me go ahead and slide this guy on over and hi cat, a sound keyword, welcome in the stream. Hi, I hope everyone's having a great day. And if you're not, try turning it on and off again. You know what? That doesn't sound like too bad of an idea. The idea of maybe, for example, going back to sleep and then waking back up, I could see that being a thing. I could definitely see that being a thing. Let me go ahead and click on peer up here. And with that said, let me also get a little bit of lemonade. For some reason, this room is super duper hot, but I have cold water, I have a hot tea, I have cold lemonade, I have cold juice, I have decent water, so hopefully the hydration helps. And hi, Eternal Guilt, welcome in the stream, welcome back in. Alright, That does help a little bit though. I don't think I added enough sugar. With all that said and good to go, let me click on that tab, and congratulations on the 15 stream streak, Jaxus, and that's a lot of drinks. It is. It's important to stay hydrated. Welcome into Pixelart of the Day, a section I like to do at the beginning of stream, where we spend about 8 minutes, ignore the thing that says it's 3 minutes, it's not 3 minutes, it's 8 minutes. We spend 8 minutes looking at some Pixelart I can find on either YouTube, Twitter, Pinterest, Instagram, anywhere online, and the hope is that depending on the topic, we can look at an example of where that topic's used. Since today we're covering the neck, and I know I wrote yoke, we'll get to that, but I try to find something related to what we're doing, and the idea behind it is that in order to get good at something, not only do you have to do the thing, you've got to look at people who do the thing. So for example here, if you want to become a game developer, you got to play a lot of games. If you want to become a writer, you got to read a lot of books. In our case, if we want to become pixel artists, we got to look at a lot of pixel art. And the hope is that we can look at this art and think to ourselves, oh man, I like how they did that, and then put in our own art. So that over time, as you look at multiple artists, you become a melting pot of sort of ideas, and you create your own style from it. And if it doesn't work, return it for store credit. What's the store? Or where's the store at? Let me go and close this guy here. Today, we will be taking a look at beer off of Twitter. Maybe beer off a little bit better. I hope I never butcher the names here. If you like this art, oh, hold on, you saw nothing. If you enjoy this art, feel free to follow them on Twitter. This is their tag. And the betrayal! I think I got tricked. Sounds like a genuine art lesson about anatomy and not meme drawing. And when is it ever about meme drawing? All of you always turn into memes. I'm here for serious business. And hi, Runchless. Welcome in the stream. Welcome in and welcome back. With that said, I'll go ahead and start on the timer here. Now, while we are covering the neck today, you feel free to look at this art in general. And for example, Runchless says, I don't even know, they really like her eyes. So let's zoom in a little bit here. Let me make this a little bit smaller here. And let's take a look, shall we? Or, I don't really have to move this guy, do I? Well, there we go. Okay, so looking at this, we can talk about the eyes in 1 second. What I usually like doing when I look at pixel art right off the bat, and where do I even go? The hospital? The graveyard? I think it depends on the person. The graveyard. That's very specific. I usually try seeing what colors are mainly used. From what I've noticed, unless you're making a rainbow, something that has 4 colors to 3 colors, 5 colors, somewhere in that range tends to make a piece look like it forms together. So in this case, I could say I see the color of white, I see the color of orange, I see the color of yellow, and I see the color of purple. Aside from that, I'm not seeing any other colors. And by having the few colors here, it hopefully adds the idea of everything blending together. For example, even her lips here are orange to show that the orange, and orange, a little bit of yellow here, it all comes together. And I find that by sticking to a few amount of colors, even if they're different ranges of colors, for example, light yellow versus dark yellow, sticking to a small range helps bring a piece together. So with that said, now let's take a look at the eyes, since the eyes were mentioned. From the eyes, we have done an eye study very recently, I think 2 weeks ago. If I zoom in a little bit here, just noticing about the eyes, things I can say right off the bat is that we have I think it's 4 colors here for the eyes. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4. I believe 4. 4 colors plus a highlight. So I'll do 4 colors, 4 eyes, 4 colors, 4 eyes, EYES. plus a highlight, H-I-G-H, rather, 4 colors for pupils, P-U-P-I-L-S, 4 colors for pupils, plus I highlight, H-I-G-H-L-I-G-H-T, plus iris, right? Is it E-Y-E or is it I-R-I-S? I-R-I-S, I think that's how you spell it. That's to say that aside from this black here and this white here, we have 1, 2, 3, and 4. 4 colors that make up the pupil itself. And after they use those 4 colors, they also have a little bit of, what is it called? Shadow for under here, and then a regular white color, which is interesting. With that said, for the piece as a whole, what I can notice off the bat as outside of colors, what I usually try taking a look at next is either I look at the line art or the techniques. Looking at the line art, are we seeing a variation in what colors are used? There's different types of line arts, there's different ways to do it about, and what I'm saying here is that it's one single color. It's not black, but it's also not, it's not black, but it's one color. It seems to be the case, mostly one color, except for this spot here. So I think I'm just gonna go by the majority rule of just one color. It's not black outline, but it's not also shaded outline. It's more of a just, well, I guess you could say this is shaded, right? This up here is lighter, this down here is darker. So I would say it's a mix of colored and a mix of colored shaded. That's what it would be. And hi, Frost, welcome in the stream, welcome in. I know this is neck, but I love the way the nose is done. As I said before, even though we're covering necks today, should you find something about this piece you like in general, feel free to name it as well. As it's a thing of anything you see on here, you could put into your own art. And as you go along, you grab a lot of different artist styles to make your own melting pot. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to say mostly colored, C-O-L-O-R-E-D, colored, plus a little shaded, S-H-A-D-E-D, colored, O-U-T-L-I-N-E. Mostly colored, plus a little bit of a shaded colored outline in some areas here and there. And hi, Frost! And the layered shadow on the neck is so good! And Nyality, welcome in the stream as well. Welcome in. And I like the background color, it fits the color scheme. Ah, that's a fair point. What we can say to that is that the background complements, C-O-M-P-L-I-M-E-N, background complements the character, C-H-A-R-A-C-T-E-R, in the fact that usually, or not usually, let me zoom out a little bit, mixing different colors together gives you different results. What I do know is that orange, or R-A-N-G-E, orange plus blue is usually a good color combination. I believe they're complementary colors. So if I had to guess why it feels nice, it's because this might be considered a blue, and blue is pretty close to purple. And then you have orange, and orange is pretty close to yellow. So it kind of goes orange and blue, and then you also have purple and yellow as complements to each other. So if I had to guess, I think that's why it feels nice together, using complementary colors and using very few colors. If I had to wonder, another thing, and a little artsters, I haven't heard that one before, and oh, is YouTube, okay, we're good. For a second, I thought the YouTube chat wasn't working because I didn't see it earlier, but we're all good, that's lovely. Another thing I want to point out, as we've looked at the line colors, but the line techniques, what I'm saying right away is that there is use of AA here, anti-aliasing. And anti-aliasing, we've been talking a lot about more recently just because we're working with bigger sprites. The hope of anti-aliasing is to smooth out edges and not make them as rough. So for example, if I zoom in here, you'll see that there's a little bit of dot. And these darker dots along the edges are an attempt at making it from far away smoother than it would be had you not put those dots here. So you'll notice in some areas, for example here around the neck or the face, that there's a few bits of anti-aliasing. And that goes a long way, something I've realized. I didn't realize how important anti-aliasing could be. For the longest time, I stayed away very far from it because I didn't like the styles I saw with anti-aliasing. And that's good to know. It's the thing of, you have to know what you like and what you dislike so that you can stay away from what you dislike and recognize it. And so I've realized I don't like art or pixel art that has a lot of anti-aliasing. I enjoy anti-aliasing when it's more subtle. So I've been able to incorporate anti-aliasing to my art more because I've realized the difference. And fold the color wheel to blend a poppy orbiline shade? Huh? I have no idea what that means, and that's sweet of you. Sadly, they won't draw anything because we're doing some good old file cleaning. Well, I hope you have fun. It's not too, well, never mind. Nope, oh, like I said, I read it right. Oh boy, I hope it's not too strenuous, check. And hi, chilling, welcome in the stream, welcome in. And want popularity? Oh, I see. Where was I? So if I go ahead and slide over here, what we're seeing is, aside from the shaded outlines, aside from all of those guys there, anything else we can notice? Something I notice and see is, again, we're doing in this area here, what I'm noticing is that there's few highlights. There's some highlights in some areas. So I'll put on here, small highlights, H-I-G-H-L-I-G-H-T-S, small highlights. And they also seem to be white. And I think that adds a little bit. For example, I see a bit of a white highlight here along the gold rim. I see a little bit of a white highlight here for the skin. I see a little bit of a white highlight here for our eyes, for our nose. Very few bits of very bright color, which I also think adds a little bit of razzle dazzle to it. So I like it. I like it a lot. Anything else just off the bat we can notice? Frost was talking earlier about the shading idea behind the neck, and this might be a little bit tricky to explain to those of, oh, you know what as well? Since you're here, Eska, as well as you, Frost, would one of you, or I don't think you can set up a poll on Twitch, or no, I don't think you can set up a poll on YouTube, but could you set up a poll on Twitch and say, have you studied, do you know neck, A-N-A-T-O-M-I, do you know neck anatomy? And then we'll put ye and then nah. There we are. Do you know neck anatomy? I'll put that there and also link it into Discord so you know what you're looking for. And razzle dazzle is such a good phrase. It's so fun to say, isn't it? And then the nod. Hey, it's a fun thing to say. What are other things we can notice about this? I don't want to go too far into looking at the, what's the word I'm looking for? I don't want to go too far into looking at the shadows here and the shading, because if you don't know what you're looking for, it's a little bit tricky. And for the YouTube poll, we can make a poll of some sorts and stream discussion. That will require having a few people, well, go into the Discord. That's a little bit of friction, which is A-okay. I'll put this here, so you can know what to type, and you can set it for about 5 minutes. You should be good to go from there. Yeah, 5-minute poll on that. But that said, that is about our time up. That's enough of just refreshing and looking at it, reminding ourselves that, yes, indeedy, anti-aliasing is probably going to play a super duper big part. And these dark spots are pretty saturated, which implies that there's a lot of color bounce light in the scene. If the art style is like this all over, it can become messy depending on the environment. Well, I counter that a little bit, Meality. I wouldn't say, because I do it myself, I wouldn't say that right off the bat, the highlighted or the saturated dark spots would make it seem like colored bounce, or at least I'm not sure if that's what the artist thought. They might have just thought, I like saturated colors, so I'm gonna make my dark colors saturated. I get what you mean, that that's what it means in terms of the scientific ways, but it could also just be an art style that they prefer. But that is interesting that in terms of reality, what those things mean. That is interesting. And knowing that now, you know, I'm gonna even write it down. That S-A-T-U-R-A, saturated, dark, saturated shadows equal, and then what was said? Colored bounce light. Saturated shadows can mean C-O-L-O-R-E-D-B-O-U-N-C-E, colored bounce light. That is an interesting one. And I smell some bias in that statement. I'm just saying that. You don't always have to know the technical of something, but just like something I like. But I also like learning the why, or the what, or the who, or the when, or the how. So I enjoy it a lot. With that said, let me go ahead and slide this guy over here, slide this guy over here. Okay, let me save this guy. Let's go ahead and talk about resources then. I like how they were incredibly sparing with the darkest and the brightest colors on their image. It's interesting, isn't it? The little highlights and a little bit of darkness, it goes a long way. And the artist, I just thought it would look nice. Yeah, that's more of what I usually do. Let me go ahead and click on this guy here, click on this guy here. Are we good to go on the poll? And let me go ahead and click on this guy here. And let me also do exclamation study here. So you are brought to the right page. So if you didn't know, hello, I am Barris Ezra. I am a game developer. What I try to do on the channel and stream is I try to cover all aspects of game development. So for example, the coding, the programming, that's the same thing. The music, as well as the art. And my medium of choice when it comes to putting art in my games is Pixelart. But the fun thing about Pixelart is that it doesn't have to just be for games. So I've been learning Pixelart in general because I do like making art. And the hope of this website, which is irisezra.com, or you can click the link there too, it'll bring you to a specific page. But the hope is that as we go along these studies, we do these Pixelart studies once a week. If the week allows it, we go over different topics. Usually it's a topic I haven't explored before because I'm still very new at this. And for example, I've drawn people, but I haven't really gone into great detail on necks. Well, I did a little bit, but not enough to say I am an expert. I'm still very much a beginner. And what you'll be linked to is this guy at the very top here, Character Sprite Study. And what you should hopefully notice is that it's a slew of resources and links. And I'm hoping to upgrade the website soon so that there's a bit more pictures, as wall of text can be very intimidating, I know from experience. But for right now, a lot of links. It's supposed to be a hotspot of sorts, so that if you are still getting started or you don't know where to go to get started on something, the hope is that this can be a place to go to get started. And I mainly worry about it becoming messy. Games are harder to pay attention to. Very true as well. Keeping only the details you need can go a long way. And do I know neck anatomy? Biology? Kinda. Artistically? Nah. And she's an expert on necks, alright? Just not drawing. Hold on now. Oh boy. And since different people learn differently, I tried my best to cover all different methods of learning. For example, I tend to learn best when I can watch videos and listen to people talking and explaining things. So I have here a playlist of neck anatomy. Now, what you'll notice right off the bat is that there's no pixel art here. And the unfortunate thing is that pixel art is not very common in the sense that there's a lot of tutorials out there and a lot of how-tos or step-by-steps. And while today is certainly not a tutorial since I have no clue what I'm doing, the hope is that over time, people will post tutorials that I can watch and learn from. But for right now, what we can do, since it is a fun thing to do in Pixelart, I do enjoy it, we take regular digital art or traditional art tutorials and we can turn them into pixel art and use them in our pixel art. That's the fun part of it as well. And Bobby is probably an expert on neck anatomy, given he does not really have one. Oh boy, hey, he's an expert on experting, yeah, And Air Scissor can canonically extend her net to any length she wishes. Hold on now, that just sounds scary. And oh boy, what have you done, Frost? Are you still no? Oh, what have you done? Aside from the playlist, we also have websites here, and what I like about these websites specifically is I like how they're GIFs and they give a little bit of information. It's not information overload. And I'd like it if the website could look a little bit more like this, where not a lot of text, there's a few images here, enough shiny things to jingle the keys and to keep you focused as I get distracted very, very quickly. So having these things on the side while I'm doing a study or while I'm working on my pixel art is a big help. It goes a long way. Or maybe you're more of a reader. In that case, maybe you'll like an article like this. And this is an article that goes over pixel art and the anatomy and characters and things of that nature. And I'll remember that. It's not true at all. And every draw together, she adds a horizontal line of pixels to her neck and length. Not true at all either. Lies, all lies, I tell you. Aside from those, we also have a few websites here. We might not talk about it today. Possibly, maybe, we'll see if it's needed. If we scroll down here, there's a website called Discrimination resource. It sounds like a good topic for a very sane and totally not cursed fan art sometimes. No, no, don't draw attention to it. Oh boy. This website here is called the Spriters Resource. It is a website that I can 100% say has helped me get better at pixel art the most, the greatest. I learn best when I can take things apart and put them back together, and that's what this website allows you to do as an artist. What people do is people that are fans from different games upload the assets from the games. So for example here, I have a slew of pixel art games that have characters in them. So the hope is that you'll be able to, for example, River City Girls here, you'll be able to say, oh, I like this character, I like the way they look. And then you can download the sprite one-to-one to figure out how big the sprite is so that you can get an idea of, that's the thing. The issue with pixel art is that when you're finding pixel art online to take inspiration from, it can be hard if the artist doesn't write down the exact size of something. So having a website like this where you can break down the pixel art in great detail is super duper handy. And I just looked at my phone and realized I didn't have any reference mode active on my monitor, so I don't trust anything I said about saturation. No worry. No worries at all. I'm no expert in saturation, but I am a heavy enjoyer. So if I go ahead and drag and drop this guy into it, or I can also click this button down here to download it, if I bring it into my Pixelart program of choice and blazing through the intro at neck-breaking speed, terrible, I tell you. Oh boy. Well, you'll notice that I can tell for certain that this character is 48 wide by 64 tall. So if I wanted to make a character of this size, I now have a better place to start. For example, maybe I thought she was bigger, but looking at this, I can certainly tell. And if, for example, we were to go back to our pixel art of the day, I don't know how big this is. Do I have to zoom in and count the numbers? Do I have to download it and hope I can resize it? You could, most certainly. But the easiest way to go about things is to hopefully find a pixel art game that's on the Spriters Resource. That's the thing I can recommend. Terrible, horrible, no good, very bad. I agree. We'll go ahead and slide this guy over back here. So aside from the Spriters Resource, another website that I have found to be super duper handy and totally respectful, zoom in, yes. Where did I zoom in at, huh? And hi PD, welcome in the stream, heart. Welcome in. If we scroll down here, there's also a website called itch.io. If you are a programmer or game developer, if you're a game developer, you probably know about this website. You can upload your game, download games. You can also upload assets and download assets. And what you'll see here is that lots of these are free assets. So not only can you put them into your game, but as a pixel artist, you can download assets and use them for your study like you can for the Spriters Resource. And now, for no specific reason in particular, there's this lovely looking character template right here. And if we were to click it, you'll find that it is 100% free. And should you want to study, for example, character hair or character clothing and you have no place to start, this could be, wink, wink, nudge, nudge. It's 100% free. There's also different animations. So depending on your needs, it might be handy, or if for whatever reason you don't enjoy it, I also link a few other ones. One of my favorites has always been Dancing Girl here, as I like the idea of animating with dancing. And I at some point want to do a dance study, and we will definitely be taking a look at this and breaking it down in detail. And I wonder who made that template. Looks familiar. And it's also made by one of the coolest streamers. Oh wow, you're so sweet, Frost. Oh boy. With that said, that's everything. So we're all good to go on the resources. And looking at our current poll, okay, we're good to go there. Let me go ahead and slide this guy over, and let me slide this guy down, close this guy here, close this guy here. Let me then go ahead and bring you back to our planning screen. So we have talked about resources, we've done our Pixelart of the day. Let's go ahead and talk about the community review. So at the end of stream, should you have drawn a neck and you'd like to show it off, or maybe you've drawn a neck in the past you'd like to show off, feel free to join the Discord. So if I go ahead and do exclamation DISCORD and I do that guy there, it should link you to the Discord. And then if I go ahead and enable the Discord right here, and I heard the fellow who made it, it's babies! Hold on now! That's definitely not true! Oh boy. Oh my. Once you join here, and can I come in? Hi, Ami. Welcome in his stream. Welcome in. And Dave, you are free to participate if you'd like. From the Discord, what you'll do is you'll navigate down to the stream here, and you'll see that we have done a previous study with me. And the idea is that as we go along, the hope is, even if we don't do a study recently, should you, for example, draw some 1-bit art you'd like to share, you can share it here at any time you'd like. And the hope is that, again, like with the Pixelart of the day, people can look through here, get ideas on, for example, maybe dithering techniques or animation techniques that they enjoy. And it just overall hopefully creates a resource of our own resources. And got here, boys, vampire. Let's go. Her neck is ours. Oh, no. It just sounded more menacing by the second. And that must have been a typo. I've been informed of my absence there. Nope, not at all, Frost, not at all. And too kind, she extends her neck to monstrous proportions. This is sounding more cursed by the second. What you'll see is at the very top here, we have yoke, neck, traps, and clavicle. So if you post your pixel art in this area, this chat, at the end of stream, we'll take a look at it. All right? Vampires with necks aside. Oh boy. Alrighty then. Well, that's the introductions done. We're all good to go. Yes. Let me go ahead and get some lemonade here. Let's see. Delicious, and it's like a soup kitchen, but it's all just vampires. Oh boy. Well, I can say this one thing, I don't know hold on. I don't know if you can see it, but those teeth are for show. Let me go ahead and click on you here, draw. And does that mean vampires and giraffes work? What am I even reading? Oh boy, these proceeds to ignore that animation had a very specific text. What text? I didn't see any text. Let me go ahead and hide this guy here, and hopefully, fingers crossed, this guy is good to go. Let me go ahead and test it with an A here, and good to go. Lovely. In that case, we'll go ahead and slide this guy on over here, and we'll slide it. Actually, we can go ahead and slide this guy up here. Okie dokie. So to begin, I wanted to take a look at. And good thing Bobby's wearing garlic around what neck? Oh boy. To begin, I wanted to take a look and the thingamajiggy finished. So it seems most of the people, and let me also check YouTube here, do you know anatomy? I see. It's mixed about half and half on anatomy knowers. Gotcha. And giraffe necks are crazy straws. Oh boy, and technically all neck? I prefer not to think about it. That just sounds weird to think about. Let me bring you into PRF here. I wanted to take a look at real anatomy first. So if I go ahead and pull out here, slide you over to here, and he's also tentacles. He is very much mostly tentacles. Let me zoom in here. Alrighty then, and I just realized I don't have a skeleton. Let me grab that. Let me grab a skeleton. 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 There we are. Skeleton. Yes, I would like an image of a skeleton if you would not mind Just a singular skeleton. Doesn't have to be a lot. I just need a skeleton, maybe 2. And 8 necks? You could be onto something. Oh no! Isn't it that the tentacles each have a different brain in them? Let me go and slide down here. And all right, folks, looks like my time is up. No worries at all, Frost. Thanks for stopping by and chatting for a little bit. And always brighten my day to drop by your stream. Well, thank you. All right, he's a big tentacle and splits into 8 others. Oh boy! Let me go ahead and grab this guy here too. And lovely. Okay. So, what I wanted to discuss first was bones and muscles. I think the best way to go about this is, in order to draw necks, in order to draw that area, we've got to know what we're trying to draw. It's like with the nose study where you can do a dot for an anime nose, but do you know what goes underneath? And you don't have to know the names. I think it's just a good idea to at least know that something exists there, even if you don't remember it. The hope is that just slowly over time you get exposed to it, and eventually a few things stick, and there's only 3 options. Either he's all neck, no neck whatsoever. Oh boy. Oh boy. And what we'll be covering today, what I'm going to try to do a focus on, if I go ahead and draw here, we are going to focus on something I read in the book, or I say the book, in a book called the yoke. It's the area of the body that exists right here. So it includes the neck, it includes the traps here, it includes the clavicle, and it includes the shoulders. That area is described as the yoke. And I like the word's funny, yoke. It sounds like, well, it means egg yolk, but yoke, Y-O-K-E. And hi, is it K-Zori, possibly? Welcome in the stream, welcome in. Hello. This is the area we'll be covering. So we'll be trying our best. And I wrote on their heads as well. We'll I keep saying words. The bottom of the head. We won't cover the head in detail. We'll just use the head to get to the neck. So the hope is we'll look at the neck. We'll look at these guys here. I forget what they're called. You are called a thingamajingy. Yep, that's what you're called. What are you called? You are called not triceps. I should have it on here somewhere. Trapezoid. Yeah, but you don't want to tell me what you are. You should be able to. I don't remember the word of it. Oh, hold on. You are called a rhombus. You're not a rhombus. Nope. Okay, so I have forgotten the name, which is okay. And it seems I can't find the name on here. That's definitely not enough. Shoulder blades and yoke. Yeah, the yoke. And is it a bone man? Bone man's mighty. And hi, Beatus. Welcome in the stream. Welcome in. It's this thing, this triangle thingy here. It's the bone triangle thing. I might just have to do another Google on what it is. But this specific thing right here, I forget what it's called. And drawing muscle, we won't be specifically drawing muscle, but we will be looking at muscle to hopefully get a good idea. And hi on the Twitch's side of things as well, Kzoid. Scapula. Yes, it's the scapula. Thank you, Jaxus. Yes, scapula. We'll be taking a look at that scapula. And again, not in great detail, but for those of you that don't know the body in general, just knowing that this triangle thingy exists on the body. That's all I really want you to pay attention to. And sometimes for me, knowing the name helps. Sometimes not, as you can see. Oh boy. But to begin, I think our best bet to start breaking this down would be to draw a few bottom heads, or just some heads, and work our way down. So we'll start off with looking at the head, then looking at the neck, and then we'll figure out how to attach everything from there. I think that's our best bet. And scapula. Yeah, scapula. So with all of that said, I have some people on here. And taking a look, I think the easiest place to start, as it seems to be the case that the more fat you add, the less you can see the bones. And what I'm really looking for, and what I tried to do when looking at these pictures, is I tried to see, okay, do I see bones? Can I see a lot of bones? Once you understand the bones, you can add as much. So we'll start off by looking at this guy, and should you want to draw over him yourself, let me go ahead and export this image here. And scapula is just a technical term for shoulder blade. Shoulder blade is fine to describe it. Just say, I completely forgot that you could also call it shoulder blade. Yes, shoulder blade works 10 times better. And I'm a game developer, expert programmer. I'm making my game, but don't have art skills, so trying to learn. Well, best of luck. I can say I'm totally 100% not expert in either of those. And where were we? Yes? Oh boy. Thank you, check. Oh boy. Let me go ahead and click on this guy here, export here. So if I do image here, I go ahead and save, export. Let me export that image. So should you want to draw over this, the hope is that we can get good to make art for our games, as you can make super duper simple art. But for example, if you want to make a visual novel, it would probably be a good idea to learn how to draw people. So I'm gonna drag this guy in here. I'm gonna drag this guy in here, like that there. And this is this lean bodybuilding, but I have heard of those words before. For clarity's sake, we will keep away from those, because I know there's one I think called endomorphic as well. I'm just going to call this muscular. And then this one here, I think this one here, less muscular, more on the slim side. And glad we agree that the stash has to be recognized. It is a lovely stash, isn't it? So we're gonna grab this guy here, copy you, slide you over to here. And what are shapes we're noticing off the bat? Let me zoom in a little bit here. We only really need this part of the body. When I'm looking at this, and I'm not sure if we'll be able to get to the front and back of it, so we'll just stick to the front for the moment. Let's go ahead and start off by just doing the head. What are we saying for the head? I will go ahead and just make... yes, I'll go ahead. Oh boy, let me change this to a different color, probably blue here, and a little handshake and majestic energy that as well. And I think I read everything. Scapula as well? Yes, yes, indeed. And shoulder blades. Yes, shoulder blades was a finer word to use. What I'll go ahead and do is we'll start off by just making, we're just drawing the head. We don't need to know about anything here. This is just the head. And there's little ears here, so we'll also add the ears. The ears can go here. Aside from that, what else are we saying? What I'm noticing is that there's kind of a line that goes down here. There seems to be a line that goes down here. And should I do different colors? Yeah, you know, let's do different colors as well. And taking notes for academic purposes. Learning always feels so personal. I mean, anatomy. I do like anatomy. It's always fun. It's always fun trying to find shapes in the body. I'll go ahead and do this color here. I see a kind of line that goes down. I see it coming out. I kind of see another line that goes down and out. I then see a few more things. I see, and the skinny one is ectomorphic. I see. Is there an endomorphic, or am I thinking of the ectomorphic? I know there was a one that started with an E. Well, go ahead, and I see this guy here too. This guy seems to be a part of the neck, and this guy also seems to be a part of the neck here. And I'm also seeing one last thing, or a few other things. I'm also seeing, if I grab a pink here possibly, and this is anatomy, that's crazy! And fun to find shapes inside the body sounds like something, hold on now. No, the making isn't harmed. I assure you, nothing, nope, not at all. And this color's perfect for Squidward, just saying. The blue. Handsome Squidward. I'm also seeing a line that goes here and here. I see a line that goes here and here. And lastly, one more line I want to pay attention to is I see a shape that goes from here to here, and I see a shape that goes from here to here. Granted, he's not standing straight, but these are the shapes I want to put a big focus on today. And I study CS, computer science, but I love medicine. Is there someone here that studies medicine? I do not, fortunately. There's so many different names that medicine go by that I would not be able to remember them. Well, it does sound like fun. And Acolyte Squidward's such a majestic stash, it'd be hilarious. Let's see what we can do. There's still certainly time. And this explains the mannequin. Poor Timmy. He'll be fine. He's not going to, there's no, well, we're not looking at any of those guys today. They get a pass today. I wanted to grab this specifically. There we are. And I wanted to slide it over so we can see it. See it a little bit more in detail. So with the shapes I've seen, with the shapes I've drawn, the shapes I've noticed, let's take a look at the actual anatomy and see what we can see, compare and contrast from what actually exists. And then once we compare and contrast, let's then try to draw it on our own terms before we even look at any pixel art. So we'll try our own hand at drawing our own pixel art and then see where we land. And with that said, I'm gonna grab this guy here. I'm gonna grab this guy here. I think would be handy. And the good news is that there are words here. And I tend to find that by just saying the word aloud or what it is, or just calling it something else, it definitely goes a long way in helping me remember that thing and where that thing goes. So I'll go ahead and copy this guy here. And I think this guy here could also be helpful. So we'll copy those guys and move down to here. And what are the shapes we're seeing? What are the shapes we recognized? What are the bits underneath? So if I go here and I go here, and one more thing I want to grab is the skeleton from before. I want to grab that guy here. Yeah, I want to grab you. And then we'll zoom in a little bit here. Okay, so to begin, we have our head here, and the head seems to be connected to the spine, and I see a spine here, and I also see a spine here. So the neck connects to the spine. That's probably what we see underneath. So you know what? I'll add a little bit of a spine. And I love how you keep calling the reference guys, pals. And I'm gonna grab this guy and that guy and move this guy here. They're getting thrown everywhere. And that red area is the trapezius. Indeed. We haven't gotten there yet. Let's see. But yeah, it is. Let's see. I will go to draw here like that. And all I want to do is I want to add a white bit here. And I want to add a white bit just to show that this would be the neck. So I'm going to put here and here, since that seems to be where the spine goes up from in. Yep. And after that, let's see. So there's this bit. Now, what is this green part? What's that green line we're saying? If I'm taking a look at all these references, I can see that this is called the sternocleidomastoid. Did I say that right? I know it's called I think STM for short, but this called, yeah, SCM. There's different names, but I like the way it sounds. Sternocleidos mastoid. It's very fun, though I don't know if I'm pronouncing it correctly. Oh boy. And that's this bit here. You can see the red lines as they're looking around and they're moving. It's a muscle, so it attaches to the neck here. And the thingamajiggy, yeah. Whatever helps you remember it. You can even see it here, this bit here. So looking at our guy, and there's the specific reason why I chose someone muscular was the hope that we would be able to see it in a little bit more detail. And in my language, both the trapezoids, trapezius and trapezoids are called traps. Interesting. What language is it? Fontanian waters, or more accurately, traps. Let me go ahead, and I would like to close this guy here, and right-click this guy here a little bit more. So I'll go and right-click this guy, do a draw here. And hero? I see. Interesting. I don't think we've had anyone here who knows hero, so that's always lovely to see. I'm learning about new languages. I'll go ahead and I'll click on here. And what I'm noticing is I kind of see some lines kind of coming down here. And then I see a little bit maybe of a line here, maybe another line here, maybe another line there. If I had to guess, now that I know that there's a bit here that kind of connects, let's see, just looking at different people, if we can spot any more. I can definitely see it on this guy here. It seems to be the case that this part connects to these areas here. So you've kind of got that guy going here, and I kind of see it kind of coming around here. So maybe that could be it as well. And a green is neck. I don't know why detailed muscles on neck. I just know bodybuilding stuff. And yes, fluffy muscles. That is connected to the pony muscles. Yeah. Oh boy. And a green is neck. That's interesting. This here has it as, what is it, blue? And oh, I see. Yes, fair point. Hold on. Let me see if I can change the color here. That's a good point. We want to keep things similar, don't we? Right click, draw here, and let me make sure that it is green. As you make a very fair point. Okay, so let's see. We have this guy here that kind of comes inwards. Hold on. This guy here that kind of comes inwards. And since we know the case that it kind of comes from that area, I wonder if it's more so like that. And then this guy kind of comes upwards, so maybe like that, and then kind of comes upwards like that there. I'm guessing at the moment, I don't know, but I'm doing my best to just make a guesstimation, and then we can see further if we need more, if it ends up looking incorrectly, depending on how it looks. So when I'm going here and I'm looking, I know that there's a bit here, and it kind of comes in there, so I see it. So moving there, and then I see it moving around, so we'll go ahead and add that guy there and there, since that seems to be the case of where it's moving. And here, can we see it? Not quite, though I can kind of see it a little bit. It's a little bit tricky just because of the lighting, and my hope was finding images where the lighting wasn't too different. I can see that it comes all the way up here, and I'm seeing, this is the curvy line, but I can definitely see some sort of line there and there. And that guy will be super happy if he knows a good example on an art course. Could you elaborate what you mean? And let me slide over here. For this guy here, he's a little bit slimmer, but we can still notice that line. I see it here. I know that this guy's the center. So I know that this bit kind of comes behind, and I'm guessing this is here, and then we have an area that comes from here all the way to here, if I had to guess. And let's see, one more. Let's do one more here, and oh, look at that. That one's pretty easy to see. Let's go ahead and do this one here. So I know that it's here, I know that it comes down, I know it comes inwards like that there, and then I know it comes down, I know it comes inwards, something like that, I would say. And I can't with the look on his face. He's happy to be here. Can't you tell? Oh, are you talking about this guy here? And to get a really broad base on anatomy, it's good to know where every muscle attaches. I just try to remember basic geometry shapes. Yep. What I've noticed is that if I can break it down with colors and shapes, even if I don't know the specific names, that usually helps. Learning about, even, for example, even though we're doing the yoke area up here, sometimes even learning about the deltoids or the other areas around it, even if I don't remember, just knowing that the body attaches to different areas. And it's just a thing of, yeah, I'll probably learn that in the future, but for right now, I'm staying super duper specific. And this bit is connected to that one area. Are you sure? Shouldn't you shouldn't be a real teacher? Good news is I'm not. I have not a clue what I'm doing, so I get a pass. And the yoke area, or the yoink area, oh boy. Next up, let's take a look at this purple bit. And I know for certain that looking at the skeleton here, we can see that that purple bit, or the pink bit, I guess you could say, the pink bit here is bone. And that bone is the clavicle. So if I go ahead and click on apply here, you'll see that it's green here, and it seems to go from the very tip of the shoulder and down a little bit. We have it going from the tip of the shoulder here to down a little bit. This person here has it wrapping around, and I've noticed that it's tend to be, it usually looks like a bow. And but why do you need all this stuff for drawing? Will you draw an under muscle layer or just a character? We'll be drawing just characters. The reason why I'm going into detail on underneath is for the way I learn. I like learning the why something is done. So even if we could just draw, for example, I guess we're learning to draw the neck, so I could just do a head here, and then I could do this here, and neck done. We could do that. But for how I tend to understand things and how information seeps in better for me is learning the underneath. Even if it doesn't all stick, even if I'm not taking detailed notes, just knowing, for example, that there's a bony bit on the body that exists underneath all the muscles helps me understand things a little bit more. And it's so you know why you're drawing a cylinder that's supposed to be the neck. Yep. Even if not going into detail, even if I'm not going to remember any of this, at least I get familiar with it. And slowly but surely over time, I can recognize different parts of it. And the green bone is called the clavicle. This is the most generic bone that defines the green bit here, or are you talking about this guy here, this bit here? This is called the clavicle, if I'm not mistaken. And let me slide out. Do we have any muscle names here or bone names here? This by here, this bit here is what I'm talking about. It looks like a bow. And any guys here? I was hoping I'd had more of names, but it seems to be the case I didn't have bone names there. And yeah, that's the clavicle. Yeah, beware, the bony bit. Oh boy. Let me go ahead and zoom in here. So, if we know that it's shaped like a bow, how can we try to describe that? I can see it kind of maybe looking like that, maybe. If we know it kind of has a straight bit and it kind of comes around. I've also seen it described as biking, what is it called? Bike handles. I've seen it described as bike handles, which I think is a great way to describe it too. And hi, Cursor. Welcome to Stream. Is that anatomy? Nah. Indeed. Today is a little bit of anatomy. Not a lot, though. Not a lot. The goal isn't to draw all of this. The goal is just to know it exists. That's all. It kind of reminds me of the, that fit Bobby made. Oh, boy. What you can see here is that we go inwards a little bit, that bit there, and then we have another bit that kind of comes inwards and outwards. So it does seem to be the case that it's a little bit of a bow. And if I'm looking at the other guys here, can we spot that bow here? I kind of noticed that maybe we have the bit that kind of comes outwards here. We know that that spot stops there. So if we maybe go inwards a little bit, or no, hold on, right? We're looking for that bow shape. So maybe it would come around like that for a bow bit. And it doesn't have to be accurate. It just has to be an attempt. The goal, since not knowing any of this, is just trying. So I'm thinking maybe the bow bit comes here, and maybe the bow bit comes there. And what I'm noticing right away, at least for this pose, is it's just a thing of observation, trying your best to slowly, bit by bit. I'm noticing, at least for this pose, that the neck seems to go behind the bit here of the body. So that tells me a little bit of information that it seems to be the case of chest and then neck. And then maybe head. Head goes on top. So the neck goes in the middle. Not the middle as in the positioning, the layers of everything. The chest goes on top, and then the neck would go on the layer below it. Is what I'm noticing here. Looking at this guy, we can definitely see a little bit of a bow. So if I go here, and we have a little guy here, I can see a little bit of a bow here. Now that's a little funny looking bow, so let's see if we can do a little bit different. Maybe there, and then maybe a little bit here and over, but I could say could possibly be it. Looking at this guy, let's do one more. And what I'm noticing here is you can definitely see it. You don't even really have to do a bow. You just have to know that it's 2 lines. If you can draw the 2 lines. And then you can maybe curve it later, but as long as you know that that thing there, and that thing is connected to, I believe you would call it connected to the rib cage, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, the rib cage. And the reason why I want to know all of these things is so that when we move the head, when the head starts tilting, when it starts doing crazy things, we can know why it's able to do those crazy things. For example, when the head is tilted, we now know that the sternal, we're calling it the sternal today. The sternal stays still in the center, but it tilts and it moves. And then you would draw very faintly the lines of that muscle there, depending on the person. So I think the last thing we'll need to look at, as even here you can see the shoulders raised, this guy goes upwards, but this guy stays the same, but these guys go upwards. So it's just a matter of seeing why things are the way they are, even if we don't do a big breakdown. And you're a good developer, you're a good developer? I am indeed. I am currently developing my 2nd game at the moment. And if I do exclamation ITCH, that should also, hold on, if I click on that guy there, I think it'll work. It should link you to the Twitch, and you gotta learn that word. I like saying the word, but it's also a bit of a word jumble. Sternocleidos mastoid, I believe, right? It's a lot of fun. Let me go ahead and zoom back into here. Another thing I want to take a look at is I want to take a look at whatever this says. And it was stated before, these are our traps. You can see it's the blue bit here. And depending on the muscle of the person, they can get big or small. I chose a very muscular guy because you're able to really see it. But on someone that's more maybe a slimmer, it would be less obvious. But I wanted to make sure it was super duper obvious. And the problem with neck muscle studies is because it's all connected somewhere and somewhere with other stuff. Yeah, that's why I wanted to make sure we at least looked at the muscles to know at the very least when we get to looking at pixel art or just things in general, getting an idea. Nah, this person looks totally normal size to me. And most important, neck muscle, it is indeed. I like the way it looks. Well, let me go ahead and go up here. It seems to be the case that I use the red, so we're gonna go ahead and draw here. And let me go ahead and grab the red. So I'll go ahead and yoink the red. I think that's the red. That's not the red we used. Okay, is it this red then is the red we used? And you're a hand-free artist, artiste, digital or paper artist, or just pixel art? I have been recently getting back into digital. I was all three at some point. Then I abandoned everything for pixel art because I got frustrated with doing the other two. And now I'm slowly coming back to digital art. So I'm making my way slowly around town. What I'm noticing is that this guy here connects to the clavicle that we saw before. So it seems to be the case that this guy connects. And it's of note, you know what? We won't even worry about it. We're just working on the front at the moment. But this guy seems to directly attach to our clavicle, which again gives us detail on if we were to draw this body and draw it in different sizes, we would know that we would want that triangle bit to always touch this bone part. That's like something to note. It's all connected, so dabbling in art forms is not bad. Yep. That's why it's a thing of, even if you're getting into pixel art, learning about three-dimensional shapes, just doing simple 3D shapes in digital art is not a bad idea. And making my own D&D campaign. Welcome to stream, super duper not Alex, possibly. Welcome in, and I hope you have fun. And by the way, I bought Loomis figure drawing books, figure drawing for all it's worth, and he writes, do it your way. And the Loomis method is the friend we made along the way. I have tried the Loomis method before. I can say that. It's a lot of fun. And I like that the chat thing is Minecraft style. Me too, it's the backup chat. So looking at here, what do we notice? Again, I'm seeing triangle, and they're connected to the area. So it definitely seems to be the case that we'll want triangles. And hi, Cine Star Man. Welcome to stream. Welcome in. Did we notice any other triangles? Would you look at that? I see a little teeny tiny triangle maybe there, and maybe a little teeny tiny triangle because it's very in the back, because the muscle here, or not the muscle, yeah, the muscle, the torso is in front of the neck. So if we're looking at this guy here, oh, definitely I can see some triangles. Triangle here, very obvious to see. So I'll go ahead and put that there. Let's look at one more, I believe. Yep, we can look at this guy here. If I had to guess, I see a triangle here, and I don't see another triangle. And if we go back to our green super duper quickly, we can also say that this guy here would probably go here, and then maybe it'll go down here, and then this guy here would probably go a little bit back here. That would probably be what we're seeing. And I started seriously with fine line drawing. Ink drawing, somehow it teaches me a lot to learn for pixel art. Interesting. I've noticed that doing paint studies helps me with pixel art. And ads already, my goodness. And I'm also writing a book based around the geek mythology part of the map. I hope you have fun. Let's see here. If I go ahead and zoom back into here. Okay, so we've covered that part, Last part to look at is the yellow bits here. And triangles have a way of making the rain to form. Triangles, from my understanding, from watching a few bridge videos here and there, seem to be, or building bridges, the most stable shape when it comes to building structures. So everyone uses triangles. We'll go ahead and close this guy here, and we'll go ahead and grab our yellow. So if I go to draw here, we go to yellow here, and I go to click on here. All right, so this bit here, I have seen this before. I like either calling it the onion shape or the heart shape. It's a little bit tricky to see just because we're doing it from the front, but you can think of it, you can kind of see it here. It looks like a shoulder pad because it is a shoulder. Yes. Who would have thought? And what if I want to use a square? Well, that's the fun thing of art. You can use whatever you want, really. And I think that's why 3D models are broken into triangles. That makes a lot of sense. Yes, the shoulder. That is a shoulder. This makes it look like a diamond. What we're kind of seeing from here is it kind of looks like maybe a down shape, over shape. I'm kind of seeing a diamond here. I can definitely say that much. What I'll do for this guy, just because I think it might make it easier for you to feel in a 3D sense, is I think I might have a good look at it from a different angle. Yeah. Maybe you can kind of see it now. It looks like it slots into the clavicle area. So you have the clavicle here. Oh, let me get a different color. Let me grab a green here. Yeah, green. Okay. Never mind. Green doesn't help. That's way too dark. Is there a different color I can use? Maybe a black? Black could be work. Black could work. Black could work. Okay, we'll grab a bigger, thicker color here. Lovely. And Lord, the funny thing is that Loomis doesn't draw construction. He teaches us about understanding 3Ds. Interesting. He never told us to draw heads the way, unlike Breakerman books, which is pure construction. I think I have the Loomis book. I have a book. I forget. I think his name starts with Michael, possibly. I was taking a look at it this morning. Oh boy. Looking at this guy here, we see the few shapes we've already seen before. So we know that this guy here, again, has the bit that connects here. So that's there. We know that this exists here as a little bow. So that's our bow. We know that this is a triangle. So we have our triangle guy here. We'll just do triangle there. And another thing you'll notice is that there is an area here, and let me see, maybe this color can work. That color's okay. And Michael from Vsauce, Michael Hampton, yes, Michael Hampton, yes indeed, that's the name I was looking for. Yep, I have his book. His book is pretty handy. Let me go ahead, and what I wanted to show off was that this bit slots into the front and back, and then it kind of comes around, and then it does a little bit of a heart shape, and this is why I like calling it an onion, because it has a little bit of a pointy bit, and then you can imagine it kind of has a swoop around on the other side, but right now we can just say it looks like that little shoulder pad, and I wanted to take a look at that, as the hope is that we can understand this area here. So all of this area is what I'm hoping to understand, as when we draw Pixelart character portraits, that'll be a pretty important area. The thing is, while most of this will be covered in clothing, I still do think it's important to know what's underneath the clothing. It looks like a beat to me, and I can see beat. I can definitely see beat. There's beat. I've seen it called an onion. I've seen it called a heart. I've also seen it called a question mark recently too. And I made an eye on the compass that always points towards a certain person. Well, I do enjoy learning about lore, super duper. Right now we're working on anatomy, so it's a little bit too much off topic, but I do appreciate you sharing. Let's see. Let me go ahead and slide here and slide here. And with all of that said, and thank you. Let's see here. I think that's, oh right, we gotta go and draw it everywhere, don't we? Okay, so looking at this guy, going down here, we can see, well, what can we see? I'm seeing the shoulder here. Oh, right, we're supposed to use yellow, aren't we? So let's grab that yellow here. I'm seeing maybe the bit here and a bit there of a point, and that would be the shoulder. I can also maybe see this guy being the point, and then this guy coming around, but it's gonna be behind. This is the, what is it called? The pectoral muscle, and you can't see it. Hold on, let me slide over just a little bit here. So it's kind of covering it underneath. So this one, not too good to see. And ads incoming soon. I completely forgot, didn't I? Hold on. 46 seconds. Can I snooze you by a little bit, possibly? Just a little bit. I'm almost done here. I'm almost done. Let me go and slide this guy over here. This one, not a good one to see, as this covers a different muscle we won't get into. If you want to learn Lord of the DC is the place for you, that is a fair point check. Hold on. Exclamation DISCORD. There's an entire writing section for writers. That's another part that goes into game development, making compelling stories that the person wants to read, or the player, or wants to play or read, depending on if you do like a visual novel or something. Let me go ahead, and what you can see is, again, we have that guy there. It might be something like that, so it kind of comes inwards, and then it goes around. So I'd say probably that is good to go on how it would look. And I can even see a little bit of it back here, and it's the point as it comes outward. And then let's see, another one we can do possibly. It's a little bit tricky to see here, but we can definitely see it here. I see a bit kind of coming downwards, and then getting pointed as it's coming around and down. And then again, we have, let's see, our clavicle. I forget what color. What color did I use for the clavicle? I think I used red, possibly. Let's see if I zoom out here. Yes, I used red. So we have here, it's still blurry, so this isn't the best photo to use as reference, but I can kind of see it coming here and then here. And then we have the neck, which is the green bit here, so the sternocleidos mastoid. And if I go ahead and drag this here, so I would say it probably comes around down here, probably goes around down here, probably back down here and down here. And then lastly, we have the chops, which I believe I made into a purple. I made into a red, or pink, red. Okay, and then we'll grab a pink. And I think we have enough to start drawing a person. And I am getting banned from Woodworth it. Gluteus muscles next. You won't get banned for that. That is technically an anatomy term, but nope. At least right now, I'm only trying to cover things that are super duper important for my goals in learning Pixelart. Well, I do want to, at some point, go into great detail on the different parts of the body and just the different muscles. Since we're putting a focus into portraits when it comes to game-making games, I want to make sure I understand about that area here. And then most of the rest of the area, we can kind of just blot in. But since ad breaks are about to start, we'll go ahead, and then when we come back, now that we've kind of got a little bit of an understanding, at least of the, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4 parts that I wanted to take focus on, when we come back, we'll do some Pixelart, and we'll try to draw these Pixelart people off of our minds without looking at any references. We're just gonna do it blindly. So I'll go ahead and save this guy here. We'll go ahead and have the ads run, and let me go ahead and get some lemonade. And hi, Rodrigo. Welcome in the stream. Welcome in. Let's see here. And we'll gotta go to sleep. See you next time. Thank you for stopping by. Fountainian Waters. Thank you indeedy. And modified emote. Oh boy. And hi, Banafi. Welcome into stream. welcome in. Oh boy. What an entrance. Oh my. I hope you have a lovely rest, Fountainian Waters. Truly indeed. It's always nice to get some rest. Rest is nice. I'll be happy for rest, but for right now, it's all about power. Let's see. Let me go here, and we all try to have majestic mustaches, and we're looking at buff men, huh? Yeah, for the moment, indeed, because it's easy to see the muscles. Interesting. It's for research purposes. I also have a few women down here as well, but I'm hoping, well, the thing is, usually the more muscular men have easier to see muscles. So that's why I decided to go with the mustache guy first. And then we'll see if we do have time to go and try to do, what is it called? Slimmer lines, or trying to make it look less muscular. But for right now, in Muscular Woman, indeed, I got a few up on here. Let me go ahead and click on draw. And from your homework folder, sure. It's true though. Oh boy. Let me go ahead and save this guy here. Save this guy here. Oh boy. And what do you mean Bobby's always on the screen? He is not buff. He's too squishy to be buff. Look at that face there. You think that face lifts weights and does gains? I highly doubt it. He's too cute to do anything muscular. He's all plush. Or not plush, but he's all squish. Let me get some lemonade. And tasty. And wait, do it with reps first, like study them from, then do it from imagination. And college device from Lunas. I have heard of that before, Crystal. I have indeed. And hi, Pixelart Journey. Welcome in the stream. Welcome in. And hello, Learning Anatomy. Today, we are indeed. We are going to do our best. And as I said before, Crystal, I have learned my best way of learning, the technique I've enjoyed doing, and the best technique I've understood is I first try drawing from reference, which is not imagination. Usually you would see about drawing from imagination, but I find drawing from reference first. Once I draw from reference, so once you try drawing these guys as pixel art, then we look at some actual pixel art examples and compare, contrast, and see what makes theirs work, what am I missing, and then it would go from there. And now that I have at least a small understanding of what I'm drawing, then I would do it from imagination. But since I have no idea where to start, we start first by looking at examples. Let me go ahead and slide this down here, and yes indeed, we just went over the yoke. So we went over the, let's see, clavicle, we went over the sternocleidomastoid, we went over the trapezoids, trapezius, and we also went over the deltoids, and evil. And what's under all that squish? Love and care, that's all that's there. And I did read that as well, lovely, oh boy. Oh me, oh my. Okay, I think we're all good to go. Let's do some next stretches, shall we? So let's go ahead and start off by going to the left here a little bit. And then we'll go ahead and go to the, oh, hold on. Quick reminder, go slowly and steadily. If you do break something, talk to a doctor, talk to a lawyer, don't talk to me. I should not be held liable for anything broken or cracked. As I do it very slowly, making sure nothing else cracks. Oh boy. So we'll go to the left here, and then we'll go to the right here, and sternocleidomastoid will be burned into your mind before the end. And the thing is, I like saying it. It's like what is it called? Learning mitochondria is the powerhouse of the cell.
Just redeemed
It's a
hydrate.
fun word. And welcome in the stream, Chapel. Welcome in. And hydration sure can do. Hydration sounds lovely. And what muscle are we stretching right? Check! You make a very fair point. If I had to guess, I'd say that using this here is stretching both our traps as well as our sternocleidomastoid, or is it sternocleidomastoid? Yeah, look at that! And a neck! Indeed. And it's great. And there's a Blender sculptor that always says it. Oh, that sounds lovely. The thing is, I think at some point, saying all those terms makes it feel like, and now we will move on to figuring out and deconstructing the sternocleidomastoid. Which is also fun too. It makes it feel smart. And no, not after breaking my back, I am talking to Nintendo lawyers, hold on. And what if I stretch my neck over 180 degrees? Does it hurt? Oh boy, and evading responsibilities? I am just making sure you do at your own, oh, ads are up. Welcome back for the ad break. All right, shall we get going then? And the glasses are going on, indeed. And you'll see the big octopus in the center of the earth. And what about the scaliness, leveter? Oh, you are saying a lot of words. I don't know. I have seen them before. Hold on. I believe I just saw them. We have the serratus. Nope. It seems to not be on this guy here. Or is it on here? I'm not seeing it anywhere here. But that does sound familiar. But I'm not seeing, and the thing is too, this could be a little less detailed, but I have heard of those. I can at least say that. And the best of the best are the best lawyers. And it's a neck muscle. Oh, I see. I don't go that in detail. I do know that there's a lot more muscles going on here, but for our purposes, we really only need to know about the sternomastoid as well as the traps, since those are the big guys. And since we're also dealing with pixel art, we can only go so small with the big guys. But yeah, that is a good idea as well. Just learning, especially what this white area is as well. That can be handy. And I did read that as well. Lovely. Well then. With all that said and done, and how dare he? It's obviously you're a great artist. We're gonna go back to this guy here, and actually, let's go to you here so we can see a little bit, and I might just grab this bit here so we can have two references. I might make this guy a little bit bigger, and for the purposes of today's study, I have gathered, or I've tried to do my best to make it as quick and easy as possible. What you will see is, if you are in the Discord, I'll go ahead and link it here. I tried my best to come up with some skin color palettes. I'm not good at it, I'll warn you now, but the hope was that it at least could give you a starting point. So it'll be in the Discord link too. That way you don't have to worry about starting off with not sure which skin colors. And sorry, I like to flex my anatomy names. You should be proud of flexing it. It's a fun thing to learn once you understand it. And I've gathered some necks. No, I didn't gather that. I gathered skin. I gathered resources and colors. And it's just so surprising to study so much at this point, and even the thought didn't cross my mind. What exactly do you mean, Ed? And by the way, my best friend insulted me today by calling me an artist. I've never had such a surprise because you... Right. This guy's skin, I would say, is most comparable to this. So, shall we go ahead and paste this guy down and get started? Oh boy, it sounds wrong under the worst circumstances. I assure you, it's harmless, very harmless. Oh boy. From my research and learning about portraits, usually portraits are a size of 64 by 64. However, you can go smaller, you can go bigger. It's just most of the time, character portraits in Pixelart seem to be this size. I've seen them smaller, I've seen them bigger, but the standard size seems to be about 64. I looked in the mirror and my neck is a pure cylinder. Caught in 4K. I don't know what you're talking about. Oh boy. And I have seen people draw it in a cylinder before. I can definitely say that. We'll go ahead and slide this guy up here. We'll go for an even side. And I mean, some people spend lots of money on boxes that contain skin. That doesn't sound right. Oh boy. Let's see. Let me slide this guy down here and make a new layer here. And we should be good to go. With that said, we'll start off by just very briefly blotting out the head. We don't need to worry about the head today. We did do an eye study. We did do a, what is it called? We did an eye study before. We've done a nose study too, haven't we? And I hope at least sometime soon to do an ear study, since that'll complete, I think, the entire portrait idea. And I'm gonna do something like this, I think, here, that there. I think that's a good enough head to start off with. I'll slide this guy up just a little bit more. It seems to be the case. Maybe we can do this guy here and that guy there. Something super simple. I don't want to worry about this too much just because we're working on the area beneath. But I do want to give him a little bit of character because I think I remember things better when I have a little bit of character on the people. So maybe we can do something like that there, and then hold on, just to make sure we complete it. This is super important, really. It's for research purposes when you really think about it. I just want to do that and that, hold on, that and that, and then a little bit of that, and maybe a little bit of that. There we are. And then I'm gonna grab our symmetry tool again here, and we're gonna just do this here. We're gonna grab that color here, and then we're gonna do this guy here. There you go. There you go. Hold on. There you go. There you are. Croissant. It's already screaming in pain. Kind of reminds me a little bit of Braum. To any of you that recognize that name. Oh boy. With that said, now that we have our head here, what are we saying? We know for certain, and you know what? Before we do anything even, I'm going to color code it. So I'm going to take the green that we have here, and I love how you also added the mustache. It's very important. And the more you say research purposes, the less I believe you, you know? No? If anything, I should be confirming what you already know. It seems to be the case, and I'll go ahead and just drag this guy down here so that this is our head. We have very first hand off the bit here, and I'm wondering, should we start off by doing the sternocleidos mastoid, or should we begin first by looking at, and hold on, why aren't you that guy there? There we are. Okay, I'm wondering if we should either first start off there, or what do you think would be the best place to start? Would it be first starting off with the green, or starting off with the pink? I think either or is fine. And that was a mustache and a scream of pain. Oh boy, he's got dignity. He's got a lot of dignity when you look at him. Let's see, I'll erase that guy there. We also have the pink here. So I'll go ahead and add another, oh, if it lets me, add another layer here. And we know for certain. Now, the thing is, depending on your anatomy, depending on your style, some people like going different sizes for heads. Some people like making the head, or the body, I mean. Some people, if I go ahead and hide this guy here, because it also depends on how accurate, or what's what I'm looking for, anatomy. For anatomy sake, how big you want to make the body to head ratio. Some people like doing 3 heads. So for example, they'll take the head, and then they'll make it 3 wide, and this is how wide the shoulders will be. Some people go a little bit of more so instead of 1 or 3 wide. They might break it down into half. So instead, they might make the shoulders, for example, about half here. So they might make it instead about something like this here, and you paste this there. And then the shoulder width would be that size, depending on how wide you want the character. I've seen, I've seen this, and I've also seen 3 wide. Since he is a big guy, I think we're good, we're safe to do 3. But the thing is as well, this is for regular digital art. I'm not sure how much this knowledge would transfer into Pixelart, but you know what? That's what we're here for. And Eris's specialty as an artist teaches portrait. Oh boy, and that was a mustache. Oh, you didn't read that. Lovely, lovely. With that said, I'll just go ahead here and do the sky, and I'll also grab you guys here, and we'll do head width. So I'll just make it a little bit smaller here. So we'll go, hopefully, if it lets me, smaller. I just want to double click. Oh, I see. It's below the thingamajiggy. Let me drag you there so I can see it a little bit better. And then we'll say head. Oh, hold on. Head. W-I-T-D-H. Head width. And I'll make you a lower opacity. There we are. Okay, so with that done, now, since that's going to be the width, or just about our width, let's go back to this guy here. This is our head, so let me make sure I say head. And we need now the sternocleidos mastoid. So if I had to guess, I'd say probably here. We can always move it up and down, and that's something I've noticed as well, is that from my research, it seems to be the case that the neck is about as tall as the hand is wide, and the hand is usually about the size of the face. So taking into those measurements here, your neck probably is going to be, let's say, it's about the height of the face, I believe. You'd say that there. So this, maybe a little bit longer. I've seen some necks that are longer, I've seen some necks that are shorter. If I had to guess, I'm not sure which would be better, having a neck that's longer or having a neck that's shorter, at least when it comes to drawing. Maybe longer. I've seen longer for models when it comes to drawing fashion models. So we'll go ahead and we'll make this guy maybe come up here a little bit, maybe come down a little bit here, so something like that there, or bow. And I'm starting to think possibly, maybe it's a little bit too big, but again, we'll see, and whichever one gets you ahead. Bad. Awful even. No good. Horrible. Oh boy. And I guess it depends on how buff the character is. Yep. For bigger characters, so for example, like the Hulk, to make a character that's big and bulky, you'll usually want to keep the head smaller than the rest of the body. That can usually make them feel very swole. And you'll also want to give them big triangle traps. And this is not anatomy, it's proportions. I saw a guy once whose nose is half his face. That's a fair point. The anatomy is the thing itself, and the proportions is playing around with it. I can say being both. Let me go ahead and save this guy here. But that said, next up, we know for certain that we have the deltoids here. So this bit here, we also have the rest of here. But again, I'm going to save that for another day. We're just doing the very top. And that was the best pun I've heard in a while. It was a bad pun, that's what it was. We'll go ahead here and we'll go over top of it. And lastly, we're going to need our pink or red. It's red. So I'll grab our red here. And let's go ahead and just go back and go below the head here. I'm going to delete this layer since I don't think we need it. This layer needs to go behind, let's see. We'll call this S-T-E-R-N-O, sterno here. And you know what? I'm even thinking about just doing this here so that we know for certain that it has that bit that goes downwards. That way we can really see the angle of it. So I might do something like this instead. I think that might make it easier to know what's going on. And maybe we can even add it up here and here possibly. Depends. I do know for a fact, and what we saw before was that this muscle here connects to the very back of the ear. So wherever our ears are probably where it's going to land. So let me go back, slide back down here. And let's go ahead and see about adding the red for the traps. So if I go to this layer here, we know that this layer here is our color pal. So also make sure to set that to pal here and lock out because you are not needed. And we'll click on this guy. So back to here. Let's go ahead and see about just doing a triangle, a big old triangle. He actually has a smaller triangle from what I'm seeing here. So you know what? Let's follow the idea. I'll put a triangle about here, I'd say, and then we'll fill this guy in here. So I'm thinking maybe here and here. These are just guesses. These are just ideas at the moment there. They're not a thing quite yet. So maybe we can go about there and there, maybe bring it down a little bit more. And then you have the deltoids. And those are what are they called? I like calling them the hearts, or either hearts or turnips. And that was the best pun. I did for that. Okay, we're all good. Oh boy, we have here our traps. So I'll go and write on here traps. And then lastly, it seems to be the case that we have the deltoids, and they kind of go downwards diagonally a little bit. So we might just do this here. It doesn't have to be perfect. Just has to be something to give us an idea and see, is this worth going down? So I might go here, go down here. It seems to be the case they kind of go down into a point. So I might go down here, maybe go down here a little bit, something like that. And then that point kind of wraps around. So I might just bring this guy down and around. Might need to make him bigger depending on proportions. But for now, we'll just do this here and call it a day, at least for the beginning of it. So we'll go and erase this guy, erase here, this guy here, and erase this guy here, and we should be good to go. All right. So with all of that said, now that we have all the different parts of it, I'm going to go ahead and write this down as, oh, hold on. The head's here. Yep, you're the head. Undo that guy there. I would like you below it. And then I'm just going to call this our anatomy, A-N-A-T-O-M-I, anatomy. That way we have the different colors and everything. And with all of that said and done, let's now try adding the shading and the other parts of the body to see if it does end up looking like a character that does have a neck and all of those things. That's what I'm excited to see. So we'll go ahead and hide our anatomy here, or actually, you know what? Let's slide it down. So I'm gonna go here and here, and then we're gonna go ahead and close you here. I'm then going to grab the head. So we'll copy you head. We'll move you down here. And oh, it seems to be the case that the head is not mixed with the anatomy properly. You need to be, hold on, if I grab you here, there we are. Paste you onto here, there we are. Okay, and then we can go ahead and slide our anatomy down. Slide it down to here, there we are. Okay, and we'll also make our head go a little bit more, or not the head, the anatomy bit here. And we can also lower down the head width now that we don't really need it anymore. So I'll also slide this guy down and save it. All right, so with all that said and done, let's modify him a little bit more and also use our palette to do so, since we do have a few colors here. What I also noticed is that color, or the skin doesn't usually tend to have a lighter color. So what I've done is, hopefully, I've grabbed a regular skin tone. Oh, that's not right. That should be a mixture of you two. Oh boy. Hold on now. Yes, that should be a mixture of you two. It should be 3 colors that are darker than the regular color here. Do I do it everywhere? This color here should be, well, that's good to know at the very least, that this color here, that should be there. So all of these guys here, I will definitely make sure to update that all of these guys here should be that bit there. That said though, let's go ahead and go back into you here, and we'll go ahead and save you. And then we'll go back into our head here, and we're gonna go ahead and make you, instead of the head layer, we're going to call it our complete layer, C-O-M-P-L-E-T-E, complete. We'll save this guy, and now let's give a try at just drawing all of it out. And I feel like this guy here saying actually every time. Oh boy, actually is quite fun to say. I do know that much. We'll go ahead and we'll start off by adding, oh, hold on, proportion, not proportion, symmetry tool. And what I wanted to do was I think I want to lift his head up just a little bit more. I like that look of it a little bit more. The squished head feels a lot more chibi, which is a-okay. But for what I want to go for, I think it gives him a more adulty feel by making the eyes go up a little bit more. So we'll go up here, we'll go up here. We'll also add the bit of hair up here. You know what, for extra measure as well, and hold on, I want to make this head go around a little bit more. Possibly we can do, let's see. There, and there. Possibly have it come outwards a little bit here and have you go there and there. I think that could work. And actually, oh boy, what we can also do, very important again, super duper important, is we can just do one of these guys here. Very, very important that we also get this down on the record. There we are. And with that, let's continue, shall we? Let's see. I'll use that guy there, that guy there. And since it seems to be the case that this here usually is a very faint line, what I'm thinking is we'll start off by using the clavicles line here. So I'm thinking we can do up here. We'll want to make it very faint. So I'm thinking we'll have to use anti-aliasing as our method of choice for making this not as harsh of a color. Right now I'm doing very harsh lines, and then we can kind of clean it up depending on what it is. So what I'm gonna do for the moment is just make these guys go up here. We're gonna go ahead and have this guy come down too, so that it looks like it's coming down and downtown and below. So I may just do this guy here. And the thing is as well, right now we're doing something that's really anatomy based, but you don't gotta. It's the thing of, once you know the anatomy, or you don't even have to know the anatomy, truth be told, but I like to do it by, once you know the rules, then you can break them. But if you don't know the rules, how can you know what you can break? There are people who are good at breaking the rules just because. So maybe, technically speaking, I guess you could be one of those people. We'll go ahead and have this guy go down here, fill that guy in, fill this guy in here. This seems to be the bottom of the neck, so I'll go ahead as well and just do a darker color. So there's this color here, and that would be this color. And I'm wondering, you know what, let's make that color here. So I'm gonna grab all of that, and then I'm going to go for the shadow here on this neck area, possibly here and here. Maybe we can even see about doing that there. I do like that, so we'll keep that. I just added shading to the bottom of the neck and break them, huh? Something I certainly don't do. I can say that much, indeed. We'll go and slide that over and up. And I think it would be better to go something here and here, if anything there. And are you a rule breaker, Eris? That would imply I broke any rules. And the thing is, I technically can't because I made the rules, so I can't break them. That's just how it works. Oh boy. We'll go ahead and move this guy. I'm thinking down here, possibly in here, maybe. It would be a good idea. And then making this go here and there. I think that works out a little bit better. And lastly, we're going to need the outline. So I'm also going to see about just adding the neckline, which I think is a good idea. As right now, this kind of goes inwards, but I want to have that neckline. I think that neckline is important. So either it would this be the neckline and then this would be the bit there? I wonder. We'll have to see. Because usually you see necks and there's a straight line. Is this straight line here the neck itself or the sternocleidos mastoid? I think maybe it's a mixture of both because now I take it back. The neck is a cylinder. When you turn it, that's turning the cylinder itself. So maybe not. Let's see. I'll go ahead and drag this guy up here and we can go ahead and just have you go all the way up here for the moment. And we can see about removing that there and that there. Removing you guys. Having this come down, this would be another spot we could possibly add anti-aliasing into the mix here. I'll go and slide you over. Possibly we'll do that there and that there so that it's more of a smooth line. And I wonder, oh, that guy is getting deleted, so we're good to go there. And after that, I want to also add in the deltoids here. So we'll go ahead and possibly just do this here. And then we'll see about just adding color here and going back up here. And that'll be, for the most part, it in terms of just doing darker shades. And then we can kind of see about smoothing things out. I can't say that it does look like a person. I don't know how effective this would be, and I definitely think we could modify it a little bit more, but it is looking like a person. I can say that much with great certainty. But I think his shoulders are a little bit too shouldery, so we're gonna move that down just a little bit. Just a little bit. A little bit too much. And hi, Azuri Arts. Welcome in the stream. Or maybe Azri, possibly. Please correct me if I'm wrong. But welcome in, and thank you for the follow. Thank you, and welcome to Ananame. So let's see. That said, I'm thinking we can just go for a darker shadow here again because there is a little bit of a darker shadow. So I'm wondering maybe we can just get away with this here. I don't want to worry too much about this spot just because we're not working on that today, but I would like it to at least feel like it's plausible or it could be a thing in itself. So I might just do this guy here and have it come down as a point. Maybe we can have that come down as a point there. Maybe you could even do a point there. Doesn't really matter. And then we'll go ahead and I will just add all the lines here for that part there and that part there. There we are. Okay, we have some flesh. I'll move that up there, possibly up there, maybe a little bit more up here and up here. Like that, I think it's good to go. Okay, so now that we have this, we can see about making it smoother in some areas. And then once I finish trying to draw our guy here, we'll then take a look at some pixel art from pixel artists and also Pixelart games to see what they do. And granted, they're going to be a lot bigger than ours, but I just wanted to give a try, at the very least, to lock in the current information we have, and then we can kind of go off of that and see how they shade. And their shading is going to be a lot different just because it'll be bigger sprites. So let me get some tea, or not tea, lemonade. Tasty. Lemonade's all good to go. So, with all that's done, what I want to do is I want to copy this guy and slide it down. And we are going to see if adding a little bit of anti-aliasing can go a long way in smoothing some of those features out. So I'll go ahead, I'll hide our anatomy here. I'll also hide our head here. With all that's done, we'll go and save it so that there's a good compare and contrast. And one thing I want to do right off the bat is I want to make this collarbone here not as sharp, not as angry as it is currently. I'm gonna grab this guy, slide you down here. We right now have this color and we have this color. Is there currently a mixing of these two colors? We have that color and that color, yeah. Might just be better off using this as a base point and going from there. What I would do is I would grab this point, so I would grab this color, I would then go about halfway, and this would give us our anti-aliasing color if I grab the right layer. So it would be this color is what the color I would use for halfway. And then what I'm thinking is, let's just start off by having, and I'm wondering as well, okay, you're good to go. I'm going to grab this color here, so that's going to be the color we use. And I'm thinking to myself, okay, where do we know the leg doesn't touch as harshly? I would say possibly, you'd say this area here, the lines don't touch as harshly as they're going along and down. Maybe you can even say that guy goes down a little bit there. Maybe you can have this guy kind of come down, maybe here and here to show that there is a little bit of a difference between the neck and the other areas. Maybe you can even grab this guy here and have it come down a smidge there. Maybe have this guy come down a smidge here. It definitely depends on the style. And I'm wondering, at least because you can see this guy goes downwards. So I'm thinking maybe if anything, we can have lines that go down here and go down here like that to show that it's coming downwards and smoothing out. Though I don't know how how well that looks. Maybe then you would grab this color, for example, go about 50% again, and maybe you would try to smooth that out here and here. So have those two kind of colors hopefully look like they're not coming all the way down. Hopefully make it a little bit smoother, though. When I'm looking, when I'm doing anti-aliasing, I try my best to look over here to see how it looks at the big picture. Let me zoom in just a little bit to make it a little bit easier to see. And what I'm noticing is that there doesn't feel like there's a line here in the very center. So maybe we bring that guy down. Maybe we bring it over. Wherever it seems to be that it needs to be modified. So I think moving it down here definitely helps. And I'm wondering as well, would it feel better? I definitely don't like that. I definitely don't. So I am going to grab this color here. Oh, let's see. I'm going to grab that color there, and it doesn't look too... It looks pretty similar, truth be told. You could probably even do that and that there, but I definitely do think it adds a little bit of a lighter part to it. So I'm going to grab that color there, and I'm thinking as well, maybe we even grab that color there to show that there's a bit coming downwards. Maybe then we can also show a bit coming upwards here to show the neck, but again, depends. I'm seeing the lines here, and I'm seeing a line here. So maybe what we can do is have an area that kind of comes around. So grab this guy here, and have a highlight kind of show for that bit of the neck. Maybe something like that. Maybe we could do something like that. It depends, and I'm not sure on the answer, which is fun, because that means I just get to ask more questions. So for now, we're gonna keep it as simple as possible, not try to go overboard since I don't know what it is, and I'd rather know the answer than go way off the rails. I think out of all of these, I liked this one the most, so we'll keep it as this one here. Next up, we need to grab this color here. So what's the 50% of this color and that color? About that color. So we'll grab this color here. And what we can say is, okay, I know for certain that what is it called? The clavicle usually isn't too harsh, and except for this area. So I'm gonna go in these areas here. I'm gonna soften them. I might go up here, and then go very along the edge here, except for the very tip, where usually I've seen it have a lot more detail at. So I might just do that guy there to have it come outwards a little bit. And then you'd go again, you probably grab the 50%, grab that color here, and then you could say, okay, I know that guy comes inwards a little bit, that goes darker, so maybe we can have this color either do something like that there to have it go fainter, or maybe you can even go down here and here for an anti-aliasing of making it look fainter. It is definitely up to the person. What I do know is that we can add some anti-aliasing along the edges of our skin. So for example, here we have this skin and that skin. And I don't believe there's a mixture color here. So there's about this color. Do we use this color anywhere? I would say it's probably this color. And what we can do is just go here, 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 and here. And here, oh, hold on, it already goes there. How lovely. And the hope is, does it feel like it makes it look jagged, or does it feel like it makes it look smooth? And to truth be told, I'm not quite sure. I might say it would be worth it possibly going 50% again. And 50% of that and that would be here and here, which would be this color. So maybe in that case, we would have this color kind of go upwards. That's not too bad. It's definitely not as sharp, but I don't know if it feels too messy. We'll keep it for now and see where things go, but it is something to, at the very least, note. And then I might add in another guy there and there, possibly. Maybe we can go down here a little bit. Let's see. Maybe down there and there. I think that could work out. I think that could work out fine. With that said, we know that there's also a bit of maybe darkness here, though. Do we want to add a bit of darkness? Do we want to add a little bit of brightness? If I were to add a bit of darkness here, because we see it in the image, interesting. That's super duper muscular. I do know that much. And I think, truth be told, we're all good to go. We don't really need anything else here. We can possibly see about adding more chin here. We could do maybe that there and that there. And another thing we could do is add a line here. But I think I like the idea of there not being a lot of line. And looking at it, and stand behind Brom. That's what I was saying earlier. He kind of looks like Brom, doesn't he? Though the mustache is very, very different. He doesn't have the Brom mustache. With that said, I think this will be it. And now we can take a look at Pixelart. I think only thing I'd add is probably add these guys here, for example. See about then adding a mixture here and here. So possibly we could do this color here, which is that color, which we already have. We can grab that color here, 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 and here, and put it here. Possibly to make it seem like it's smoothing out. There's also possibly adding color here to maybe make it not as pointy. That's also a thing you could do. And then you could also see about adding anti-aliasing on that side too. It just depends. How much do you want it smoothed out? Do you want it super duper smooth? Do you want it super duper sharp? It depends. Oh, you know what we can do possibly to make this feel not as strong? Possibly we can do a line here for, oh no, never mind. We can't do a line, can we? I'm procrastinating so much. I'm actually being productive. Good. That's always great to hear, Check. I'm so happy to hear it. Or we could maybe see about doing this guy here, that guy there, possibly, and then have it kind of come downwards here, have it come downwards here, maybe come upwards a little bit here and here, to maybe show that the muscle's coming down. But since we know that for certain that we don't want it super duper sharp, I'm thinking maybe we at the very least have this guy go at the very end up here a little bit darker, maybe even have it go up here a little bit darker, and then these guys could maybe even go a little bit lighter at the very bottom. I would think to possibly do something like this, so I don't know how that feels. I haven't done something like this before, so it's all about just trial and error and seeing how it feels, and I definitely am enjoying this. This is tricky, definitely tricky, but enjoyable, and I think, you know what, let's not even, let's just keep it blank. I think this is fine. It's a lot better than I thought I would be able to do. I am already happy. If stream were to end right here, right now, I'd be very, very content. Alrighty then, well, with all of that said, let's take a look at some pixel art. And I would like to draw your attention to a game called Fields of Mystria. So if I click on this guy here, you'll see that these are beach sprites, character sprites from the game. I think most of these characters, if I'm not mistaken, are datables, except for this guy here. And with the dating game, you gotta have a beach episode, or at least an anime. So let's see. Sitting into here, this was the, what is it called? This was the thumbnail of the stream. So I'll go ahead and grab this one here. The thing is, he's kind of facing to the side and draw attention. I thought we were drawing necks. Next will be next up. Oh boy. I'm seeing a lot of the case that it seems to be most of the necks aren't drawn straight. Usually they're kind of tilted. Maybe that's just the game style, but I wonder if all sprites are kind of head to the side. This guy looks like he's looking straight at us, possibly. Yeah, this is going down, so maybe he's more straight bad. Oh boy. So I'll go ahead and grab this. I think this will be handy. So we'll go ahead and grab that guy, slide it over here, and actually let me make a new layer, and we'll call it our reference layer, so ref layer. We'll then slide this guy over, and let's see. Anything else we can use? You here, possibly, oh, hold on. I'm rearranging the entire board, aren't I? We'll go ahead and grab you, paste you, grab you, paste you. This guy's more on the muscular side, so he should be handy. Anyone else? We could definitely see about grabbing you. Oh, look at that too. You can see the bow that gets used for the clavicle. I'm definitely seeing the clavicle bow. And are you studying Pixelart next specifically, or next in general for Pixelart? Hi, Toasty. Welcome in the stream. Welcome in. I am studying Pixelart, or I'm studying next specifically for Pixelart. And since usually 9 times out of 10, Pixelart is something like the simplification of whatever you're studying, it's a good idea to look at realistic and what is it called, tutorials on next, and then try to simplify it in terms of Pixelart. So that's the approach I've taken. First, step 1, learning some of the muscles, even if I don't remember them, learning that they exist. Next, try drawing own muscles here. Now that we've done that, we're looking at Pixelart and how people who do use Pixelart tend to draw next, and seeing and understand where they went a little bit too much, or not too much, in the sense of where they added a lot of detail, more than I did, or maybe they went very, very simple. That's what I want to say. So I'll go ahead and do a new layer here, and what I wanted to show off was that we have the bow. Look at that bow there, right there. And it also seems to be the case that I was trying to draw the start of the pectoral muscles, and it seems to be the case that they do it very faintly, just very small hints here, as well as the lines that go underneath. So it's interesting. And yeah, as SEM, sternocleidos mastoid, and a chapter def key, yeah, they definitely seem to be the key. From what I'm noticing, and from remembering when I tried drawing characters a long time ago just using Clip Studio Paint, I struggled a lot with doing the necks and everything, so it's interesting. Now that I've had a chance to learn how to draw pixel art, coming back to it, a lot of this is making a lot more sense than it did then. Though maybe it's making more sense also because I tried learning it, so this is kind of round 2 instead of round 1. And hi Sanaba, welcome in the stream, welcome in, and finally I'm catching up on the stream again. Well, welcome in, and congratulations. And considering in consideration for how you incorporate hyoid muscles, I do know what that one is. That's the floating bone in your throat, isn't it? If I remember, I did read, or I tried to read a book about muscles and the structure, but if I remember, the hyoid is the floating one in your neck. I think it's like a wheat bundle. It collects all the muscles and keeps it there, so it keeps it right in the center. Now, I don't know if that is the, what is called, the apple something, if that is it, but I do know it's the wheat bundle. Let me go ahead and copy you here, so I can grab you here, and then we can take a look. Oh, that's not, you're not the guy I'm looking for. You're not that guy, pal. And no, Adam's apple, I see. I got ya, yeah. The hyoid itself, it collects lots of muscles together. If I do remember that again. This is very brief, and oh, I'm trying to copy one person, Aseprite. Just let me copy him. Singular, uno, one. Thank ya. Okay, so looking at all of this, some of the faces are straight, some of them are not. It seems to be the case that halfway, the head gets drawn halfway. So looking at these guys, let's now modify our guy based off what we notice. And we'll go ahead and grab you here, copy you here, and check it out. Adam's apples is around the lyrics. I believe the voice box, or am I thinking of something else? We'll slide this guy down. You're good to go down there. We'll slide you down here a little bit. And those pecs, which one? What do you mean? Or 18 plus? Huh? Why would it be 18 plus? What is it called? Most of these are, what is it called? Beach clothing. So I say it's fine. I definitely don't think it's 100%. I think it's fine. Nothing revealing being showed. Let's see. We'll go down here, and let's see. What I wanted to take a look at is they do use the method of anti-aliasing as I did here. The idea behind the edges mixing in with the side. And hi, Tilak, welcome to the stream. And here I thought it was Toasty asking. Welcome in, and hi. What an entrance as always. Oh boy. It does seem to be the case, and I wonder if we were to do a black outline, because that's a style of Fields of Mysteria, they tend to use black outlines, which I really like. It's the idea of making it feel more cartoony and anime-ish instead of more realistic. So let's see. What I'm wondering is, they do their anti-aliasing along the side, and who else but Toak? Yeah. I come back at 1 a.m. for Bobby After Hours. Oh boy. I think what we can start off by doing is, what I'm noticing for these guys is that the center here, there's no center. It only goes to the very center. Let me rephrase that. There's no middle point like I have. You do it around the middle point. So instead of doing what I did here, you would instead do, as I grab the mirror tool here, you would instead do this here, and then remove this here, and add this here, and do this here. Oh, that does make a difference. Interesting, and I just saw it. Everyone here has clothing, I assure you. Oh boy. Let me go ahead and zoom in here, back to here. So let's see. That does make a difference, doesn't it? And let me as well see if I can grab, grab you up here, and if we were to copy you about here, I don't even think we need that much of your face. I just want to grab some of it to use. If I go back to here, we do that there, copy our reference here. I want to see if I can get it in frame. That way I can understand or see it a little bit more in detail. So I'm going to copy you here. And oh, you know what I realized as well? They do an outline. And I wonder if they do an outline just because they have a lot of Pixelart space. I wanted to paste this guy down here so we can see it a little bit more in detail. So go and grab this guy, save this guy, nose pick. Oh boy. And he looks like he thumb-founded with an open mouth. Which guy here? This guy looks like he has an open mouth, or one of these guys. Their mouths are all closed, so I can only assume that you mean this guy here. He looks like he's shocked. We'll go ahead and go back here, and maybe, maybe what could help a little bit as I do this guy here. Maybe we can do a little bit here. There you are. There you go. There you are. A little bit better? Does that help? And we can even do this guy here, this guy here. There you go. That'll add a little bit of extra oomph. I'll go ahead and slide this guy down, and I wonder if it would help to add some of the, what is it called, outlines, and either big mustache or Darth Vader grills. Oh boy. Let's slide you back down here and save you. And I'm wondering how it would feel to do the outline. I added an outline color. Their outline's very dark. So, let's go halfway. I'm going to do an outline here. No, hold on. Need to do symmetry tool. And okay, yeah, that clarifies it. Oh boy, that's good. That's always good to hear. I'll go ahead and grab you here, and then we'll go ahead and just do the line here. Interesting. That definitely does make it seem more like there's a face going on, which is what we wanted. And then I want to also grab this here and add a little bit of, what's it called, anti-aliasing around the edges here. So I'm thinking we can possibly put some here, and then maybe we can grab another color, possibly add it here, and possibly add it here, maybe here, hold on, here, and here, and here. That might, again, be a little bit too much, but I'm just trying things. And right away, I can definitely say, look at the difference between the two heads. The head with anti-aliasing and the line, and the head without anti-aliasing and without the line. There's such a big difference. It's weird. It really is. My goodness. Let me get some tea here. Not tea. Well, I guess I could go for tea, but I like lemonade right now, so I'm having some lemonade. Tasty, tasty. Alrighty then. With that said, it almost makes me curious on if we were to give him perhaps eyes do a little bit darker here, like that there, and like that there. And I wonder if we were to give him a little bit of an eyebrow here, an eyebrow here.
Check 14 just redeemed hydrate.
Or would that be Murray? I can't do. Still have a lot of lemonade left. Tasty, tasty. Thank you for that one. Check. Oh boy, let's see. With that said, I was curious about seeing if we added a bit of anti-aliasing around the edges of the face here. Something like that there and something like that there. I do think it adds a little bit to it as well. But my goodness, just adding those bits around the head. Okay, well, let's keep going then. And it would be Maveh. Was I at least closer? Mavu? Mavu! Oh boy. So let's see here. I will go ahead and turn off our what is it called, symmetry tool. And it seems to be the case that our lines, and granted, this guy isn't very muscular. So if we were to take a look at a muscular character, it seems that, yeah, the traps do go up a little bit more. There's some more trap action there. So what I'll do is I will reduce, like they have here, the line a little bit. So we'll only let it go for one line, one side of the face. So possibly like that there. And then it seems to be that the shading. So something like that there and that there. They add the trap muscle for one side and they don't even do it all the way, which is interesting. So if we remove that part there, don't do it all the way. And granted, it's smaller, so it's not as oomph. But what I'm thinking is maybe if we add this line here for the trap so that it looks like it's coming down, possibly it looks like it's coming down that way though. I think it might be better off. Or no, we can do this. This is fine. And yeah, it softens the object, but great pixeling you have. Well, thank you, Crystal. Thank you. I'm glad you're enjoying it. And as I said before, anti-aliasing definitely makes a difference in a lot of cases. It's just a matter of, is it too much? Is it too little? For example, I use 2 colors here. Maybe one color would be better. If I just were to super duper quickly copy this guy here, slide you over to here, and we were to grab you here and move you back to the other color. So if I were to grab you here, fill you in here and here, there we are. That would be the other color. There we are. Yeah, I think in this case, a lot, or the 2 colors helps it a lot. It definitely goes from being less sharp to a little bit less sharp, or sharp, less sharp, super duper sharp. And especially because his face is round, I think it helps out a lot too. So let's see. We'll go ahead and save this here. And then for this line, I see a line here. I also see a bit of shadow for some of the neck. So I'm wondering, do we do a shadow like this here? It's not gonna make too much sense just because it's so small, but I'm gonna try my best. We can definitely see about making this rounder and adding anti-aliasing around the edges to hopefully make it seem like something is going on there. But what it seems to be, as I say seems over and over again, we have a line here for down. So I'm gonna do a line here. I'm gonna do a line here. Hold on, a line about there and there. Possibly, though I don't like the way the side of the face looks anymore. So I'm thinking we'll probably have to go in by 1 or change the color of the face side. But we can do that there. That can definitely work out to being that there. And then we have this guy here who gets its own spot, which I'm a-okay with. And after that, this guy here gets removed, it seems like, and I can go and add this here. And then for the bit I was talking about before, the start of the, what is it called? The start of the pectoral muscles. If we go ahead and save this guy here, and we were to add a little bit of a line, do you think it's going to help? So we have this guy that's going inwards, and I almost wonder, what would it look like if we went in by 1? So if we move this guy over here by 1, and we move this guy over here by 1, does it still feel nice? I'd say it could. It depends. It certainly does. I think it felt better when it was closer, possibly, or further. Closer or further? Copy here, undo, you here, undo. So closer or further. And let me move island here. Hold on, grab you, move you here, slide you on over to here. You've been banished. Shoo, be gone. Let's see. Zooming out. You know what? Let's try adding the peck part and see how well that goes. So if I were to just super duper quickly grab this guy here, make sure our other guys aren't enabled. They're all getting enabled. Oh boy. Are we good? Are there multiple guys? There's only one guy. Okay. We should be a-okay. And I did read that as well. Lovely, lovely. So what I wanted to do is if I slide this guy over here, save it, and we were to add in a new layer just to help things simplify along. And we were to do a diagonal line here. So something like that there, that there. And I think there is, nope, there's just that line there, that line there. I'm guessing we would want to do, it seems to be the case that it goes dark in top or bottom, depends. Something like that, I'm curious to see if it does make a difference. Maybe we can even go down here like that and that, or I guess it would be here because it's lighter. So possibly we could do something like this here, and then this here, maybe. And then if we copy you here and slide you on over to Funky Town, hold on, grab you there and there. Okay, there we are. So with those modifications made, does it feel like it makes much of a difference? Should it even have those guys there? And with how the outline is inconsistent at the bottom, the shoulders kind of look like very short arms. Oh, I don't see it. Thankfully, I don't see it. With how inconsistent the outline is at the bottom of the shoulders. Little arms, I'm glad I don't see it. I really am. Oh boy, that would just be cursed all over again. I'm not even trying at the moment. Not even using my full power. Let me get a little bit of lemonade here. Tasty, tasty. So let's see here. As I zoom in and save. Yeah, okay. I think of the two, we could also go for the neither option as well. I'm kind of leaning more towards this one here. This one on the left feels as though it's better than the other one. So let's keep it. Next up, what I'm going to do is I'm going to add a little bit of a wiggly line here for our sternocleidos mastoid. And then let's see about softening it. So for example, here we could add a little bit of this guy here, make it go diagonal, which is why I'm adding the edges. And then for this bit here, we can also soften the edges here. So we could add it to there, add a little bit here. Maybe you could even soften it there so it goes upwards. It kind of looks like it's going downwards. You could even make it darker, truth be told. I think that's what this would be, or what's the word I'm looking for? I think the head would feel nicer if it were out more. So what I'm thinking is maybe for the head area, we use this color here. So what I want to do instead is I want to use, and let me grab this guy here so that it's not too much on me. We move that there and that there, move that there, that there, that there. And then we go all the way up here and fill all of these guys in as well. I think that might look nicer. Granted though, it's not going to off the bat because we now have to redo our anti-aliasing. So for example here, I would grab this guy here, move you about here, and I'm just selecting all of the area that we use it in, which is good. And then after that, I'm going to grab our outline shape. So this dark color here, I'm going to go halfway, and it's going to be this color here. Then I'm going to grab that color here and fill it in with, wrong thing. Hold on, move that down to a layer here. There you go, complete. Okay, now we go and we grab that. And this will be our darker color. And then we take that darker color and we go down halfway again. So it's going to be this color, and we grab that color there. It would look more something like that instead of the other one. And I definitely think it's a small difference, but I do think it does give it a little bit more detail than we had. So, you know, we keep it. But that said, I think this might be it for our muscle man here, and we can see about doing another person. What I will lastly add is I want to add the ears. So we haven't done ear study yet, but I do think it's a fun idea to get in the idea at least. We won't do detailed ears at the very least, but we can do a little some. So I'm gonna go ahead and erase this guy here, erase you here, erase you here, and maybe we can have the ears kind of go up here and here. I could definitely see that being the ears. So we'll go ahead and add a darker color, possibly this color here. And we're making not Slender Man out of here. Oh boy, he's strong man. And I did read that, lovely, lovely. We'll go ahead and add this here and add that there. And then you know what? We can even finish it off with a small thing of adding a light right here at the very top of his head. Though technically speaking, we would then have to, what's it called? We would have to add then this here, so that would have to go there and there and then there and there, and then we'd have to grab the other color here, the darker one, just so that the anti-aliasing would mix right. But I would do something like that, even add possibly a darker color. It's kind of what I did up here too. I do like this. And the thing is, as well as I said before, you would probably never see this unless you would do a beach party episode like these characters have it. I guess I want to be crazy enough, but I had a hard time finding characters that had the collarbone exposed. 9 times out of 10, you won't need it, but I do like the idea of doing it because I do think it lets you understand what goes into it below the clothing, and that way you don't run into a situation like with hands where you always put your hands in your pockets or behind the back because you don't know how to do it. So I'd at least like to know, even if I never use it. Just a small understanding. That way I can say it's been done. That said though, now that we've looked at those guys, let's go ahead and I will remove this guy. Let's take a look at another photo, shall we? And you know what? For the fun of it, let's do a female now. I'll go ahead and slide you on over to here, and let's see if we can find maybe a different pose instead. I don't know if all of them are front poses, but let's try a female pose at a different angle and see how we fare with that. And now, with the information we also have from this guy, let's see how well we can do. So I'll go ahead and grab you here. I'll slide you on over. We'll subtract over here. Now, for female photos, let's see what I have here. We have, are you very visible? You're pretty visible, I'd say. I can definitely see it here and here. We have, let's see. You, I do like the way the shoulders raised here. You can definitely see a lot more bone, which I do like. We also have here, which is more in the what's the word I'm looking for? Fairer side. And now paste Tem's face onto it. Hold on. Oh boy, I completely forget what that would even be. Hold on, let me just let me do that there, that there. Tem, yes indeedy. Tem, what did you look like again? Hold on. It'd be very easy to see. I usually have it on record here. It would be the idea of let's see, we can do this a little bit here, we can do that there, and then we'd add a little bit of blush. So let me grab this color here. You'd add a little bit of blush here, a little bit of blush here, and then you'd add a little bit of, no, I'm doing Timmy, aren't I? I'm doing Timmy. Oh boy. There you go. That, you know what? It's Timmy's face. Timmy's grown up. Timmy's been going to the gym. Oh boy. I'm thinking about the one, yep, the Tom. That was the name, and that's the, oh, and a Timmy. You know what, I'm gonna save this. We're gonna move it up here. And then we're gonna grab this guy here and just keep this for safekeeping. Oh boy. And then we'll go ahead and grab this here and I'll remove it so that the layer goes back to what it should be, but yep, do you even lift, bruh? Oh boy. Alrighty, right, where were we? And that's the one on the canvas as we speak. Who's on the canvas? Or, oh, this one here? This isn't even Tem. This isn't even, I just drew this, but I guess the face, the little smile, I can, hold on. That is definitely doable. I can do copy you here, yep, and then just very, very quickly, just, I am curious. We'll then go new layer here, and we'll grab that there. Just fill you in if it lets me. I want to draw, yep, just do that there, and then just and how much do you lose, bro? Oh boy. I don't know what's more menacing. This one or this one? Oh boy. Let me go ahead and I quite like this one, so we'll keep it, and then we'll keep going. I'm thinking we can do probably, let's do this one. I think this one might be our best bet. You get a little bit of the extra bits in the body, and yeah, both! Oh boy, both is good. I'll grab this here to make it easier to see a smidge. So I'll grab you, move you on over to about here and here. And this should be more than enough to have an area. So breaking it down again like what we did before, let's see what part of the face we can find. If I go and slide you over here, slide you down here, and slide you up to here. Let's see, no, hold on, let me get some lemonade too. Oh no, ad breaks are about to start as well. You know what, let's all-in-one special. Let me go ahead and click on the run ad break, and there we go. Okay, we're all good. With that said, now let me get some lemonade. Tasty, and yeah, both is good. Oh boy, let's see. If I slide on over here, I'm just curious to see. We can definitely add both of them. The template brothers have leveled up. Oh boy. I'll go ahead and copy you here, slide you. Oh, you're doubled, I see. Understandable. We'll just do this here, we'll just do this here, and then we'll just grab this here, and then we'll grab you here. Hold on, let me just go ahead and do that there, and then we'll just go ahead and do that there, and there you go. There you go. Now, do we go all the way up? Or do we go all the way down? I think, you know what, in the center. I think inner center works. Oh boy. All right, we'll eliminate, and then we can do some back stretches while we're waiting. Or yeah, back stretches. We haven't done back stretches. We did neck stretches earlier. So let's see. It has been consumed. All right, and Tim's testosterone. Bad. Oh boy, testosterone Timmy. Oh boy. Let's go ahead and start off by going to the right here a little bit. Oh my. And then we'll go to the left a little bit here. And then we'll go to the back a little bit. And now what's cooking food? I see we have mighty Stash Man. Many versions of Stash Man. He has been upgraded. Can we make a super buff Tim? Oh boy, hold on. I think we still have the face, if I'm not mistaken. No, we have Tem already. This is, let's see, Tem. This is Tem. This is Timmy. We don't have Tom on here. Oh boy. Let's go to the back a little bit. And then we'll go to the front a little bit. The three bros of muscle. Oh boy. There we are. And Tim testosterone. That was good, but it's sad it's so good. Oh boy, it's sad. Just a little bit more stretching. So you know what? I'm gonna stretch backwards. And you know what? I was just stretching backwards and doing your, what's it called? Shoulder blade, which is called not the clavicle. Hold on. Recall time. Can I recall the word? It is the, nope, I don't remember. Nah, he's too human looking. We'd have to change the colors. And he's CPR right, and 99.9% muscle. Hold on, we still have time before the ad break is up. I'll go and do a new layer here, paste you onto here, and we'll just go and do edit. We can do adjustments here, lower down our saturation, and that should hopefully, it should help, like this here and that there. And hold on, you need more luminosity though. That can help a little bit though. It needs to be a little bit more brown, but let's see, saturation up a little bit more. Oh, that's pretty good. That's pretty good right there. There you are. Ah, yes. That looks like them. Welcome back from the ad break. All right. Shall we continue? I did read that. Lovely. Oh boy, my E key's funny. With that said, we move on to female now. Oh boy, let's go ahead and slide this guy over here, slide you up to about here. I think I'm in the area. Yeah, we're in the area. We'll go ahead and save that. Now, for this lady here, let's go ahead and identify the muscles and the bone. So I'll go ahead and zoom in here, and basically the Forever Alone meme and a little vein. I don't know how to draw a vein. Would it just be a little red thingamajiggy here? I'd have to look at how to do it. It makes him look like a baby. Oh boy. Oh my. Not gonna lie, the face of the one guy that should be a profile pic of all mods. It is quite silly. Beauty! That's what I've done! Oh boy! Alrighty then. Right, back to the series completely! No, no funny business here. Hold on now! Why are you so quick to murder? We'll go to draw here. I'll zoom in a little bit more. About there. So first up, we have our sternocleidos mastoid, and who gave the baby access to? This is all your fault. Now you get to live with your consequences. Oh boy, silliness is off the chart again. I don't know how we get here. Oh my. What I can see right away is that there's a very strong line for our sternocleidos mastoid here. And I also see a little bit softer, a little bit of a softer line here, kind of going this way. So we'll add that in there. Next up for our clavicle, I believe we went with red, if I'm not mistaken. Eris is a machine that turns bad ideas into even worse realities. I make great ideas greater. Yeah, yep, that's 100% on me. We have here the clavicle, so I'll go ahead and go back down here. And what we saw before, right, double checking. Looking at these guys, there is a little bit of like kind of a, I almost see it as a furrowed brow, kind of like a thing that goes downwards. That's not a bad way to put it. I've seen it like this, that way before. So I've seen it go this way, and then we'd have this way for our handlebars. But having it go more so like, well, no, that is the shape I drew, isn't it? I see. No, that's the shape I did. It's just very smooth, but I see it. Do you see it? It's a little S and a radical clavicle. A radical dude. And I blame her studying classes for my current misery and figuring out the muscle structure. I've done nothing of the sort. And maybe you should draw a fragrant meme angle. That would be painful.
Idels has just redeemed glasses toggle.
Redeem, I sure can do. Hold on, let me get the clock out here for our timer. Oh boy. The thing is that would require knowing how to draw the head. And we've drawn the neck, but not the head. The head has not been done. Glasses are on, and the 10 minutes starts now. Thank you for the redeem, Ed. Oh boy. Let's see. So we have our handlebar here, and then we have a handlebar kind of going here, if I had to guess, about here and here. And then what we're noticing for, hold on, there we go, about there, I'd say. And then we have the blue for the head. And this head here, definitely doing a different work. And I didn't want to get into head studies quite, so I'm gonna hope that they don't really have to go into that detail. Just know that face is here. Face exists. So I'm gonna grab that there. That's the face, just about. You kind of go outwards a little bit, kind of go over a little bit. So we're just gonna do that there, and then kind of have you go midward here a little bit, and have the face kind of come there, and then you'll come back here a little bit, then you'll go back here, and then face completed. Yep, that'll be the face. That'll be what it is. And then we have the white for the, what is it called? Spine. The spine. And with the glasses, I can understand what's going on. Big brain time. It's a divine blessing that Iris isn't a plastic surgeon. You would trust me with surgery. Oh boy, I can say with 100% certainty, I am very clumsy. I would not do, nope, I should not be trusted around anything dangerous like that. I'll leave it to the professionals. I'm gonna put here the, what is it called, the spine. And the thing is as well, I'm not sure if I want to put here the spine specifically, because I know that the spine has a little bit of, hold on, let me get a different color here. The spine is a little bit interesting. Well, I say a little bit. It's very interesting. It's the fact that the human spine is different from an animal spine, and that it goes inwards instead of outwards, allowing you to lay on your back. It's very neat. And I wouldn't trust you to toast some bread, let alone perform surgery. Hold on now. Oh boy, I wouldn't trust you with an easy bake oven. Hold on now. I am a great baker. Oh boy, cooking's another story, but I bake weekly. Thank you very much. Let's see if I go ahead and do this. What I wanted to say, and let me get a different color here, as the color should be different. And if Iris were a surgeon, you would hear her. Time to go to sleep. Night, night. It'll all be over soon. Oh boy, the face here. Oh boy, and you're not me. These are what ifs, they're not reality. Very different. I was going to say that the back, the neck curves a little bit. Would you trust such a cheerful surgeon? Oh boy. If you look here, hopefully I can show you what I mean a little bit differently. How the neck is bending, and then the rest of the body. So there's a bit of an S curve when it comes to the neck. So it leans forward. So when I'm seeing her neck here, I'm wondering, it's probably going to lean forward, isn't it? It's not going to be in the center of her body. It's going to be at the back of the head. That's where the spine is. Back of the head here. Kind of, never mind, maybe it's the root of the head. That looks a little bit more like the root of the head. And she'd be laughing while oh boy, just unplugged through all the medical machinery. And if you try to explain it so wrong, you're just like... Now you've accused me of breaking an artery. Oh boy, let's go back up to here. Oh my. Let's see. If we click on draw here, aside from the spine, yes, we have pink for the trapezoid here, which is very small compared to the muscular one here. So we kind of see a bit of a triangle there. And then we have a lot, what's the word I'm looking for? A lot, maybe finer, not finer. I think the word starts with an F. Fairer, maybe fairer. Fairer shoulders. They're not very bulky compared to the muscular. So let's see. I go ahead and click on, I think that's a good color. Yeah, you're a good color. And crawling through the fifth floor window into your room, giggling and holding the scope. Oh boy, that just sounds horrifying. And anything but the spine. The spine will be fine, I assure you. It'll be fine. Let's see. Remembering from the male, even though we don't see the muscle anymore, we know that it kind of has this V shape, and then it kind of comes outwards. If I do something like that there, it kind of looks like that. So when we're looking at this lady here, do we see that shape that's going on? Maybe if I do that guy there, it can explain the look of it a little bit more. The shoulder pad. Are we seeing the shoulder pad? No worries, Bobby doesn't have one. Oh, he is an invertebrate, right? I think that's what it is. So if I'm looking here, I think I'm seeing a shoulder like this here. And then this guy goes down. So it's a lot softer is the hope I'm trying to see. Maybe it would go down here a little bit more, so something there and there. Something about there-ish is, I think, the idea here. Very soft, super duper soft compared to everything else. And then we'd have guy here, come down here, come down here. I think that's worth not anymore. Hold on now. Oh boy. We'll go ahead and close this guy, save it, and then let's give this lady a try. And no harming shall be done. She'll live, and she'll live even better, if anything. This is gonna be fine. Oh my. Let me go ahead and slide this guy up. And for skin tones, let's choose a different one. Maybe we go... Ooh, tricky. She seems like she has tan skin, so maybe we go for the tan one. Let's go this one. And with that said, we'll slide you back over to this area here. Slide you... Oh, hold on. You need to be in that one. Yep. Okay. Slide you over and save. Okie dokie. So, with all of that said and done, good to go. Let me also grab this guy here, since this should be the skin. Yep. No. Give me a second to clear my throat here. All right, I'm all good to go. With that said, let's see. We start off step 1 by drawing the lady's face. So, do we want to go bigger or do we want to go smaller? The thing is, as I said before, I've noticed the pattern of it being 64 by 64 unless you're doing really, really big sprites. For example, here, Fields of Mystery sprites are huge. This is the goal I would want to get to. And this here is 176 by 176. And I kind of draw a barista who looks like a muscular Gordon Freeman. That's very specific. And why does this guy look toasted? His skin color feels odd, does it? I found a reference for tan skin. This is supposed to be bronzer skin, but I can see how a little bit. Maybe if we lower down the saturation a little bit. So if we just lower down the saturation, like here. Oh, I like a little bit of the cold feels nice. Now that's way too much. But maybe here a little bit more. Something there might work out a little bit better. It suddenly looks like buttered and toast. Oh, it's cute. Oh boy, it's just a little guy. Let's see. I was going to say for Stardew Valley, you can see 64 by 64. Ooh, I didn't even realize we can use Stardew Valley, can't we? Okay, do you have any clavicles shown? I am seeing a bit of a clavicle here. All right. Well then, let's try 64 by 64. Let's upgrade it a little bit. I prefer my Thames medium rare. Oh boy. Well done, Jack. Well done. Oh my. We'll go ahead and save this guy here. So if we're doing 64 by 64, we're upping up the game here, because I think this might take us the rest of the stream, truth be told, depending how big it gets. Let's start off with the face here. I see, and we did the face shape here, so I'm thinking usually we start off the face shape with a guy like this guy here, and let me zoom out a little bit more about here and here. The issue is we won't be able to use the symmetry tool, and I do love me a good symmetry tool, but you know what? It's fine. It's all right. We're okay. I'm going to just do this guy here, and we're going to very faintly draw in the face. We don't have to do it too much, just something to get us by at the moment. So I'm gonna grab you here, and so we start with a pancake. Delicious. Hold on. Yep, pancake. Oh, never mind. I thought I was able to do a little bit of this. There we go. Yep, there we go. Pancake. And then the syrup. There we go. Yep, that's a pancake. It looks like a, what's it called? I think it starts with a B. Not a waffle, but something else. Something else that starts with a B. Let's see. Let me grab that there. And we'll go ahead and just slowly try our best to map out the beginning of the face. So I kind of see her face come here, and it looks like Homer! Oh boy, that's very specific. A bee? No, not a bee. It's a food. I forget what it's called though. It starts with a B. It's a breakfast food, I think. That starts with a B. Possibly. I don't remember though. Oh boy. We'll go ahead and have this guy go here and here. A banana? Definitely not a banana. Definitely not. Oh boy. We'll go to our head here. So our head guy goes here. We'll paste our head here. Then we'll slide this guy over to here. Move this burrito? Definitely not a burrito. There are breakfast burritos, but nope, not a burrito. Not at all. We'll move this guy over here a little bit. Maybe make you come down a smidge here and here. Maybe have it kind of come inwards a little bit more about here and here. Possibly we can have it come outwards a little bit. And again, I'm not trying my best to do something super duper detailed because this is not a head study or a portrait study. We'll get there soon, but I just want to do something that feels like it is possible to be 64 by 64. I think this is okay. I think this is fine. Now the question is, how can we do the eyes? So if I go up here and slide you up here, we can do some super duper simple eyes, hopefully, from what we've learned. And a banana? A pancake? A pancake? Definitely not. Oh boy. The timer is up. So no more big brain. We have been reduced back to orc. Let's see. We'll go here. We'll go here. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to add, I think eyes would go about possibly here. So we'll do eye here since her eyes are showing there. So I'm going to put an eye here. And then I'm thinking I'm going to put an eye there. And I'm also going to put an eye here. And you know, funny enough, we do have the beginning of a face study, don't we? We've done the nose. We've done the eyes. We just need to do the ears and everything else. We've done the hair. We're getting there slowly, and from crime solver to crime dealer. No crimes have been committed in the making of this film. Oh boy, we'll slide this guy over a little bit here. Maybe a little bit less saturated. Have the eye kind of go out a little bit more. Something, again, not too much. Just something to put on so we don't have to look at empty space. And I see here, that and that. Hold on. Yeah, okay, I should be able to erase you then. Something there and there, possibly there. And then we can even see about going back down there, possibly back down there. But I think this is fine. We can then have the eye, because the eye should probably go about here and here. So we can have it kind of wiggle up to there. Maybe remove it here, have you come down here. Have you kind of come down there and there, possibly, depending on the eye. But I like that. I think that's fine. And then let's go ahead and see about eye colors. How about we do... I see no eye color. Well, we'll just do... How about green? Sure, we'll go with green. Grab the green. Grab the green. And we'll slide you back over to here. Back into PAL here. Yep, hi, green eye. We'll grab this green. So we'll use... Hold on. And you know what? Very quickly as well, I think it could be fun to see about grabbing, as I'm finding this guy here, what colors, or the colors we used, or we found out were used for if I go to, let's see here, hold on, where are we at? Pixelart of the day, that's what I was saying. Here, what colors did we see here before? We know that there is a black dot for the eyes, but can we add the black dot? I don't know. We can add this guy here. We can add this guy here for starters. That's number one. And I look away for 5 minutes, and now there's a potato with menacing eyes. That's not menacing. Menacing eyes would be something like this here. Hold on. That would be this. This would be menacing. Yep, that would be menacing right there. And hi, Koguotani? Welcome back in the stream. Please correct me if I'm wrong. But welcome in, and welcome back as well. Let's see. We'll go ahead and remove that here. So we know that the eyes kind of have a rounded bit that we saw when we did the Pixelart of the day. Next up, and if I'm gonna go ahead and undo that as well, and that's just girl! Oh boy. What we can add next is, apparently there is a dark color, depending on what it is. So maybe we can go a little bit darker for the center of the eye here. So maybe we can do something here. We'll do an eye bit here, maybe here, and then maybe here and here. That does make it look like a cat eye though, and we aren't going for cat. So maybe we can do something here and here like that, possibly. And then it seems to be the case that we have a darker green. So I'm going to grab a darker green here very quickly. Darker green along here and here. And if anything, yeah, this is fine. This is okay. We'll then add in our white dot here and a white dot here, about there and there. And then lastly, I think we just have to add in the shadow. So I'll add in the shadow here. I'll add in the shadow here. You could possibly get away with doing a little bit more eye and stuff, but again, I don't want to focus too much on this. I just want something pretty to look at while we're drawing. So we'll keep it as this, and that's just go anime orange. Oh boy, I have not seen annoying orange before. That is for certain. We'll go ahead and remove this guy here, have this guy kind of slide over a little bit. And looking at this, oh, I completely forgot. I merged that down, didn't I? Oh boy, hold on. Let's do that there, and then have you come up there. There we go. There we are. And I know this is a side angle perspective, but the head shape is scarily close to... Oh, one can dream. One can certainly dream. We'll go back over to where are we at? To this lady here that we were looking at. And it seems to be the case that maybe, if anything, the eye kind of goes downwards here. Something about down here and down there, kind of down that way. And I'm just going very fast as I can, so that it's not too much. I just want something, again, look at, that seems nice, seems fun. Maybe we could add that there, have it come up a little bit more here and here, possibly there and there. Here's a little bit of eyebrow, so I'll just quickly grab an eyebrow to have it come downwards a little bit here, possibly there and there. And then we can have another eyebrow about here and here, so we can have the eyebrow kind of come here and here. Maybe about there and there, possibly. And then, let's see, noses and everything, right? If we were to add a nose from remembering our nose study, we know that there's a front diamond here, so probably it's going to be a nose like this here, probably here and here and here for our diamond, the front of our diamond, so probably something like that there and there, maybe down a little bit more and diamondy, so maybe more so this and this and this here, about a shape like that, and then you would have the darker part of the diamond, so the shadow. Do we see a shadow? We do see a shadow for a face. So I might add a shadow about here and here for the bottom of the diamond. Maybe a little bit down there and down there, and then down there. And with that said, now we grab this guy here, lower it down a little bit more, and just very quickly, very briefly looking at her nose. She seems to have a round nose. So what I'm thinking is we're gonna grab this guy here, this head there. Yep, that's good. Okay, grab that there. We add a line for the nose, have this kind of come out a little bit more, have it come out a little bit more here, and then have this guy maybe come in about here, here, and here. So possibly have it come in around here, but I think this is fine. I think adding maybe a dot here is fine. And if we remove this guy here, you can kind of see the nose. And the question is, do you want to go for smaller nose, bigger nose? It definitely depends on the person. I think we can just go for something simple, very simple. And I think the nose going down is a little bit better. And so next week will be the portrait study. We still have to learn how to draw ears. Ears are still something we've yet to cover. So that'll be a lot of fun. I got this guy here. And then we also just need a little smile. So we're gonna bring her up to a smile here. Let's smile. Smile. Smile? Is that a smile? That's not a smile. 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 There we go. That's a smile. All right. There we are. All right. So now with that good to go, and I'm wondering as well, yeah, I think this is a little bit better. Okay. With that said, our neck, looking at our muscles and everything, what are we seeing? And I'll also do this as a nose bit there. Nose guide. It should be nose guide. So nose guide, G-U-I-D-E. Nose guide. We'll save this guy here. Now, let's see about adding the extra bits. So, to start off, I think the best way to go about it would be to add the clavicle first. That seems to be the best bet. And let me get the last of my lemonade here. No more lemonade, unfortunately. I'll go ahead and save this guy here. And now, I'm thinking it would probably be about maybe here and here. I'm trying to see, is it better to do, well, what's the better technique to use? Do we start off by, and I meant clavicle. I wanted to grab the clavicle. Which would be easier? And we also have to remember we're keeping in this shape, so we might have to move the head up, depends. I'm thinking maybe not. Maybe we start off with the sternal mastoid by doing this area here and figuring out where the neck will be at. And from what I'm seeing, she has a bit of a chin, so we maybe go down here a little bit more, maybe up here would be more of the neck, or just the muscle where the neck would go, the tube for the neck, before we even add anything else to it. I think that might be our best bet. If anything, I think I'm going to grab her head, go up a little bit more, so I'm gonna grab you here, go up a little bit more here, and move this guy and move it a little bit down, and skinny neck! Don't worry, and a smile! Oh boy, don't worry, it'll get changed. The thing is, we're just doing the infrastructure at the moment. I want to move her mouth down, so I'm gonna move this guy down a little bit here. I think the proportions are a little bit off, so we're gonna move you here and here, maybe a little bit there, and then move you down here a little bit. There you go. Just a little bit more mouth there, a little bit more head along the top side here. And you could definitely go with a little bit more of a smaller smile. There you go. Happy now? Oh boy. With that said, I also want to add an outline since the other characters have an outline. So we'll grab this dark black for now, and let's also add an outline so that we don't forget moving forward. Let's see, that outline would go here. We have an outline here, and this will just be so that when we do add the neck in, it'll also have the outline. So we'll grab this guy here, grab this guy here. We'll be able to add all the anti-aliasing later when we need to, but I'm just gonna do this guy here, and then we're probably gonna have you come up a little bit. So probably grab you there, there, and there. I do that guy here and here. Hold on, mug guy there. There we are. And why is the right eye so low? I thought it was a lower, what is it called? I thought this guy was lower, but it actually looks higher. So you are correct. Let's see, up there a little bit. Ah, yeah, that definitely helps. I thought the perspective was a little bit different. Is it the case then that this guy should be higher then? Like that there, maybe? I don't remember what's the rule. I think I might have had it swapped. We'll do that guy there, that guy there. Zoom out a little bit here for our other areas here so I can see both of them. We're gonna drag you down so that you're also visible. And I'm even going to make you go up. Oh, never mind. I'm going to have this guy go up. And considering the scale you're working with, I think having them level, interesting. That's a fair point. Let's see. I'll move this guy to about here, save it. That does make sense. And when something like this small scale, having it not as detailed as I would think, that definitely does make sense. Go ahead and have this guy go down a little bit more, possibly down there. Now you go down a little bit more here, and so it gives the impression of being slightly further. That does make sense. So maybe have the left eye be smaller. Oh, smaller? I don't know. We can see about it. I'm curious to see, at least when it comes to looking at the portraits, if one face or one side of the face is a little bit smaller than the other one. That would be interesting to see. We'll go up here, have this guy go up a little bit more, possibly about there and there. Okay, and now we have a little bit of a better room to work with when it comes to the bit here. And I know something here definitely is off. It certainly is, but at the moment we're not here for that. So I'm gonna leave it as is. That's just the face here. Oh boy. With all that said, let's see. Now back to our neck. Knowing what we know and looking at this, does this feel like the length? There's definitely a way to measure it in size, but I think we can get away with this for now. Just something like this. Just have the neck kind of go down here, kind of go down there. Depends, we'll see. Next up, we also have and now I think this is where we would add the clavicle in. So we can see it, and if I'm just looking at this, I can kind of see her eye probably would end here maybe, if we're looking at it maybe here, maybe a little bit closer, but we'll try here for now. Maybe there? I think it should be a little bit smaller, possibly here. And we can always modify it too. Should be the case, or if it is the case, it need be. We know that our handlebar is going to be a little bit of an S. So I'd say that's pretty good. That's already a little bit of an S. It kind of goes inwards and outwards. And then this guy here is also going to have a little bit of a handlebar. So let's see, probably here and here, maybe about there and there. For now, we can just keep it as it is. And now let's go ahead and add our chops. So I can go ahead here, and we know that it's supposed to be a small triangle. So let's see about just doing a small triangle here. Hold on, small triangle. I said. Why aren't you agreeing to my terms? Small triangle. There we are. Small triangle, and then we know that there is also a small triangle here. So we'll add a small triangle about here too. So small triangle. There we are, and fill that guy in there too. And hi Claude, thank you for the raid, and welcome to the stream. I hope you had a lovely stream, and I assume you were doing pixel art, but welcome in all. If you don't know, hello, I am Mira Cesara. I am a game developer, and I'm trying my best to get better at pixel art so I can I can put pixel art into my games. We do pixel art studies once a week, and today's week of the time, the topic is learning how to draw pixel art next. And specifically, we're talking about the clavicle, the trapezoid, the neck bit here, and what we already did is we've created beauty, truly. And hi. And shoulders are typically 2.5. Yep. And wide accounting for angle. Yep. I think I said that earlier. 3 wide. This is the final bit. We've been comparing and contrasting pixel art from official games, for example, Fields of Mystery right here. Let me go ahead and give you a shout out. Shout out. At Clown. I hope you had a lovely stream, Clown. And if you have to raid and run, I 100% understand as well. And Eris, hi, Robin the Who. Welcome in the stream as well. Welcome in and welcome back. That is a name I do recall. And I do hear that as well. Good, lovely. Yeah, I was saying before how, depending on the person, you can see here, the head will be 2.5, a 3. It also depends on anime. I've seen it vary. Sometimes you can eye it, but technically speaking, since I have no idea what I'm doing, I probably shouldn't be eyeing it. The issue is at the moment that we haven't done a head study, or I think I will run! Well, thank you for stopping by, and make sure to get some good old R&R, very important. And bye all, take care, you too. Thank you again. Let's see here. The thing is, we haven't done a skull study. I remember doing a skull study on my own like 5 years ago, but I definitely think maybe before we do the maybe before the ear study we do a skull study. Would that be better? Because I faintly remember the skull, but we don't even know how to draw the skull. So yeah, next one will probably be skull study, and then we'll do ear study. I think that would make more sense. And a facial composition study, that'll be the portrait study. That'll be bringing everything we've done together. So for example, here we've done eyes, we've done nose, we haven't done a mouth study. I don't think we need to. Now, and then maybe so, maybe not. We have done an expression study. I think next up will have to be a head study, so just a skull study for turning the heads in different directions, and then an ear study. I think that'll be the name of the game here. We'll go ahead now and use our yellow to see where hold on, this would be called not our traps, it's the shoulder muscle, deltoids. And also, if you're learning anatomy, have a look at, I was just talking about Michael Hampton earlier in the stream. Yes, indeed, I even have his book. And they have an excellent and exhaustive educational resource channel for gesture and anatomy. Yes, indeed, I can recommend. Feel free to ignore if you're aware. I am certainly aware, but there's a need to say it again. As yes, it is handy. And usually did my old skull study. I can't stress how helpful it was. Yeah, I've done a skull study in the past. A lot of skulls, but it's been so long, I definitely think a refresher would be very handy. And a study for each of the 206 bones. Hold on now. Hold your horses now. Let's not get crazy. I'm gonna add a little bit guy here, like I see that shape for our deltoids, so I'm gonna try my best to not go too specific and not too big. The thing is as well, you have to worry if it's either going to be human proportions or are we going for anime proportions. I want to go for something more anime. The thing is, we're going a little bit more realistic just to get an understanding of what's going on, but in the future, I want to do more anime. But the thing is as well, is that in order to do anime, you gotta know what you're breaking. So I'm more than fine doing something like this where it's a little mixture of both. The art we're studying at the moment, Fields of Mystria, it does more of an anime style, so that makes sense if my stuff would lean more towards anime. But then you have a game like Stardew Valley, which is not quite as anime. And oh, we'll be able to also see how they do the turns of heads. Oh yeah, okay, hold on. I saw nothing. We don't see anything yet. We don't get to compare and contrast quite yet. I'll go ahead and save this guy here. Let's go ahead and now try to add the sun. So I'm gonna make sure our anatomy guy is low. There you go. And then we can go ahead and remove you here. Now let's try adding on the other bits. So I'll go back to our head bit here, and oh, hold on. I did remember we also have to do a copy paste, slide you over. The goal is to make this 64 by 64, hold on, 64 by 64. So we're staying within this box. We've gone a little bit bigger. And as an expert, which bone would you say is the easiest to snap? You know what? I know the answer to that, but I'm not gonna say it. Oi! Oh boy. Let me go ahead and slide this head over, and it's unroaring. It was a joke from one time I saw with D&D. It was specifically when a guy was talking about how it's a long story. It's not that bad, I assure you. I'm not gonna say it because then no, not happening. I'm moving your head up a little bit more here. You're laughing so no. Oh boy. Let's see here. I'll grab this guy and let's do the outline of it. So I'll go grab the head here. And hi Nemo. Welcome to the stream. Welcome, man. Why not? The easiest and most efficient way would be the hands, since your phalanges have the most bones in them in an entire body. So that would be the most efficient way, technically speaking. But it is a neat, just biology fact. Oh boy, let's see here. What layer are you? You're incomplete. I want to grab our head here, and yeah, no. I heard it from someone else. I didn't find out this information on my own. Oh boy, I wanted to move this layer here and paste it to this layer. There we are. That layer grabbed, that layer grabbed. Okay, good. I believe we're good to go. Hide that layer here. Yeah, and I want to remove you here. Cops can't be arresting anyone if they don't have any clavicles. Checkmate. What did I miss? Right now, we are working on the yoke. It is what was described in a book I read earlier today. It's the idea of the neck, the clavicle, the trapezoids, the deltoids in the shoulder, and how those parts of the body interact to create that specific spot that tends to be interlinked when it comes to making portraits. So what we did was, if I slide back over to here, we've already done a more muscular version of an idea, and now we're doing a more feminine to see. We're also upping the size. So we're going from, I believe, I think this is, hold on, I think if I were to guess, I'm gonna say this is 48 by 48, and now we're kicking it up to 64 by 64. So we're going up a little bit. And the other 6 keys in the book, checkmate. Oh boy. With that said, let's see. What I do know I want to do, just as something I've noticed, is I want to move her eyes up a little bit. So I want to move her eyes up here, and then I want to move that up here. There we go. Just a little bit, just a smidge. I think the eyes can be moved up just a little bit. Just something was off about that, but I think that solved it. I think that definitely solved it. And the spot makes a funny sound when you move it. Oh boy. With that said, let's see about now. We were working now. Once the draft of the bones and the muscles, we can now see about adding some frame. So what I wanted to do was, I wanted to see first about, if I slide this guy back up, this is the most important line, I think, when it comes to figuring out the neck. This would be our sternocleidomastoid, the V-looking one. So I'm going to grab our colors here, and we can use, I'm not going to look at these guys in detail yet. The hope is that we can slowly, bit by bit, start recalling the information. So I'm just going to grab what we already have and use it as a reference. So you're going to go here, you're going to go up there, there you go. That way we can see the difference. And with that said, you go ahead and save you here. And looking at this, it seems to be the case. I used a dark color for the outline, so I'm wondering we'll probably do something like this here. Now, granted, I know for certain that the ear, wherever the ear goes, is where this guy would link up to. So if we're having a little bit of trouble with the head positioning, I suppose it would not be too bad of an idea to at least figure out where the ear would go. We don't have to draw the ear, but the ear usually tends to go, I think, about here, back a little bit behind the eyes. It kind of goes down. So I might say we put the ear about here, possibly. Maybe. It's a little bit hard just because we don't see her ear. But I would say the ear might go here, or maybe it might go up a little bit more, about there and there. And then we see about having the ear just a little bit here and a little bit there. That way it's something, and it's something that we at least know exists. That's all I wanted to see about this guy here. If anything, maybe the ear would go up a little bit here, possibly. I don't know. Something about this definitely feels off. Maybe it's the spacing. Maybe it's the bit here, bit there. That definitely looks nicer. But her ear is too far down. So maybe we put you about here and here. Maybe, oh, hold on. Maybe you go about here, there. I think you would go there, if I had to guess. Which means the back of the head would be about there and there. That doesn't look too bad. And you would move this guy about here and here, since that would be... I know the problem. She doesn't have a brain. That would be pretty important to make a character look like a character. Adding a brain, she lacks one at the moment. It's all squishy. Hold on, I think I know what's making this very weird. Let's just give her a little bit more big brain, just a little bit more big brain. Something about there and there. There you go. That would definitely help. Certainly, certainly adding more of a cranium. What do you mean? That's a problem. You only know she doesn't have a brain. Oh boy, and more of the back too. Yeah, a little missing a little bit more here as well. I do agree. Yep, brain. Just add that brain there. Make it a little bit more foreheady. Maybe even add that a little bit in there. Yeah, just a little bit more. Just a little bit more. That definitely helped. That definitely helped. Mega mind, I feel offended. Oh boy. And I think as well you'd probably have to slide this guy over just a little bit here, possibly there, and then this guy can kind of go back a little bit, about there and there, about there, I'd say possibly would be it. And if anything, now it feels like this guy would come over a smidge about there. Yeah, that feels better. That definitely feels better. It still feels off, but it feels better. And hi Agape, welcome to stream, welcome in. And make it blue for a second. Hold on. He's more of like a... maybe more of that of sort of play. And Indiana Jones and the Crystal Skull. Oh boy, this is where doing a skull study would make sense. Definitely the people on the left should be against the edge of the face. It will help with the depth. Hold on, we can certainly do that. People on the left here, like that there, and then we have you here and here. Do a little bit of surgery, just a smidge of surgery here. Something like that. It does make it feel a little bit different. Maybe we could do here. The thing is, the eye kind of comes out from the head. So it makes me wonder, maybe... Oh no. That's definitely not it. Let's see. We have you kind of popping out here. This isn't supposed to be a profile study, but I want something nice to look at. That's the issue here. I feel a little offended. And you did it, sir. And the perspective is different, I think, but I'm not sure about it. Something feels off. And wolf perspective... Oh boy. We'll just go ahead and do this here. That definitely helped. It definitely did. Certainly did. I can say that much, is that something's changed. Definitely. It's changed by a lot too. It was the brain. I think next up the issue would be just moving that down a little bit more. Possibly even moving it down a little bit. No, I take it back. Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. No. Oh boy. Oh boy, okay, we just slide you over here, I think. I think that's the issue, and then we go back and you get slid over to here. There we go. There we are. That's a little bit better. I'm okay with that. I know it's totally other. She's fine. What do you mean? She's doing just good. Just peachy, really, when you think about it. We'll move that up there a little bit, move that up there. A little bit there, and there, I think might look a little bit better. Maybe up there, a smidge there and there. Possibly that could work out. And I don't know, I think I'd move the whole part of the face on the left to the right. Like the part of the face that's the left of the nose. Okay, hold on. You say move the left part of the face to the right. So you're saying, oh, you know what? They do that for Stardew Valley, don't they? I think I get what you mean. You have some spacing. Hold on. And slide you over by one there. Hold on. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's it. Hold on. I think you're onto something, Nima. Hold on. Okay, that goes there. You might have to move this nose to over like here instead. And then this guy here and this guy here. And then they're right here. And then some of this here. That definitely helps. And then you would move this over. Oh, that's a face. That's definitely more of a face than we've been facing today. Oh boy, maybe we would move these guys up by a little bit here, a smidge, about there and there, about there, and there's too much eyebrow here, so maybe you'd cut off a little bit of eyebrow. I mean, maybe a little bit more, less there. There you go. There you are. There you go. There you go. Something like that instead. I could definitely see it being the case in next day, by the way. Well, you see, the thing is, right now we are doing a thing called a recollection, where you recall your previous work and try to build off of it. And in this case, we have done a nose study, we've done an eye study, so it's only fair that as we move along and we're trying to slowly get better at drawing a portrait, it's important to make sure we cover all bases and refine on the details of our memory so that the past may allow us to travel through. Oh boy, I think that's called a distraction. Oh my, let me slide this guy over. Just one more thing I want to do, and then we go back to the main point. I want to slide that over here, possibly over there, smidge, and then have you come over here a little bit there and there and there. There we go. Possibly remove that there. Possibly even just do this here. Maybe we can do that there and there. I kind of like that a little bit better. Yeah, I like that. Okay, we're done for now. Oh boy. So back to what I was saying. The back of the ear, that's why this all started, was that I wanted to make sure that the sternocleidos mastoid could connect to the ear properly, because this head shape didn't look like it was going to fit. That's why we ventured off to where we did, because it didn't feel right. Now it feels more right to place a muscle here, for example. It didn't feel right placing a muscle there. That just felt odd. That's why we did all of that, to make sure that it connects to the head, because that's one of the things that I know people struggle with, and that I did struggle with, is how do you connect? So you've studied heads, you've studied necks. How do you connect the head and the neck, or connect? Oh boy, I hesitate. What do you mean, no? Oh boy, I see no problem with what just happened. Why? Oh boy, let's go ahead now and let's start off, you know, now that we're here. Adding that muscle or the line for the neck. I'm thinking we do this guy, and then I think that counts as proof that humans were designed by higher intelligence. They're not supposed to count as higher intelligence. I'm not sure. Maybe you're just not on my level yet, huh? Have you ever considered that? I'm gonna add a line here for the neck, I'm thinking, or maybe we add a line here for a separated area. Possibly there and there, maybe, or maybe we move it back. You don't even have a neck. An excuse. Oh boy, just awful all around, really. Well, go ahead then, and we'll use this color here for the moment of our clavicle. Hold on, this color. I want this color. Yes, that color. And I want to do a line here. Something faint that looks like it's kind of coming downwards, but we remember we don't want to do the center line. And Air's motivation goes beyond our comprehension. I'm pretty sure most of humanity was born above your level, shaking my head. Oh boy, this is peak skill here. Let's see, we'll do this guy. We'll have it kind of come down a little bit here. And I'm wondering, do we do it thin or do we do it thick? We'll see. For now, I just want to make something simple enough that we can see the differences as it's kind of going up and down. We'll definitely be adding anti-aliasing, so that'll definitely be a thing. And let me zoom in a little bit here. It's wild how just moving the face around, even if we're not changing the entire pixel, it changes it by a lot. And I have to go, no worries at all, check, no worries at all. Good luck with continuing the study without necessary distractions. Bad. Very bad. Thank you. I hope you have a lovely day. I think it's night or evening for you, but my point stands. And see ya indeed, and a deflated head to the left. You know, you have to start somewhere. We also know that this bit kind of, oh, hold on, wrong color. We also know that this bit kind of goes behind, so we'll kind of have it come downwards a little bit here like that. I'm thinking here and here for the area of the clavicle. So we'll have our clavicle kind of go down. We just need to keep in mind the center of it. And this is the center, I think. Or rather, right? I don't think that's the center because this is twisting. So if anything, I think the center of the clavicle is going to actually be about up here and here because we need this guy to twist. So it has to be diagonal. Yeah. Okay, so I'll go ahead and I'll add that line here. We would have it about here, I think. Or maybe, how do we do that there? Yeah, it would go there. And then we would have another line here, depending on what we want to do. I'm thinking, if anything, we don't do a line. Maybe we just do the line here, possibly. We'll see. Give me 1 second to clear my throat. There we are. So this guy there for the line bit. And then we have the back of the head, so we'll figure that out too. And I'm wondering, do the necks usually go upwards past it? Or how do they usually solve that? For now, you know what? We're gonna do this here. Keep it we're gonna keep it separate for the moment until we see how things are actually done. So I'm gonna grab this guy here. We won't add the hair. We have done a hair study before, and maybe just for fun, should we finish this lady early? Because I don't think we'll be able to get in another person. Maybe we can add a little bit of hair to her. We'll do that guy down there, and then there and there. There you go. About there and there and there. I definitely think something's off about this. Probably have to slide you over just a smidge here and there. I like that a little bit better. We'll go with that there, and then this would come back a little bit here, possibly about here and here. Maybe about there and there would be your better shot. Something there and there, I think, would be the head. Something there. We give her a dapper hat. Oh boy, of all things, dapper, very specifically. I see, you have taste and class. Well then, also make sure to add our line here for the back. So this guy goes outwards, and then it kind of goes down this way. So it makes me wonder, do we want to do this here? And it's a little bit tricky to see just because of her hair here. What I'm noticing is, undo, redo. Noticing this is the bit for the neck, so you have the head connected to the ear. The ear is about here because you can see the earring. So the ear's about here. We have the face kind of going upwards a little bit more. So if anything, truth be told, what I'm seeing is maybe more so this here. And the thing is as well is that because of the way we're doing it, accuracy might not be the best idea here because we're doing something a little more on the anatomy side. So we might have this guy kind of move over a little bit, maybe kind of come up here. And I do want to pay attention to how the neck connects to the head because that's going to be a tricky point. If we don't start doing it now, when we get into connecting things, that'll be tricky. So I'm definitely going to do my best to make sure that it does connect and it just doesn't go off in nowhere land. And we'll do that guy there, possibly. Or so that guy there and that guy there and there. Maybe. We'll just see. We'll see for now. We can always change it later should need be. After that, I'm thinking we have this guy for the line. And then after that, we'll also do this guy here for outer line. So this will be where the chest starts or where the chest ends at. That way we don't draw any of it. So we'll just do that there for our fill-in line. That way we don't have to do the fill-in line a little bit later. So we'll do probably there. We can always modify it a little bit later, should be. And just keep looking over to the side until... You know, you have to start from somewhere. It's the fact that I realized the issue, right? I remember a long time ago, and I say long time, maybe a few years ago, where I was struggling to draw the head, and I was struggling very specifically because I forgot to add the brain. Because you have to remember that the head requires brain movement. So I'm glad we figured it out. And don't talk to me or my deflated system ever again. It was redone. We're all good to go now. Oh boy. Let's see. We'll add then here and here. So this will probably be the rest of the... Probably there, right there. We can maybe even say this here for the underarm bit here. So you can probably get away with that there. Though I think they might look a little bit nicer to do here and here. Possibly do there and there and there for the rest of the shoulder area. So might just do that there. There we go. And then there's another one here. So what we can see about doing as well is having this guy come outwards a little bit here. I almost think it should go in a little bit. Something there. Might be a little bit nicer and smooth of you to say. Oh boy. Let's see. We'll go over here. We'll go over here. Now, I can't see it because it's been cropped. And I think I did that. But if we go to the full version of the photo, it seems to be the case that if anything, it's kind of coming back in space. So we can definitely add that a little bit here. It would go up a bit and be disturbed. So more so, the arm seems to come up here a little bit, up there. And then we have the rounder area. So you kind of would do that there. And then the clavicle. Oh, I definitely think that's not enough space. We need a little bit more space. If anything, I think this needs to come in a smidge about here and here. About here, possibly, for more. I think that would look a little bit nicer. And funny enough, that does line up more with the deltoid, right? I thought, yeah, deltoid. I'm gonna move this up a little bit more here and over here. Yeah, there's definitely no bones. There's nothing there for her body to latch onto. That doesn't look like it fits a clavicle. Okay, hold on, we can fix this. That's definitely way too weird. Let's try moving this guy in a little bit here. Add a little bit more about there and there, I think would work out a smidge better. Let's erase this guy here. Have you come in about here. You need to go upwards a bit. So you would go about up here and up here, possibly about up there. And then, let's see. It's possibly looking weird just because of and it kind of reminds me of the art style of old school Adventure Quest. I haven't heard of Adventure Quest, unless that's like a genre. Let me get a little bit of tea here. Tasty. And oh, you know what I completely forgot to do as well? Very important to the whole style of everything. We also need to do this here and then that there. There we go. Oh, hold on. A little bit probably here and here and here. There we go. A little bit of there. And then add just the lines a smidge there and there. And then add a little bit of there. There we are. And tea has been consumed. It has indeedy. So let's see. Continuing on, and have you said I can fix her? Hi, Forley. I do remember you're in the Discord and edit the moment. She has been fixed. Haven't you seen what she was before? We figured out that she needed a brain. She needed thinking space. We added thinking space. Isn't that half the battle? And we also need to move this guy down here a little bit. There we go. Hold on. You need to be moved down. Yeah, there you go. There you are. There you go. And she took a Oh! Don't speak to me about your cues. I'm trying to do things here. I don't need painful flashbacks. Let's see. We'll have this guy go downwards a bit here and here. So this will be the trapezoid muscle there. I'll then erase this guy here. We'll have that go up there for its area. And for now, let's just fill it in with skin and see what the skin looks like. I think that's our best bet. Yeah. And what I'm noticing as well, hold on, let me click on draw here, draw. For the part that I'm having a little bit of a tricky part of doing is this here. This bit here, we have this trapezoid that comes in, and then this here would come in that there. That's not this. You see the issue here, and I think she might be too far gone. Oh boy, that's not what I'm saying. This is not this. There's no pointy bit there. So what I'm thinking is, how do you get that pointy bit? If that is the issue, if that's what I'm noticing is the issue is, how pointy bit? Let me move you here and here, and let's see if we can figure out how to do the pointy bit. Now, from my recollection, and we do have some of it here too, what you'll see is that the pointy bit comes from the blue guy. Is that the blue guy here? The pecs. The pecs here, the pec muscle. It does, let's see if I can find a better picture here. It kind of wraps around on the shoulder, not the shoulder, the arm. And looking at that there, that's why it has those, what is it called? The lines, the pointy bits here. So if I were to go back to here and go back to the lady right here, do you see the lines I was talking about? The pointy bits. And peels your, oh no! You stay away! You stay very far away. So, since that's the case, since I'm struggling with this, what I'm gonna do is just grab a copy of this so we can compare and contrast later on when I do attempt to fix it. So I'm gonna grab those two guys here. We're gonna go on again on another detour, but only because it's needed. The hope is that these studies, we study what we need and don't do too much. That's always the hopes of these, is that it's not too much, it's just enough to get us by, and we don't have to do too much information overload at one time. Because I forget very quickly when things happen. So I'm gonna slide this guy here, possibly. It might be easier to see. And you're right, the chest is connecting to the shoulder. That's the skin fat muscle from the chest muscle pulling. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Something's off about here. Definitely. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna add a rib cage. That's what we're gonna do. Very quickly, not a lot of ribcage adding. I just want to very quickly see about adding a ribcage in, because I think that'll help. What I know for certain, just off of my anatomy knowledge, is that the ribcage would happen about here, where the, what's it called? The clavicle. The main point here would be at the clavicle, and then it kind of comes downwards a little bit. So we kind of would have it come downwards, and then you'd have the clavicle here, which happens around. And then you have this space here, which is the, I forget what that would be called. That would be, let's see, where's the skeleton at? I just had you. Yeah, that's the top of the rib cage, apparently. That circle I drew. Then from the top of that rib cage, you kind of have the bit come out here a little bit, so it might have a More so here, I think, would be the look of it. We kind of have this guy go down a smidge here. This guy would go back a little bit. So possibly the rib cage would look a little bit more like this here. And if we now have the rib cage, if we now kind of have the idea of what's going on in the front, the hope is now that we have gone even more below the muscles, we're able to understand a little bit more of what's going on top. That's why I try my best to know what's underneath, because if I draw this and I think to myself, I don't know what's wrong. I know it's wrong because of the muscles. The muscles aren't overlapping correctly. So if we add now the rib cage, let's try again seeing about putting the muscle on it now. So back to here, back to here. I also know for certain that the muscle part, not the muscle part, the shoulder bone, that bit there, it also comes out a little bit. There's a bit of space. And hi, is it Rockin possibly, or maybe Rackin? That does sound fun. Please correct me if I'm wrong. Thank you for the follow, and welcome to the stream. Welcome in. And since I know, and shoulder, no, it's not called the shoulder. What bone is that called? Let me slide over here so you can see. This little guy here, the joint with the clavicle. You see how there's space there? We want to make sure there's space. That could be another issue too, is that they're too close together. That circle here, so this circle that I just drew is representing that joint that connects the clavicle, the arm, and the shoulder blade. I forget the name for it, but shoulder blade, I remember it. Something along the lines of that. So we'll go with shoulder blade. We'll slide you back up to here. Slide you back to lady. Where'd the lady go? Lady is here. Okay, so back on the lady. If we now, using our knowledge here, look at everything, I think we can certainly say that that bit that comes outwards, if I go ahead and draw you here, we do that there and that there. And the scapula, yes, thank you, Ami. Scapula. One of these days it'll connect. For now, yes, indeedy. Scapula is the word I was looking for. And I'm also realizing I might have to move this guy over to a different spot. It's a little bit tricky to see. And yeah, hello, hi, Van. Welcome back into stream. Welcome back in. Welcome to a little bit of pain here as I'm trying to figure out where to position this at, so it's easy to see what's going on. I'm gonna slide this over here. There we go. I think that makes it easier to see the differences, though. Maybe it's a little bit tricky at the moment. Maybe if I slide ya. Oh, okay. We might have to... Oh, tricky. Okay. I'm going to slide this guy over, and we're going to do a few modifications. That way it's easier to see the differences. I'm going to grab you here, kind lady, and you're going to get slid down. So you're going to go... Oh, never mind. That's not the kind lady at all. You're here. You slide down all the way to here. There we are. And hi, Preston. Welcome into stream. Welcome in. And welcome back as well. And should check out the guy who got injections to look like he had muscles. Good reference for what humans shouldn't look like. That is one way to study. You learn with mistakes. You learn, yeah, that definitely stay away from that. That is a way to study, that's for sure. Oh boy. We'll go ahead and grab this guy here. And now we can slide it up. And hopefully it can give us a little bit of a better view of the two, possibly. I'm gonna slide this up by one more here because it's the two. And now I think we're good. And learning my mistakes, that would make me the greatest mind to ever exist. Oh boy. We'll also go ahead here and hold on. Is that guy? No, hold on. You go about here and here, and then we fill you in. Never mind, fill you in. There we go. So we can get an idea of the two differences. I just want to make sure the idea is here. And unless Airs draws you. Oh boy, let me get some tea here. Tasty. Alrighty then. Let's see. I'll go ahead and slide you over to here. Let's go ahead and see now about the muscles. So, learning from the muscles here, we can see as well. I'm not going to go too in-depth because, again, it's not about a clothing study or anything else about that. And the background turns to flesh. You know it's an Airstream. Hold on now. And head's going to be deflated like a football. It's so true. No, mine in that case. Oh boy, you make it sound like I've done a heinous crime when all I've done is done nothing at all. Nope, not a thing. We'll go ahead and slide this guy over up a little bit here. I think might work out a smidge better. So we'll use that guy. We'll go up a little bit here and here. We'll then see about having this guy go a little smoother. Line mountain there, I think, would make it a little bit nicer to look at. Well, actually, you know what? I take it back. I like this line here. So we'll keep this line to being as it is there and there. So we'll go ahead and erase this neckline about there and there and there and there. Maybe even go about here and here. So it has more of a slope is the hope, but I don't know how well that feels like a slope yet. And this guy can go in a little bit more. So hopefully more slope. And right. Oh boy. We'll then see about having this guy here. So this would be the bit that comes inwards because of the pec. So that would be the pec muscle coming inwards. Let's see here. It would go inwards, and then we also have the pec muscle kind of coming here. So it would be coming outwards here. Hold on. It'd be coming about outwards here, and then it would go inwards again. So we'll see about having it come outwards, and then maybe a little bit inwards, maybe not so straight, kind of coming down there. And which would mean that our guy here would get modified a little bit. I'm actually going to just remove you because there's a lot of space going on and I'm not seeing that space. So I'm seeing a lot of wiggle room here, but look at mine, not a lot of wiggle room. It looks very, very off, which means either we have to move this guy, hold on, either we have to move this down. So hold on, let me grab this guy here, move this guy down. Oh, we move it down. We move it down, look at that. Okay, we move it down. That's step one. We move it down so that we have that wiggle room. We have that wiggle space. And then I'm thinking we'll probably have to move the other areas around too. So I'm going to grab this anatomy bit here. We're going to select it. So if I go to M here, oh, not new layer. I want to grab our own layer, that guy here. I'm then going to maybe tilt it a little bit here, bring it down a little bit more, so something here. Making sure to keep in mind the spacing because of the socket. I don't know if it's called a socket or the joint. And now all you did was deprive her of the most vital organ for consciousness, individually, and the concepts of life itself. No, Biggie. As I remember, you don't have to have a brain, and she's not even human. She's a being that I didn't even tell you what she was. Did I? No, I don't think I did. So that just means that she doesn't need a brain to survive. If that's not the case, you don't know. You're just assuming, really. How rude of you. We'll go ahead and have this guy slide down here, and then we'll have this guy kind of come up here. So it seems to be the case that there's a bit of underarm, so possibly go down here, and then we have you kind of come up here. So possibly about there and there. Would make it a little bit nicer though. I'm thinking we probably have you come around a little bit more. So possibly we can do around here. I'm seeing a lot of kind of shoulder go up though. So maybe we kind of have the shoulder go up and then have it kind of cut off here. So possibly we would have this instead. So I'll go ahead and erase you here, maybe erase you a little bit more here and here, or a little bit there and there and there, possibly about there. So I'm thinking this would be a little bit of a better shoulder. Something still feels off about here though. I'm still not feeling quite well about that. Maybe we can lower it down a smidge. And a socket is a joint? I see. Oh, I got pretty close. Well, no, I got it close. I said it right the both times, technically speaking, didn't I? Let's see. We'll move you up to about here a little bit, I think, and then over about here. Add a little bit more of that muscle is what I'm trying to do. Add more area here, because there is area here we see. So I'll go ahead and do that guy here. Undo. We add in this guy, have it come over a smidge. Hold on. Kind of come over a little bit here and here. Oh, let's do that. There we go. Okay. And then we'll have this erased, and we can fill this in later, or we can clean it up a little bit later. I just want to see if this feels even nicer than the other one. So aside from that, because this guy here is going to come outwards, if anything, I think, yeah, and then you would have this guy here for the shoulder, and then you would have the muscle kind of come over. So if anything, I'm guessing it's going to be the case of, because that's where this guy is here. So probably it's going to look a little something like that there and that there, and then we move that there and that there. So most likely something like that I think would fit a little bit better. And then after that, we'll make sure to go about here, I think, for the cutoff. So we'll move this about there. So cut you off about here and here. About like a smooth line there and there, I think would work out a little bit better. So we'll move you up, slide you up a little bit more about here and here. Maybe go for a line that's a bit wider over in that area. Hold on. A little bit wider in that area here. And then we have a little bit wider in that area here. Maybe a little bit more here. And the good news is once we have something down, we can just keep tweaking it over and over again. And because it's Pixelart, the small tweaks we do make will be very helpful. And I did read that as well. Ads coming soon. I see. Also, this guy can go out a little bit more straight. It doesn't have to curve all the way out. It can kind of just go flat here. That said, we know that this guy is coming out because of the muscle. So I'm going to go ahead and add this guy here too. Add that guy in. And then after that, it looks like this guy kind of goes downwards, if anything. So we'll see about just doing this guy possibly here and here, maybe. Have it kind of come outwards just a little bit more so it's not all the way down. Though I don't like the way it looks. So if anything, we might have it come backwards a little bit. So let's see if we can have you kind of curve just a little bit rounder, maybe about there and there. Maybe we can have you come down a little bit more, and we can definitely just see about modifying these areas here. So we'll go ahead and just see about doing that, there we go. Okay, and then we'll go ahead and just modify that a smidge more. And we know that's a little bit rounder, so we can add a little bit of roundness here, hopefully. A little bit of roundness, possibly, about there and there. Though, again, are we seeing that's definitely less information going on there. And if anything, I think possibly you would even lower that down a little bit more there too. But that said, I think that's all we can do just off of looks. So now if we add color here and here, that definitely helped. That definitely did help. It didn't do it all the way, but that definitely helped. But I'm back with Munchies. She has bones now. Welcome back in, Banafi. Welcome back in. What Munchies did you get? And speaking of, ad break we'll go ahead and do now since it's about to start in 3 minutes. And this is a good stopping point. I think this is a great stopping point. And I'll go ahead and get a little bit more. And I have super spicy chili. I see a Z. How tasty. I'll go ahead and grab some lemonade here. I said lemonade, but it's really tea. Very big difference, and the reason it still looks weird. Oh, I'm all ears for it, Ame. And while you say that, let's do some back stretches. So we'll start off by going to the left here a little bit. And then we're going to go to the right here a little bit. And if I had to guess, my guess would probably be that the arms need to be longer for it to feel right. Is because there isn't a shape to the chest and you don't have any back. That does make sense. Yeah, that does make a lot of sense. Hold on. I can fix that, I believe. Left here a little bit, and then we're going to go to the back here a little bit, and then we're going to go to the front here a little bit, and then we're going to do some neck stretches. So let's start off by going to the left a little bit, and then we'll go to the right a little bit, and then we'll go back. Reminder, go slowly. If any of the cracks or breaks, it's not my fault. Call a doctor, call a lawyer, don't call me. I should not be held liable. You use your own discretion. We're gonna go back a little bit here, slower this time. Oh boy. And then we're gonna go front a smidge. And the mantra of Pixel Artist, I can still fix it. Oh boy, can we fix it? Yes, we can. We're gonna go to the right here a little bit. Calls Ears angrily. Oh boy. We'll go here, and then we'll go down a little bit, and it's recommended to hold these for about a minute, but we don't have time for a minute, so we're holding it for a few seconds. And at some point, you must realize it's cruel to let it continue suffering. Take it out and put it in. Never. She's beautiful. I don't know what you mean. There's no suffering going on here. Clearly, she's very happy. I could even show you how happy she is. Super. She's happy, all right? You don't need to see she's happy. Let's go to the, turn here a little bit, and then we're going to go down. Hold it for a second or two. And then, wanna know how I got these scars? Oh boy. Oh boy. I don't know what I can do to convince you. She told me herself personally. Should she have the ability to communicate? She does not, rather. Oh boy. Let's go down here a little bit. And then let's go back here a little bit. And that would require surgery even over this. I can't be a surgeon. Let's go left. Slow left, may I remind you. And I'm just having the same experience with my Pixelart drawing right now. They just need a little bit of shoe shine. Left slowly here, the communication through the vein. Oh boy. Welcome back from the ad break. Shall we continue? And I'm not sure you have to be particularly skilled. Oh boy. So, to fix this, what we're gonna do is something I've seen done a lot, is we're gonna just slide this over. Like that there. And I believe this should fix the funny feel of it. If we do something like this, and then we do something like this here and this here. It might not, truth be told, but I think it might help with fixing it just a smidge here. If we have it curving, so something like a curve here, that might make it feel a little bit better. Though, we might have to darken the sides here, but hopefully just curving everything and cutting it off would make it feel like it's not as angry, not as weird looking as it did earlier. And we do that guy here, have it kind of move in here, have this guy move in a little bit here, possibly have these guys kind of go down a little bit, kind of have it go down a little bit more, maybe cut even a little bit more, because we really don't need all of this space. We just need to know the bare minimum. I was about to say minimum. We can go and do something like this. There we are, even more cuts. So we're gonna go and grab you here, and you all the way up here, possibly. We'll go ahead then and see about doing some of this here. We'll then go to you here, you here, you here, you here, and you here, like that. And then let's see, add that up there and up there. Maybe give you a little bit more shoulder. The shoulder does seem to be going down a bit more, so possibly we can have it go down here, but that doesn't seem quite right. if anything. Going back to the picture itself, if I were to copy you and paste you and remove the other bits here, excuse me, lady, we have another lady to look at. But we'll delete this bit here, and looking at that, I think it's the perspective. I think that's it. Because this is going back in space, it's going to look a little bit odd. So if we undo this a little bit here, undo some of it at least, and redo this, the issue is that this has to go up more, I think. So if we go ahead and grab her clavicle here and slide it up and back a little bit more, something like, oh, if it lets me, slide you up and back a little bit more about here and here, possibly about here and here, I think might look a little bit nicer. So about up there, and then we have this guy go up a little bit more. So have you come upwards about here, I'd say possibly we would look a little bit nicer. I think it's going out too far as well, so I'll bring it in too. So we'll go in a little bit here, possibly about here and here, might work a little bit nicer. And again, pixel art from people more masculine than me. Nice. And I did read that. Lovely, lovely. And hi, Journey. Welcome into stream. I don't know if you were here earlier and I just forgot, but welcome again, X2. If not, and I think you're doing great. Thank you. This is definitely Struggle City, but you know what? That's the good part. I haven't done something like this before, so it's definitely not going to be pretty, but I'm trying. And as long as I have an attempt, even if it's bad, I can at least say I attempted it once. So I'm more than happy with what's going on at the moment. We're gonna go ahead and, you know what, maybe if we add in the bikini lines, that might help. And I wasn't. I see. Well, welcome in. For example, what I'm noticing is, I believe there is a line kind of here, just about there, and then it goes around here and here. So yeah, definitely, because it would go, let's see, it would go down here, right? It would go down and then it would come outwards and a little bit up here. Yeah, she has wide shoulders. I gave her very wide shoulders. I don't know if the model has wide shoulders, but I gave this lady here wider shoulders. I think that might be my issue. So let's see. And as much as I joke, you do learn the most from making mistakes. So all in all, you've done great today. Yeah. That's the fun of it. An amazing mindset. Worst case, it's a placeholder art. Yeah. It's all about trusting the process. The thing is that once you get over the fear of mistakes, the world, where'd it go? Where'd it go? The world is your oyster. This is no mistake. This is pure beauty, really. And I had to take the dog out for a walk. I see. I hope it was a fun walk. And trust the process. Yeah. All about trusting that process. We're gonna zoom in a little bit here. And let's see if adding in, since I'm still struggling, let's try another approach. Since I have already drawn the rib cage, let's see if we can spot the rib cage here. What I'm noticing is I see a few bit of lines here kind of going down and up. So if I had to guess, I'd say our rib cage is about here. Then we kind of have it here, which means it kind of comes upwards about here because we have that clavicle. So the clavicle goes back and then this guy goes up, and then it would be the rest of the top of the rib cage. And if that's the top of the rib cage, then you probably have kind of goes out a little bit, kind of goes back a little bit. So probably rib cage would sit about there if I had to guess. Might not be as accurate as it could be, but if I just going off of my previous ribcage studies, and if that's the case, that definitely gives us more information. I think that part of the issue is that you're drawing the shoulders is going from left to right, low to high, whereas the reference is the opposite. Is it? You know what? I didn't even realize that. Hold on, I have a solution. If we go back to where we were, where were we? There we are. And yeah, you're right. As soon as I drew it into, I can see this guy is higher than this guy, for example. We're gonna lower down the opacity of the lady here. And, oh, hold on. Why is your face different? Oh. Okay. Oh boy, I got scared for a second. That was, which face is the right face then? Hold on. Is this the face I'm supposed to be looking at? I believe so. That does look like the right face. What's this then? Oh man, it looks like I was taking skin off. That was scary. Oh boy, I wanted to do this, and then I wanted to grab the rib cage here. So this would be, what layer is this? The anatomy layer. This is the rib cage. RIBCHE. You're the woman of many faces. Oh boy. We'll then go ahead, and I want to make this rib cage here brighter, and then we'll also do it above our, hold on, we'll do it above the complete. So above this guy here. Now we're talking. Okay, so my rib cage looks pretty accurate to the rib cage I see here. She has a taller rib cage, so that's a difference. We could definitely make this rib cage a little bit taller. The thing is, it depends on the art style. This is more realistic, so she's probably going to have a taller rib cage. That does make a lot of sense. We can also lower this guy here. We also make this guy go out a little bit. What's really important to notice is the lines here. So I have the top of the rib cage, and I can see top of the rib cage with the line there. You can go ahead and, oh, hold on. Before I do that too, let me redo all of these guys here. Let me copy this and then undo my changes. That way, we can know the difference between the rib cages. So I have that rib cage there. And if anything, you know what? I think we can also put it here since that would be the other rib cage. Okay, so where were we? I was saying if I go ahead and delete this guy and paste this guy in, I think we remove this guy. It's got to go removed there. And then this guy would come back a little bit more because that's what I'm seeing with the line. And then this line would come up about up here, if anything. It looks like it's really going up, which means that our ball socket it'd go about, if I can drag it, you would go about up here, really, if anything, about up there. And then this guy here would go about back here, back in line there, about there, I'd say. And if that's the case, now let's give another try. And you know what? I definitely think since we have some bikini references too, maybe it would be a good idea to not move on, but to see about also adding in clothing just as a bigger sprite. Again, not going too big, but we're just slowly bit by bit adding. So I want to give her a green one that matches her eyes. So we'll go back to the ribcage here. And depending on the ribcage, what are we saying? And Waluigi! Oh boy. That just sounds very, very, very cursed. We're gonna go ahead and we're gonna have this guy come around town, since it seems to be the case that it goes around. And we'll have it come down here. And then it seems to come down and out. So possibly we'd have it come about here and here. Well, hold on. You kind of go through a straight line, so we'll have it come down a little bit here. And I'm just trying to get the basics of it figured out. And I'm noticing again, our rib cage it goes above it, and then it has a side. So it's just the thing of, when I'm drawing on top of it, what are things I'm noticing? For example, here, I notice that there is an underarm that we might have to pay attention, we definitely have to pay attention to. But there's an underarm, and then there is this kind of sliding bit here that comes around it downtown. So it might be something to add. Let's see, we'll add this guy in here, add this guy in here, a bit of that guy there, maybe a bit of that guy in there, something like that. And then we'll go ahead and see about this here would be the very center, wouldn't it? So we'll do about here, I think, for the center. And then we have this guy coming, oh, hold on. We have this guy then coming around town. So you can kind of go, seems to be across and down. So we can kind of have you go across and down, something like maybe here, across and down. Kind of have you go up here, possibly. We'll see about making it a little bit straighter, since this does seem to be on the straighter side of things. So possibly we can go about there and there. And then we have that guy, and this guy as well comes up and down. So you would go straight towards this area. So we can also do that there. But it kind of has a bit of a curve, so possibly something there and there. And then this guy. Now, I'm thinking the clothing will help because it will give us a point of reference. For example, I'm drawing this guy backwards, but when you look at the lady, look how the points are off. They're way off. The part here goes to the very back. I made mine just automatically off of thinking. I made mine go here. It needs to go back there, which I didn't even think about. So let's add that in. It goes back here, if anything. And then it comes down a little bit more. It's about down here. And then it comes in and out a little bit here. So it's more so something like this, if anything, which I was not expecting in the slightest. And if in doubt, cover your mistakes with clothing. Well, no, we're using the clothing as a, what's the word I'm looking for? Not placeholders, landmarks. I'm using the clothing as landmarks. That's why it's good to do, what is it called? Anatomy studies with not baggy clothing, because I got so confused with everything going on, but by using the clothing as landmarks, I narrowed down the point. And I was going to use a point here for the clothing, but that's not where the clothing's going. It's not going here, which I added. I needed to go back a little bit. So now with all that said and done, we can see about doing the area again. And the good news is we can toggle on and off. We're just using this as reference. So now I can go back to our complete guy here. We can go ahead and make it bigger or brighter for the moment. And then let's see. Now that we know that that's a lot of underarm, it's probably going to be the case that the arm is actually all the way out here as this guy's going upwards. So she needs a longer neck. That's the thing we didn't notice. So give her more of a neck. Give her a little bit more neck. She could get a little longer neck. That neck then is going to come outwards and over about here and here. It seems to be the case, but it seems too long still. So let's see. I think I have to move her neck back a little bit, about there and there. Possibly a smashed head. No neck. Oh, horror. Let's see. Go over here, and I think you would go, if anything, there and there, because that's still coming downwards. So maybe we do that there. And then this would be the bit here, and you're kind of going up and around. So kind of have you come down a little bit here. We want a slide, a triangle. And that was so... I hope I didn't break your ears. Oh boy. Oh man. I would never want to do a high and shrill voice. That is very annoying. That's the worst. I have heard them before. Oh boy. We'll go up here and then we'll go up here. So this will be the new trapezoid idea. As it's going down, it's kind of going up here. There we go. And we'll go up here and then we'll go up there and there and there. So something about here-ish. With that said, now we know for certain that this space here, it's actually going to be removed a little bit. It needs to come up, if anything. So it needs to go up a smidge. And then this guy here needs to go about below that bit. So about below here is where we'll have that guy come in. So we can go ahead and just add the arm about here and here. And then this is going to be the rest of the arm. So it kind of comes in down a little bit more. So we can kind of just fill this in here, fill that in there as this guy kind of comes around. But I don't know how well I like that side view, but you know, it's okay. It's okay. It's working, so we keep it. And this, if anything, maybe can go back a little bit more. So maybe we can just have that guy go a little bit back more. And then grab this guy here and also go more from there. There we go. And weren't scared or making high notes? And was it even high? One of my streamer friends was. I have heard of a tea kettle laugh before. Oh boy, I can't even imagine how it would feel to have one. Oh boy, I want to move this guy and move him up to about here-ish instead. So we'll fill this in and then we'll move them about there and there. There we are. And then we can go up there, up there, up there, up there, and there. As this guy seems to be coming around, so maybe we can have it kind of go around about here and here. There we go. Something like that there. And another reason why it might feel a little bit off possibly is just because of the arms, but it's okay. It's all right. We still have tons of time. And that's why I'm thinking, yeah, this is the hardest challenge I've done, quote unquote challenge, in the sense of I haven't drawn a sprite this big before, I don't think, in terms of high detail. I've done smaller sprites, but big detail like this is a big challenge. Let's see. Let's go ahead and we'll move this guy up here a little bit more, possibly a little bit more up there and there. And that'll give us more room for underarm. So about here and here, I think will be a little bit better, possibly. And nope, we still don't have enough room for underarm. Underarm would have to go like down here and here then, it seemed to be the case of. So more so underarm about here and here, I think, up there and then up there. And then we have you here and then we have you there and there. No, not armpit study! Funny enough, the book I was reading earlier was talking about the difficulties with drawing armpits. As apparently that's another thing that isn't done often, which makes sense technically speaking because I don't think I've ever drawn an armpit before. Which is why I'm struggling, because I've never drawn an armpit before. Oh boy, this is weird. I can definitely say it's that much, but it's weird because I haven't done it before. So just need to do it more often. And this guy here, it feels like you need to go up and down a little bit more, like over there possibly. We have you come over a little bit there and then have you come upwards a little bit more. So something more like that, I think, is a little bit nicer. There we go. Have you come upwards a little bit. There you go. Okay, with that said, we'll have this guy here, this guy here. This guy then goes upwards. We'll add in the collarbone since we can see the collarbone now very clearly. We'll also add in this bit here for our neck. And she definitely has a lot more neck than I gave her credit for before. So you would have the neck here and then you'd have another neck kind of come down here. After that, you then now have that curve that I was trying to add and I was struggling to. So let's see, we have a curve that goes here, something like that down there. So we have the neck here and it kind of has that trapezoid though. We have to be careful with how we do it. I think if anything, we might have this guy come down a smidge. So this guy would come down and then now we would have the trapezoid kind of curve out, the little triangle. We know that she's not super duper muscular. So the trapezoid's not going to be super duper big. Though, we also have to keep in mind the fact of if this side's not big, then the other side needs to not be big too. So I'm trying my best to just slowly but surely make sure each part feels a little bit more similar. For example, if this guy is coming this way, you would expect it to kind of wrap around or to go about here and here. So it just depends. How are we trying to make it look? And I think if anything, I might make this guy go up a bit here, possibly, but this would also make the neck thicker. And I don't want to spend too much time on this just because we'll be able to get a clear answer of how to do things once we take a look at the sprites again. So I'm doing my best to go just not slower, but just do a little bit, not as much as could be done. That way we'll be able to have some time to cross-reference. So I'm thinking we can just make this guy about smaller here, have some sort of slow down bit. And if that guy's going down, I definitely think we can maybe move this guy up a little bit more. Possibly move you up to here and here because you are going back in space. And then we can have you as well, to show that it's going back in space, we can have there be a curve that goes downwards, something like that there. So kind of come downwards, that way the curve looks like it's coming, hopefully, from the back. And then we can add this guy here, add this guy here. It seems to be the case as well that I'm seeing that there is skin going on beside it. So then that makes you question, okay, if the skin is going beside it, does that mean the skin would get added about here and here? And then you would add in the, what would it be? The armpit here and something like that. So I'm just doing my best to see about understanding the arm, the skin, where things are in relation to each other. Because even if I don't know the specific terms for the muscles or how things are supposed to be, I can get a good idea of what the overall feel of it's supposed to be going for. So I can kind of go back down here because I know that there is arm down here. So I'm moving the arm more downward. I'm moving it downward in hopes of making it look like it's curving as it's going backwards. So maybe we can do something like this, for example, and maybe it'll make it not feel as awkward. Because right now we're getting awkward, very, very awkward. So we'll go ahead and fill this guy in here, and fill this guy in here. I'm not too opposed to that. An armpit can be a simple Y shape to show it's breaking in different directions. That's a fair point too, yeah. Wouldn't that be a Y? This is the Y I see here is, I see Y there. Y, is that the Y that would be shown? And let me get a little bit of this. It needs to practice the stink lines. Oh my goodness. That would be visual effects. I'm sure she smells lovely. Probably like a very expensive perfume. And other way into the shoulder? Interesting. Hold on. Tasty. And when scared, make noises. Let's see. If I go ahead and you hear. So it's going to be a Y like this and this. Oh, I see. Or I guess I Y. Oh boy, let's see. If we go ahead now and we just go to this area, we make sure that's cleaned up a little bit more, and then we have this guy kind of sliding. Why? Oh boy. Well, go ahead. Bobby, get her. Oh boy. We'll go ahead and oh my, we'll grab this guy here, we'll have it slide upwards, and we'll have it go, I think, upward a bit here. We can also see about doing, where is it at? That bit there, that definitely looks nicer, I can say that much. It's getting there, it's definitely getting there. I'm going to go and first make sure we have a backup saved before we merge the layers down. So I'm going to copy what we have here, copy, and slide it all the way down here. We're going to then do that there, remove that there. That way we just have a backup. And then I'm going to merge our clothing down. Where's the clothing at? I see, okay. You are our clothing, so you can get merged down. So slide you down a little bit and merge. There we are. Okay, and with that said, those screams are a cognito hazard. Oh boy, I get what do you mean? I doubt as much. Hazard? Have you seen the wellness that people get from these things? I'd say I've had what's the word I'm looking for? Great reviews, 10 out of 10 even. I almost think her head's too forward, and maybe her neck's too small. It could just be because it's anime. I think I gave her a smaller neck, just anime size. I think I would have to make her head neck go inwards more. But since I don't have neck inwards more, I think what I might have to do is just make the shoulders go in just a smidge more here and a smidge more here to account for that. So I think making them smaller just because of the head shape and the neck shape. I gave her a small neck. The lady has, the neck size is about the same as the head, I'd say, compared to what I have. And 10 out of 10 doctors would recommend. Has nothing to do with the fact that their families are being held hostage. No, not one bit, I'd say even. Nope, not at all. You can question them there. Oh boy, we'll go ahead and add this in possibly then. Add then that and that in, and then we'll move this guy here, we'll move that guy here and that in there, and then we're out here, and then we're there, and then a little bit more there and there and there. Okay, and then this guy would go in here, and I would hope we could add, as I slide back over to here, this bit here. I can see where the line goes, and then I can see, oh, you know what? I don't even see the sternocleidos mastoid. I don't see it there. It's not very obvious. So maybe We don't even make it obvious. We just do that line there. And it seems to be the case that our neck and chin are a little bit pointier. So what I'm thinking is, we'll grab the head here again, and we'll extend it just a smidge, up by 1. And that way we can add in the head a little bit nicer, is the hope. And then what I'll also do is I'll also move her face up more. So we're gonna grab her face here, and we're just gonna move it up just by 1. By 1 up here. There we go. About up there. We might have to make her, what is it called? Might have to make her, I don't remember the name. Forehead. Forehead has to go up 1 too, I think. Just up by 1. I think this will help though. I think this will help in the long run. Go up by 1 on the forehead. That way that's still proportioned properly. About here, I'd say. But be a little bit nicer. And then, let's see. I'll go ahead and I think we're good to go there and there. Looking at this here, now we can definitely see where the sternal would go. And if we zoom in here as I accidentally clicking on space, let's go and save this guy here. Let's then save this here. And now I think we are good for our just idea, our base point. We haven't even finished it or really done much. Oh, yeah, right, underarm. Let's add in, that would be that line there. This guy seems like it would be the start of the Y. So this would be the Y that goes, let's see. This would come outwards, so I'm gonna have, if I can stop pressing that button, I'm gonna have this guy come up a little bit, so up and over a little bit here to show the side of it. And if this is the side, then that underarm's going to come in that way a little bit more. We can go in for this guy here, come up a little bit here, come up a little bit here. Actually, I like the idea of it coming up a little bit more like that there, kind of sideways. I don't want to worry about it too much. But this guy would go upwards and all the way upwards, it seems. So we go all the way up. So you would go all the way up to here and here. And this would be our underarm, apparently. So we'll go ahead and do that there, that there. And what I'm seeing right away is that either this needs to be longer. I think it needs to be longer. That's what I'm thinking. So we can possibly just super duper quickly make this guy longer. If I grab this in and I just go down by like 1, I think that'll help. So we'll fill this in then, like that and that there. There we are. Fill that in as well. Fill that in as well. That in as well. And that in as well. As long as we say 64 by... Oh, hold on. I think we've gone bigger than 64 by 64. That's 64 by 64. Hold on. Oh, wow. We've gone bigger than 64 by 64. My, yeah, this is probably the biggest. And what's in the basement? Nothing at all. I don't know what you're on about. And also for the forehead, it's too wide. If you check the reference, the widest part of the face is actually the cheek. Ah, you make a fair point. The face has got to go in a little bit like this here. I see. I get what you mean. The cheek needs to go outwards, or the forehead needs to go outwards. So something like this would be more likely to happen, wouldn't it? Something like that there. Maybe then we would move in the eyes back by 1 here. Possibly like that. That's not too bad. That's definitely not too bad. The cheek feels a little bit off. But I see what you mean. And hi, Fluffy Meow Cat. Welcome to the stream. And thank you for the Gigantify. And welcome in. Let's see here. Right now we're struggling a little bit, but we're slowly getting there. I can certainly say something's happening. Everyone keeps pitching in. It's so sweet to see. And also move the forehead over slightly. It should lean inwards and not have an outwards curve. Fair point as well. Yep, I think we're due for a what is it called? Due for a skull study. I think that's what we'll have to do next week. Because all of these points, yes, they make a lot of sense. I just forget them, and then it becomes a thing of, oh yeah. So let's see, if we reduce that a little bit up here. Nope, don't need to do that. That's a little bit too little. Maybe we can have it kind of come in here, and then here, and then here, and here. Have it kind of come backwards more like that, I think might look a little bit nicer. And now we can kind of have the head come around so that when we do get to round to the other bits, and I can't believe, I thought this might take a little bit longer than, the time it's taking at the moment to do this is, surprisingly, the accuracy of my estimation. I'm surprised. Let's see here, they're not there. Usually the ear sticks out, doesn't it? So it really would be here and here, something like that there and that there. And then that would go up here. And skulls are fun to study. They are indeed. I remember when I did a lot of painting and did a lot of skull studies for painting. I even ended up getting a miniature skull I could keep on my desk because it was easy to see. Ah, yes, I could take it apart. I could move it around. I do have to find it. I don't know if I still have it. It was helpful. It was super duper helpful to understand skulls. We'll make you go, I think, up here, a little bit up here, possibly. So maybe do the here and here. And did you take the skull from your teacher by chance? No, I was a good student. I did not. Nope, I got it myself. I don't think I had an art teacher who had one though. Let's see, I want to move this guy down a little bit more here, maybe a little bit down here and down there a little bit. Have you kind of come over a little bit here, have you come over a little bit here and here, and then go down here a little bit there and there. Needs a little bit more work. I think I might need to give her more skull, truth be told. But we'll see. When we have some more time, we'll see certainly. Because, and why I'm thinking I might need to give her more skull is, if we were to add, and none of your art teachers had skulls, explain the deflated head, or explains the deflated head. Oh boy. Very quickly, just to make sure, this is the face. This is the faceplate, I would call it. And if that's the faceplate, yeah, she needs more brain. She needs a lot more brain, apparently, again. Okay, fine, we give her more brain. You go up here, a little bit more brain, just a smidge more. I think she'll be happy. Let's go in here, and you got it yourself? Which poor guy lost it? No, it was donated for the cause of study. I get it. It's plastic too, so that means, you know, it's organic. Oh boy. Let's go ahead and slide this guy over here, and then we'll move this guy in up a little bit more, and then we'll make sure that head has a bit more head going on. So about back here, I think, would be a little bit better. A bit more head here going on. I'm pretty sure the opposite of organic. I know. But by the time I said it, it was too late. Oh boy. We'll go ahead and do that there and that there. And yeah, something feels off a little bit about here. But again, I won't worry too much about it since today is not about head studies. I just want to make sure it feels nice as an overall whole piece. So if anything, we might just, easy peasy solution. I present to you, Katie. Katie, yep, that's her name, and clearly she has a proper looking head. Hi, hello, welcome in the stream, welcome in. And we'll leave her about before I break and process them, and you know what? That kind of works. Oh boy. Yeah, it's just it's just the head, but you know, sometimes it just works. Oh boy. Well, we'll see if we have some time after we fine. You can't appreciate Katie at her worst. You can only appreciate her at her best. Oh boy. I'm fine with keeping it. I do like it this way. Oh boy, and then we'll just do this here. Easy peasy. And Katie has so many styles. Katie ain't built for being bald. Oh boy. Clearly. Oh, poor Katie here. All right, well, let's see. So that goes in, and then we needed the underarm. So underarm needs to go in a little bit here. This guy needs to come in and wrap around a little bit more about here and here. And I was thinking probably have something go about here and here, and we'll see how much of the skeleton we need to, or the rib cage, how much of that needs to go. And with that said, we can probably go down a little bit just here, and then let's see, you go up a little bit more for that knot, and then go up a little bit more here for that knot. And then you have that there. This is all underarm, so we can go ahead and also add that to here and here, here and here and here and here. All of that can be underarm, and then that goes down there, and that goes down there. If anything, I feel as though it would come out just a little bit more. Hello, Katie. I like a woman who's bald. Oh boy. It's on the inside that counts. I'm glad you can all appreciate her inside. We'll do this here, this here, this here, this here, and this here. And I'm hoping it'll look like the part of the, well, it's not even the part of the ribcage. This part is going off of the ribcage. So maybe it needs to go up a little bit more, but we'll see. We'll see. We'll see how this feels. We'll go up a little bit more here, here, and here, and here. And then we'll have this come down over a little bit. Yeah, I think this comes out too much. So let's try going inward about here and here. And then have it come downwards a little bit. I think that might feel a little nicer, possibly. We'll see. I don't know. You come in there, you come in there. And then maybe have, so this block here is what I'm doing at the moment, that block. It seems to be the case that the arm comes, if I can zoom in again, the arm comes out a lot more a little bit. So I'm thinking we'll probably have to go out here and have it come upwards. So we can do that again, have it come out here, do that, remove all of that. And you know what? Technically speaking, can't we just do this and say, ah, yes, this is pre underarm before we even added the arm, and we do that there. So now that she has no arm, we can add the arm back. So let's go ahead and do that there, that there, that there and there and there and there, possibly, and I'll just erase that for now. Okay, yeah, that makes it a little bit easier. If I can just remove the arm, way easier. It would kind of come around here, and then we'd have it kind of come inwards back, and then this guy here would come in a little bit more. I think it might be pushed out just a smidge too much, but we'll see. You would come up here. It reminds me of, I used to do painting studies, and I would do statue studies. That's what this reminds me of. The statue ladies that you just get the very top of, and then no arm at. So I might go here a little bit more, have this guy kind of curving down a smidge. And I did that as well. Lovely, lovely. Let's see. And let's see. Oh, yeah, bust. That was, I think, the style or the type of, what's it called? The type of portrait? Not portrait. Sculpture. It was a lady. Sculpture ladies. Lots of lady sculptures. Yeah. Let's see here. That there. Kind of have it coming downwards. Yep. And now you good sir, let's see if we can get you. And that's what doctors probably say too. If I could just remove the arms. What kind of doctors are you talking to? Well, go ahead and remove this as well. I don't need you anymore. No, thank you. You're good to go. I have better uses for you. Okay. And then this guy would kind of come out. So you would come down a little bit, and then you would come out a little bit. So you would kind of come outwards, possibly about here-ish. We can definitely remove a little bit of down here. And here's International Hospital. Hold on now, I'm no doctor. Never claimed to be as much. If anything, I don't want to be held liable in the slightest. So I don't claim at all to be a doctor. And satisfaction? Probable. Oh boy, let's see. We'll add in then, I have to remove, or not remove the ribcage, but lower the opacity of the ribcage so I can see this a little bit better. We'll go back to our complete guy here. And then let's see. This guy kind of comes inwards, actually. So you kind of come outwards in a bit of a sharp point. So we'll have you come in a sharp point about here, I'd say. Or rather, it kind of comes up and then it goes down a little bit. So possibly more so. And claims not to be a doctor, has performed who knows how many surgeries. If you played the game Operation, would you describe yourself as a doctor? Oh boy, let's see. Down here a little bit, over a little bit more, and possibly come out a bit more. So possibly down here more so on top of the rib cage. Something there and there. I think would work out a little bit better. Have this guy come downwards a little bit more, and possibly, I think, the Ridley thingamajingy like there-ish, like that, I think. Possibly. We'll see. This part isn't important. But I do like how it's looking like a person. This is further than I've gotten a lot of times. Maybe it comes down a little bit more. Maybe it goes up a little bit more here. Yeah, okay, we'll do that. That there. And then this guy here, I see it kind of slanting inwards, so we'll make it slant inwards about there and there. I think that works. And with that said, we see that there is some skin going on about here and here. So we'll add that skin in about there and there and there. There we go. Skin has been added. If anything, I'm seeing a triangle. Well, if I go ahead and just grab the draw here. And when I was like 8, that can't count, could it? You can play Operation at any age. I'm seeing the shape here that looks a little something like a triangle. So if we were to do the triangle here, as this guy apparently has to go upwards a little bit more here and here, you would become a triangle, and you would go about down here and down here. You would come out a little bit more, about there and there, and you would come up a little bit here and here. That would be our triangle, but that color isn't right. Hold on, fill that in there. There we go. And can't have your medical license revoked if you never had one in the first place. It's genius. And hi, Torin. Welcome in the stream. Welcome in. And walks into a room looking at his own armpit, and then whatever else it does. Okay, message received. Sheesh. Walks out and yells, "You don't shave once and you get judged." Hold on now, Torin. I didn't say, hold on. Nothing was stated. It sounds like you're making a lot of assumptions here, but welcome into stream. I hope you've been well, and let me get a little bit of tea here. Tasty. Okie dokie. So, with all that said and done, I believe we're slowly getting there. And I was hoping to do, what is it called? Her arms? Maybe not. Maybe we just keep it super duper simple, truth be told. Does she really need arms? Are they much of a requirement for where she's going in life? I don't know if it is exactly quite the important thing that needs to be had. She can get it if she wants it, but I don't know quite like she was going anywhere in life. She can have hopes and dreams. She's allowed to believe in her fantasies. Let's see, add that there and that there. I'm not a surgeon. That's the difference here. whatever. We'll slide this guy down here, then we'll slide it over. So have you come over a little bit here. And the only places she's going to go. And hi, Slime T. Welcome to the stream. Welcome in. Legs for arms. How would that even work? Would you put like a foot here and then a... No. I take that statement back. I don't want to finish my sentence. No. And are we judging armless people again? Again? What do you mean again? What did I do? Very much cursed. Let's see. We'll go down here and here, and then we'll have this guy kind of come down here and here. And we'll have this guy come down a little bit more about here and here. And again. I'm just as surprised as you, Jaxus. Turns out to talk. What part of that was a dog? Oh boy. We'll then go here and here and have it kind of come down here. So you kind of go there and there. And also a little trick if you want to make literally anything cursed. Ultra cursed, just add teeth. Yeah, teeth definitely tend to do that. You know, we haven't had a teeth study. You know, I just realized that. We haven't done a teeth study. That could be a fun thing to do. Kinda. Maybe. Teeth can be fun if you have... teeth are always cursed, truth be told. Teeth are always cursed. I don't think there's a way to make teeth not cursed. Not quite. I've been wanting to make some fan art of Kane from the thing, the Amazing Digital Circus, and he's teeth, but I just feel as though if I try my hand at teeth, I am going to draw something cursed, and I will want it gone, out of my sight, out of my mind. And adds teeth to your teeth. Oh boy. And teeth can be fine. Oh my, we'll go ahead and slide back over to here. This would be the other part of the arm. Cool necks. Thank you indeedy. And I never thought about studying Pixelart until I came across one of your videos. I'm glad I was able to catch a stream. Well, thank you, Slime T. And I hope you enjoy it around here. Studying Pixelart is a lot of fun. It's painful. It's very painful sometimes, but you know what? For the times where it's... Oh, hold on. Did I lose them? I think I deleted their layer. Oh no! They've been deleted. Hold on. They need to be restored. Copy you, paste over to you here. Their layer was deleted. Unfortunately, I don't know how it happened. Let's just very quickly go to our hue and saturation. We're gonna turn down the saturation gets turned down. We up the luminosity a little bit. About here, I think was where the colors, and maybe up the saturation a little bit more. Okay, they're back. Okay, the tabs now. And don't forget the Amazing Digital Circus is coming to an end. It is, and it's also coming to theaters. I don't know what I'm going to do. Nope. I'm just going to sit under a rock until the time comes. Let's see here. Next up, let us add in the arms. So I'll go ahead and move you to here, about here and here. There we go, about there and there and there. And if anything, I think I'm going to actually add you in here. There we are. And let's go ahead and now copy this guy here. And I've been needing to study portraits, but I've been lazy. I see. Well, better late than never. And there, and man snow. Oh boy, let me slide this guy over here, slide this guy up and over here, and erase you. No man snow. It's just Tim and Temmy and their final, not even final form. It's Tem and Timmy, and their final form here. We'll go ahead and move you here. Let's then see about adding that arm. And for the arm, it should be just about the same in the idea of we would want to add it about here, I think. And this is where the armpit would happen at. So might just do something here and here, and then have the arm kind of continue going downwards here, I think would be the arm, right? And cool! And release Man Snow! He doesn't come out until Christmas. It's like, what's her name? Mariah Carey. If you see her, you gotta run. Same thing with Man Snow. Let's see, you there. I want to give her more arm, though. So maybe we do more. So let's see, here. Have you kind of come down here and go up here a little bit here and here. Possibly, would that give you more arm or more cursed? What's the consensus here? Let's add in this guy here, that guy there, that guy there. Maybe have this guy kind of come upwards a little bit here, possibly up there and up there. Up there a little bit more about there-ish, and we fill this guy in, and we do that guy here, and then we're there here. And the consensus, yes! I've been sealed away with ancient seasonal magic. And what's like, we have a consensus? And agreed upon something. That's considered agreement. I believe it means agreement, if I can recall correctly, unless I've been using the word entirely wrong. Let's see. Do that there. We're gonna make this smoother just a little bit more about there, and hold on. There and there. We can also make sure that this guy kind of comes down a little bit more, possibly, to show that it is part of the deltoid. And we can maybe see about moving you here, and here. Okay, I think we are now ready to remove the rib cage. And I also want to see about making her face a little up more, but we'll see. And the council has decided their fate, an amputation. And you have to write for once. You have the word right for once, don't worry. For once, what do you mean? I know a lot of words in my vocabulary. Splendiferous. I don't think so you say it. Splendiferous. There we are. Oh boy, we're gonna copy this guy here. Slide you on down. Hi island, bye island. You're gonna go there. And she's inventing words again. Stop her! And I'm gonna guess that here, this right you're working on is 90 plus. It is. We were aiming for 64 by 64. We've gone a little bit over 64 by 64. I'm also realizing she's a little bit too wide. We still might be able to do 64 by 64, possibly. We would just have to make her fit in this box. It's possible. It's possible. Hold on. Okay, ribcage, hide it. Don't need it anymore. Our ribcage is good to go. Let's fill all of these guys in, and then let's take a shot at making it feel a little bit cleaner. So for example, here we know that this guy's supposed to go up. So you can definitely go up here, and then we'll see about also adding in the bits here when we get there. So this guy would go up here, and then we'll also just remove the clavicle for now. Who needs a clavicle nowadays? All the rage? Nah. And so that means 75% is 75 is pretty close to where you were. And to compress the gibberish, we don't have to consensus. Eris is expressing your inner dictator again. Princess, very different. And hydration.
Smile and nod, just redeemed hydrate.
Smile and nod, welcome in. Hydration, I got some water here. Let's see. Tasty indeed, and welcome in. And anything can fit in a box if you put your mind to it. Oh boy. And 75 is pretty close to where you were. Yeah, I think 75. I can check actually. Hold on, let me slide over to where's another picture of you without. Hold on. Copy you, paste you here, remove you here. There we go. Okay, and then remove that there. There we go. I wanted to work on coloring. See that in there? Right now, she would fit inside of an 80 by 80 board. So 75%, yeah, just about right. I would say 75% is pretty close. We'll go ahead and also hide anatomy on here, which should allow us to see more of her body. And that means we can see a little bit more of what's going on and why wrong? What happened here? We can also move this guy down here. I think we can see about, well, let's see. I'm also curious about adding a chin to her. No, I take it back. Don't do that. Not a good idea. Not a good idea there. I'm also wondering, maybe if we move her chin out here a little bit more, possibly. Does that feel a little bit nicer if we move it over a smidge, like over here a bit, about there and there, and then we were to do this guy here and that guy there? She definitely seems muscular, I can say that much, but she has a cute face and then a muscular body. I nailed it! You did! I'm not good at guessing sizes, so the fact that did you use the gray boxes in the background as a good indicator? How'd you know? And I'm sorry, Katie, we must remove the hair button to fit in the box. It's the only way. Accounting pixels at a glance is a skill I feel is good to practice. It is, definitely. I should do it more, truth be told. I really should. Oh boy, she's fine. She's okay. Well, we can definitely, you know what? She's a lady of many abilities. What if we don't do a high bun, right? What if we do a low bun? Yeah. This reminds me of what's her name from Encanto? Luis. She reminds me of Luis. And they aged for 10 years. Oh boy. Let's see. We'll go and add a little bit more, you know, up here, a little bit there, about there. Can add a little bit of a bit of there and there. Might need to actually do hold on, let's see. You do there and there, add a little bit more there and there. Make her feel like possible that we need to add more head. I definitely think more head is more important. The more head up here. There we go. Something like that. Yeah, there we go. She's looking just lovely. When you I'm sure if you were to ask her, she would agree. Yep, lovely, dandy, peachy, and fine. Add maybe a little bit more up here, if anything. Maybe we can even add a little bit more up there. I take it back. I like that. I like that a lot more. And she's from the 90s now. She's about to be a yoga instructor, or what's it called? A sizer exercisement. No, it's the exercise, sweater size, the dancer size, that thing, 60-ish Eris. Oh boy, 60 is. And there here, they're right here. And Hydrox, haven't heard of that before. And gray boxes do help, they do indeedy. What I wanted to do, and what I've been missing as well, is they touched and that looks amazing. Love her hair shape, and the simple green eyes are a nice touch. Well, thank you, thank you. I just grabbed the green for her clothing as well to fit it in. And what I want to know is, where's the sheriff? And you're out here and we're in here. Oh boy. What we're going to do is we are going to figure out the clavicle in just a second. Something's off here. Something's off. And jazzercise. Yeah, jazzercise is what I was thinking about. Left a little bit to the right and up and down. We'll go ahead and remove you here, remove all of this guy here, remove all of this guy here, remove that. He is gone. Goodbye, strongman. And now what we're gonna do is we're going to try to fit her into 64 by 64. That's this size. I think it's possible. What I'm going to start off by doing is I'm going to, oh, hold on. Didn't mean to do that. Let's see, you there. Do we need like a more like, let's see. What is the complementary color of green? I believe it is purple. So we'll go for something a little bit more on the purple side here. And then we'll make sure that you are a lower layer here, about there, and then we'll do you back there. There you go. There you are. And Timmy has been deleted. He will be forgotten. He's still here. I made sure to put him on the right layer this time. He's all right. Actually, I want to go for a darker purple, possibly, maybe even a little bit darker, possibly. There, yeah. Hold on. I know why it's an issue. Hold on. There we go. That's a little bit better. And go up here a little bit more, possibly about there and there. Yes. Okay. So, continuing on, and opens the window. Well, I have to leave again. No worries at all, Torin. Thanks for stopping by and chatting for a little bit. And the complimentary of green is red. Oh yeah, Christmas. I see. Well then, I forget why. What's the reason why they decided to go for green and purple for Hulk then? Let's see. Let me grab a red here. We can definitely do a red, like a red here. Yeah, but I like the purple. I do like the purple. You know what? Purple it is. I understand red is a complimentary, but I like the way the purple feels, so we shall keep the purple. Let's see. What I wanted to do was I wanted to kind of squish her. Just a little bit. Just a small bit. I'm going to move her to a new layer here. I'm also going to make a paste here for another layer here just in case we do mess her up. And to start off, we're going to remove everything else here. That way we have a simple, clean beginning. And you can never go wrong with purple. You can't. And he's green and purple for the same reason you just kept it purple. It looks nice. You know what? Fair enough. And open-sided for this one as well. Dramatic fashion. Oh boy. Alrighty. So we're going to grab her up here and... Oh, okay. So question is, what part of her body is important to keep? I think we could definitely lower this down, possibly go here and here, maybe. Definitely see about just removing that there and there. I think that her shoulder comes out way too far, so I might just go in here a little bit here. I might see about adding then here and here, like that there, I think works out a little bit better. And then you would have the arm that comes outwards, so we can definitely see about just adding more arm. So for example, here the arm comes outwards, and we can just have the arm come outward and down. That way it doesn't feel a little bit too odd. It would feel like a possible portrait. So maybe we can do something like this here and this here, have it come down here and that down there. I think that feels a little bit nicer, and I don't think she needs, yeah, we're removing them. And so how much of her shoulders and chest do you want to retain? Because there's games that let the portrait flow out of the box. Ah, interesting. The goal was 64 by 64. We don't have to do 64 by 64, but that was the goal, to make something. And I didn't even think I would do something greater than 64 by 64. So I'm quite pleasantly surprised. And also Femboy and mint and pink is my favorite color combo. That's why Rousey, Rousey is lovely. Yeah, he's lovely, isn't he? Let's see, move that down there. And then we'll go ahead and have you come here and here. And I think this would look a little nicer about there and there. We can remove that then and even see about adding something a little bit more. I almost think that this can go in a smidge more, like hold on. If I can grab everything here, you might come in just one more about here and here. I think that might work better. She just feels too wide at the moment. That's the feeling I'm getting. So I'm thinking maybe we can lower her width here, for example. Maybe she also feels a little bit too tall, so we can lower this guy down here a little bit. If anything, we probably would lower down this here a little bit here, and then maybe also lower down this a little bit. Hold on. This would go down, I think, a little bit about here. And then we'd also see about making the arm come outward, so probably down here. And then we can see about making this guy go up a little bit more, so probably remove those chunks. About there and there, about there and there. That way the arms go off screen instead. Have this guy come downwards a smidge more. So I might have you come in that way, have you come in that way a little bit. And I can't believe it's already almost been 4 hours. And reminder, folks, to take a break, save, stretch, hydrate, and eat if you haven't in a while. I can agree to all of those things as long as we don't bring crayons into the situation. Yes, I agree with all of that. And welcome into stream, Blood Cruising. Welcome in. If you want to lean without looking, too skinny. If I'm hearing correctly, yeah, we were going for something more of her build was the hope. And I'm realizing as well, her shoulder is up a lot more. So if anything, we would want to go up about here and here, and about there, I'd say. About here, possibly, for more shoulder. And then this guy would come down a little bit more. Yeah, we're not looking for super skinny. We're also not looking for muscular. I'd say she has a medium build. Not muscular, but also not skinny. And then we have this guy kind of come down a little bit like that there. That comes down there, and then this goes to here. Something like that there, I think, works out a little bit better. And we can also kind of have you come there. Do we want to have you like that? I kind of think that works out a smidge better. And then we can also have this guy going inwards, and that guy can fill in about there and there. I like that. I'm pretty okay with that. That feels nice. And then this guy here would have to come down a little bit more, possibly about here and here and here and here. That definitely feels better. I think certainly reducing her width helped out by a lot. Another thing I'm thinking is probably going to have to add the shading here and here. Depends, because if you add that there and there, it gives it a different feeling, and that's not what we want. Tricky. Okay. First off, we can make sure to add the shading at the very bottom here for the below, and then we can see about the clavicle. Now, I definitely think this is helping, 100%. If anything, maybe we can move it up one more, two more really, since we have the two spots. So up here, possibly no. I definitely don't think that's that's too far. We can definitely go up here, I think, a little bit, and move this guy over just a smidge over by 1, I think is okay. And then we'll have this guy here go up by 1, so up by 1 about over there. We can then erase this guy here. About to erase about there, yep. And if anything, these guys also seem to be going over a little bit more. So possibly we can have this guy go over a bit more too, more so as a 2-layer stair. And then have this guy kind of come up and down. So maybe you can kind of have your bit kind of going up there and down there. Fill that in then. And oof, I don't know about that shoulder. That shoulder feels a little funny now. Hold on, have you come up here. We would need to have the trap come in, so you would need to kind of go, now you have to be lowered. Yep, and I think it looks kind of weird because the right side by the neck is much higher than the other left. I see. We can certainly fix that. And with curves in Pixelart, there's a lot of math in play, making segments that gradually reduce length almost feels like isometric or vice versa. I see. Yeah, hold on. We can definitely, I do think that I wanna get this curve. This is something I want to add. The trapezoids. I think it feels weird because of the traps. I also think it feels weird because the shoulder's going up. Oh, yeah, I completely forgot. We just went through that, didn't we? The shoulder here is supposed to be higher than the other shoulder. So actually, let's see, hold on. This needs to be a little bit more width here and here and here. We can also do that. No, that's right. We go there and there, something like that there and that there. Oh, hold on. It's going to actually intersect about here to here, I think, as it's going in. Is this feel like a Y shape, do you think? More something like there and there and there. Possibly we could even just do shading here. Doesn't have to be difficult. Something like that could work. Underneath the arm, done. And then what we need to do is we need to either lower the shoulder here and make it come up more. So what I'm thinking is possibly we need to do something here, and then we have this guy come up a little bit here. Something like that, I think, works out. And after that, we then need to see about making this guy kind of go down a little bit more. So possibly something like that there could be done, and a little bit of those guys there. And then we can see about that guy here, and then a little bit of this guy here, maybe a little bit less more of that guy there. And then these guys will probably be also not the numbers that they were, probably over like that there. And I think this shoulder's fine. I think the other shoulder in the right, yeah, this shoulder should be higher than this shoulder. I wanted to make sure I got that triangle look down, and I think I did. I think I managed to get this triangle guy. And my goodness, already ad breaks. So technically speaking, stream should be over soon, but I'm having a lot of fun, and I want to try to figure this out. I think we're almost there. So we'll keep going for a little bit longer and see where we're at. This guy would go down a little bit here, I think, definitely. Go down a smidge here. And then this guy here, I think, would have to come inwards just a bit. So possibly move this guy inwards here and here, maybe about there and there. And then this guy then could have its guy go downwards as this guy is coming down. So you'll probably go about here and here and here, maybe move you about down there. And then let's see. We'll have your arm or your shoulder come in. And what's 4 more hours? Well, hold on now. Oh boy, it reminds me of what's the joke? I forget. What's one more year? What's one more sun? Let's see. And gonna probably head out soon. No worries at all, Cindy Star. Thank you for the help and the comments as well. And gonna best of luck. Got some final prep work to do for supper. I see. Well, I hope your food's tasty when you do end up making it. And think, Eris, think. What will you have after 10 more years? What was her name? Katie, I think. Katie! I'll have Katie! Oh boy. Let's go here. Was it Kathy? It started with a K. I think it started with a K. We'll do this guy here. Have this guy kind of come over and outwards a little bit here and here. What, 17 more years? Oh boy. Let's see. Go out here. And I liked how it looked like it was coming outwards. So I might just have this guy go downwards a little bit more about here, here, and here. Now the issue I think is now we have all of those guys good to go. Something still feels a little off. And I'm not sure what exactly, but we can keep working on just a little bit longer. I can definitely keep working on a post-stream too, but I think we're close. I think a few more things. The issue is that you would now also have to do, what is it, anti-aliasing for it to kind of feel nice. You know what? It's fine. We're getting there. So something here, here, and here, and then we add this guy in here so that it looks like it's kind of going downwards. We possibly move that guy here and here. That way it doesn't look too much over. And then we would also have to remove her hair here, so that would have to get removed. So we can grab all of that there. It's gone now. And I think we can give her maybe a little bit of a different face. Or is her head up too high, do you think? And lack of shadows on the left arm makes it look like it's a stick protruding instead of the arm being an actual arm. A stick? That's an interesting one. Oh boy. I think our issue is something to do with the head. If we move the head back a little bit more, this is it right now. If we move it back possibly, about here and here, does it feel nicer? I think maybe this up here, down here, this maybe the head here would feel a little bit nicer, possibly. I also would want to see about just the narrowness of the face. That definitely adds more years to it. Actually, wow, look at that. A small difference made it look like she had more, more years. She's gone through a little bit in life. And then if we maybe go back up here, move this here, and do that here and here. Let's see, erase that guy here and move you about there and there. And now we then do this guy here, here, and here. Have you kind of go up, but I think truth be told, we could probably get away with something like this here. Like that. And then let's see. Anything else I know off the bat that we need to do before we add in our clavicle? I don't think so. And I think it's also a bit weird because you don't have a dark line between the shadow and the body, which makes the right arm look a bit larger than the left. We're about to add the shadows. I'm just trying to think of the overall shape, like the silhouette at the moment. And looking at her silhouette, how the arm's kind of going upwards here, and then it's about the similar, just about. I think we are good to start on the, on the shading. I think the shading is definitely gonna help. I just wanted to get the flat ideas out first. And I want to see also about maybe we can go down here a little bit here. I take it back. Not a good idea. I just think something about her hair feels a little bit off. Let's see if we add that there, fill that in there, and fill that in there. That's not too bad. I do like the way the bun... Oh, right, ad break. Completely forgot. Okay, fine, Bobby, fine. Ruin my fun, why don't ya? And I think the arm on the right reference goes a bit behind. Yes, it does go a bit behind. That's why I tried adding the shadow. This here is supposed to be this triangle in the front. And most likely, if anything, it's probably going to go like this, maybe. We can definitely see. I haven't added much thought on the shading, but that's why I did add the shadow there, yeah. Let me go ahead and get the last remaining bits of my tea here. Tasty, tasty. Alrighty then. Aside from that, I do wanna, I don't know if that's the thing. We've already run out of time, surprisingly. I wanna take a look at these. This here, specifically that one there. I think that's the only, well, this one has a swimsuit too, but not a strap. This one kind of has a strap, but it's an interesting design swimsuit. I wanted to take a look at that. So I think after we come back, we will do the comparison. Well, I do want to see how well my mind can recollect it. So, you know, yeah, well, it'll probably be another 20, 30-ish minutes, and then we'll be good to go. I'll sit up a little bit straighter here. Let's go to the right a smidge. And then let's go to the left a little bit. And then you're going to want to go back a little bit. And then also front a little bit. Not too much, not too much. If you hear anything crack or break or something all of the above or paint, I should not be held liable. Call a doctor, call a lawyer. I am not the one to call. I am the one who knocks. Oh boy, let me get some water here. And then I need to clear my nose. Tasty, tasty, and colors. Don't you dare! Oh boy, let me grab. Oh, well, that it's far distance actually. Okay, give me a second. Let me go blow my nose. Oh boy. Okay, we're all good. Okay, I have stretched, I have hydrated, and I just want to have a chat about legal repercussions. Nothing serious. No, I don't believe you. I definitely don't believe you, Abby. Oh boy, I thought that emote being created has changed so much. It's a lovely thing, and I didn't do anything. You have done things though before, and trust me, I'm a dolphin. It's probably supposed to be a dolphin. That's what you're talking. Not true at all. And welcome back from the ad break. Alrighty then, let us continue, shall we? I was saying how now that we have the, I wanted to first get her without shadows. There is a shadow going on here, but now we can see about adding lighting and everything, because I wanted to also touch upon the collarbone. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to go to our complete guys here. We'll go then to this guy here so I can get an idea of what we're going for. Copy you here, hide you here. We'll go back to up here. Did you let me? Can I paste? You don't want me to paste? Okay, fine. I'll do it again. I would like to, kind sir, copy. Oh, okay. I'll give you that one. I wasn't on the right layer. Okay, now I'm on the right layer. And now let's see, going over here. There we go. Okay, that's all I wanted to do. That's all. That really is. Was it that hard? No, it wasn't. Okay, so we'll go back up here. It seems to be the case that I thought of the idea of making the bottom of the face darker. And the thing is that this bit here looks like it kind of blends in, and I didn't want that, but I guess the only fix would be to make this neck a little bit taller, something like that there and that there, but that feels way off, doesn't it? Or does it? I guess it doesn't feel too off. Maybe if we move this guy down a little bit here, it wouldn't feel too much of a, higher, lower, higher, lower, higher, lower. I can see you're getting away with this. I think the lower's okay. I wanted to just add separation between the neck bit. We can kind of have this guy kind of swirl outwards as it's coming downwards, so you can definitely come back a little bit. You can have this guy kind of come inwards a smidge here, kind of go over a bit here, possibly like that there, that there. And then this guy here, you come inwards. You seem to go straight back, truth be told. So we'll just have you come upwards like that there and that there. There you go. And the thing is as well is that the straps can also help indicate which position or which direction she's supposed to be going in. So that's why I'm also paying attention to their lines. Because it's a thing of, well, this is going straight back. This one's going not straight back. So what are the things we're seeing here? So that's why I'm also trying to make sure and see. This guy actually is going, if I'm not mistaken, over here, if anything. So let's have it go up here and up here, I think is the name of the game, about there and there. And then we'll have you go up here and here, possibly there and there. I think that's okay. Okay, so with all that said and done, now what I wanted to do was see about the clavicle. So if we grab our color here, what's the next color down? I believe you are the next color down. You know for certain that you want to do very light colors, or you don't want to do too much. The clavicle, I think, would rest about here, wouldn't it? Because this is where the bone is, or this is where the shoulder is. So the shoulder then, and then the clavicle here. So I'm gonna do like a clavicle, like I think this here and this here is fine. And maybe even add this here. We can definitely soften it. And then I would add another one just about here, so that they're pretty similar. Well, this one kind of goes down a little bit, so we can kind of have it not go all the way up, since it's a little bit different. So I think I would do something there and there, possibly there for the clavicle bit. And then we also have here the sternocleidomastoid, I think. And I'm back. What did I miss? Hi, Benafi. Welcome back in the stream. Welcome in. We're putting the shading touches on her now. Just doing a little bit of something here. And what we can see as well is that this would be our dark bit. So you would kind of come inwards a little bit there and there. And then this guy here would also be our dark bit for the neck. So possibly you'd have this guy here. Maybe have it come out a little bit here and here. Possibly have it come in about there, which would mean you probably would move in these guys a little bit down to probably there and there would be okay. And this guy here could go down a little bit too here. And then we can fill this all in. Something like this here. And then I'm wondering, can we just do this guy? I think this is how it's done. Though this does look funny, so I'm thinking we'll probably just do this and then make it a little bit blurry. So we'll add some anti-aliasing, I think, afterwards. So we'll have this guy kind of come inwards, kind of come upwards a little bit here, have it come downwards a smidge, about there and there. And then another thing I'm seeing here, don't want to work too much on it, but we do know that the bottom of this arm here has some shading. So I want to add a little bit of shading here, possibly not as much as this is doing. So possibly there and there, can add a little bit of shading there. Another thing we can see is that there seems to be a little bit of shading back here. So we'll possibly add that there to show. I don't know though. I don't know how I feel about that exactly. That there and there. It's okay. It's definitely okay. I think I think this was better, if anything. If anything, I think I would add in the line here and here to show that the collarbone does exist. I don't know if I'd add a full collarbone, but we could definitely add one here because it's so pronounced. We can definitely see it on the lady. So I might just do that there. Move this line up a little bit more here. Slide that guy down a little bit more, about probably down there. This should really go about here. So let's remove that there. And then this guy can come about here and here. So we can have that guy come back up and over and have you go down a little bit here and here and here. This guy wouldn't be interrupted because it is part of this goes underneath the fabric. So we could probably get away with something like this here and that there. So a little bit something like that. This guy, not as pronounced, so we can have it going back in space. And I'm wondering, do we add shading here just to make it feel as though, yeah, I think I could see shading going there, possibly. Maybe if we add shading here and then we add not shading down here. That just feels odd. So maybe we keep it even simpler. We don't add shading. And then I'm thinking for the side of the face here at the very least, and lighter shading. Oh yeah, I completely forgot. You make a very fair point. Hold on, lighter shading, would that be here? And you would add it for the clavicle here though. We'll take a look at how Fields of Mystery does it and go off of that. I want to then see about making this face go a little bit wider here, a little bit more down. Would also improve the look of the face. So let's go there, over here. We can then go back to the ear being, hold on. We can then go back to the ear being about here and here. We'll have the ear kind of come upwards, possibly about here and here. Have you not do any of that. We'll just have you come up to here and here. I think that works about there and there. That looks like an ear. That can definitely be an ear. We can have this kind of come downwards a bit. Have it come upwards a little bit more here. An interesting haircut. You don't say! That was terrible! I see what you did there and I don't approve! Not one bit! I just want you to know that! Oh boy, we'll have this kind of come up and over, and then we'll have this guy go up here and here. There we are! Oh boy! That really is devious! Oh, very devious indeed! Oh boy! We'll have this guy come inwards, and we could go for the low bob haircut. Is there any other thing we can do? I'm thinking, if anything, and I know we're collar, right? Staying on focus, staying on the task at hand. But can I possibly, just possibly, you know, it's just a request. If we were to do up a little bit more, over a little bit more here, we were to make the hair a little bit brighter about here, and we were to go about here and about there and there, we would add and then here and here. This would be its outline, so you would get a little outline here and here and here. A little bit of outline, and not you too, Jaxus! How could you? Oh boy. We'll go ahead then and see about just doing this guy here. And what I wanted to do, and I think I'm gonna need a different color, we're gonna need to do a different hair. I like the idea of brown, so maybe we could do like a reddish brown, like that sort of brown. I could see that being the case. And then this guy here would be our darker color here. And then she's got the Peggy Hill. Who's the Peggy Hill? Let's see. Down here a little bit more, and oh boy, I just wanted to be like the cool boys. Don't worry. She'll get the hair back. I'm just doing a few modifications, just a few things that need to be in order. We'll do this guy here, do Shift O, and then we'll go ahead and do no corners. And let's see, you do that there. Can we do inside? Can we do that guy up here, up there? I see. There you go. There we go. Oh, never mind. Shift O. And then inside, make sure it's good to go there. Click OK. And from, oh, King of the Hill. Oh, yeah. I never watched that show either, but I have heard of it before. I can say that much at the very least. We'll go ahead and do this guy here, that guy there, that guy there. Little bit of some there. Just very quickly, very quickly. I know time has ran out. It's definitely not upon us now. I will then add this guy here, and I just want to do something super simple. I say, and then it's not super duper simple. Oh boy. And I wanted to add a little bit of this guy here, have it come inwards. So I wanted to do something like this here, and then this here, and something there, and then have this guy kind of come inwards. So it looks like it's the floppy here is what I was going for. Something here, so a bit of floppy hair kind of going here. So maybe something like that there. And then I want to add in just a little more, almost done. Then we go back and 100% the mom hair. Hold on, hold your horses. I'm gonna do my very best. I don't, mom, yeah, it's not gonna happen. It's not gonna happen. We'll do this here, we'll do this here, and we'll do this here, about there. Yep, about some of those. And then we'll see about adding in, about here, about there. Kind of have you coming back here a little bit there, have you go up a bit here, slide over a bit here, select then this, and then have it go about across here, or no, hold on. I forget how to do the highlights, you know what? Too much detail, don't need it. Not where we're going. And lastly, we do one final thing. One singular final thing here. Let me make sure I'm on the right layer. Yeah, okay. We do this, and we're gonna do something like this here, and then we're gonna do something like this here, and maybe a bit here can kind of come in a little bit here, and then we're gonna do this here, and we're gonna add a little bit of this. Hold on, about down here. Maybe have it come down here, fill it all in here, and have it come all the way down here, and a little bit more. Hold on, that there. There we go. Done. There we are. Is it still mom hair? Or what are you thinking? No, what have they done? Oh boy. Mom mullet. Oh boy. Here I thought, you know, it was all hip and dandy, but mom mullet. Oh my. I didn't even think of that one. We'll go ahead and save this here. Now, Clavicle, yes. Oh boy, we'll save it. And then what I wanted to do was, I was curious about saying, if making the eyes just a little bit bigger, okay, maybe not. Maybe some things were left untested, maybe. Nope, I liked it when it was smaller. I'm happier when it was smaller. Yep, smaller's better. Smaller's way better. Yep, good to go there. There we are. There we go. There you are. And now, looks respectively indicating my lady. Oh boy. With that said, now, okay. I think we're good on that. The things I wanted to add. Let's see about adding a few more things. What I wanted to do was see about adding some highlights and anti-aliasing about here. So what we're gonna do is go back to this color here and grab this color. We'll do about 50% here, and that it would be this color here. And Bobby's trying to use a human disguise, like Invader Zim. It would be a cool looking disguise at the very least, wouldn't it? I'm gonna add some anti-aliasing along the edges about here. So let's see if it makes it a little bit smoother. I'm gonna zoom in just a smidge so you can see the differences. We'll do that there and that there. We'll see about adding one here, and then we'll also see about adding, I think it would have it at the tip here, a little bit there, maybe a little bit here at the very end for a collarbone. And then you would add it here, let's see, here and here. Maybe you would add it then here, and maybe here as well. Maybe even there for just a smoother line. Next up, I also want to add a bit of a darker color for this guy here. So we shall actually, hold on, color here, slide over to about there, about a little bit there. I don't want it to be too dark. There we are, like that. That's what I wanted to add. Invader Simzo. That's a good one. Let's see, that there. We'll then see about adding in the knot there, fill that in about there. And then this would be, the rest of it would be shadow. So you would have shadow about here, shading about there. Go ahead and just do any of that. And then let's see, that would go there. And then this guy would go here. And we could see about just doing something like that there. And after that, let's see. Next up, we also need to do the owl, or the, was not the hour, the anti-aliasing along the skin. So let's very quickly also do that. So it would be here, 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 and here, and here, and here. We would add it along, and then let's see. You would add it here, you would add it here, because it's nearby there. You would add it, I think, here as well. And then you would add it all along the face. So let's see, we go there, possibly there, there, and there. And then we would see about adding it here, possibly even there too. And then let's see, possibly, could we add it there? Would that be okay? That's not too bad. You know, let's keep it. And after that, I think we would, oh, hold on. Also have to add it there, add it there. You would then take that 50%, grab it. It's going to now be this color here for anything that feels a little bit too not steady. So I could see it being that case, but I think that's too strong. So we're not gonna do that. We're only gonna add it there. And then I'm also going to add it here because it's so long. And I might do that there as well. This guy here, pretty long too. So if it's super duper long, then I think it would be a good idea to add it. I might add it here so that the line's not as strong as it once was. I would think to maybe add it here, but maybe too much. I just don't want it to feel like, oh man, that's a lot of face going on. Especially because these colors here don't feel very saturated, but that's okay. We can add this guy here, add that guy there. See about then adding in, for example, here, a bit of shading as well. So let's see about doing that there. Adding a little bit of this guy going down here. Still just a little bit of shading. I can definitely say, and oh, you know what I completely forgot to do? I forgot to do, what's it called? I forgot to save it before. Well, this is still the after. So this is fine. I think this is fine to save still as the after. And then we'll do that there, that there. You can even add a little bit of darkness about there and there because it is the eye part. So we can do that there, about that there, that there, that there. There you go. Okay. And I'm wondering, do we want to move your nose down a little bit? Or do we want to just do a different nose? For example, we could do nose like that there. But I like her nose. I like her nose. So I think, if anything, we move it up and over about here. And hydration, can do.
The underscore Whitechapel just redeemed hydrate.
Hydration, can do. Let me get a little bit of what here? Tasty. And I definitely think I do want to do... Hold on. I think this is its own layer. It is not. Let me make you your own layer. I want to do different darker bits or darker colors. So I'm gonna grab this color here because I don't like the outline. I think the outline feels a little bit off in some areas. So I think what I want to do is I want to grab this color here. Well, actually, I want to grab that color. I'm going to go down a little bit more, slide you over just a smidge more. And I think maybe this color might work out a little bit better. Does it look nicer? It's definitely more saturated. Maybe over here can work out a smidge better. And then what I would want to do is grab that color, go here to about 50%, go this color here. So then this color would fill in for that color. And then this color here, we grab that one there, go about 50%, go for this color here. And does that feel a little bit better? I can't tell. This versus this. I think this feels nicer, the one with the warmer colors. Definitely, I think it helps. It doesn't help a lot, but I'd say it helps just enough to count. So we'll go ahead then and also do it for 50% here. So we'll grab this color, make sure we grab the shadow bit, add that here, here, and no, I think we're good to go there. You would even also see about doing it here. And hi, Osta Goss, possibly. Welcome in the stream. Welcome in. And thank you for the follow. And please correct me if I'm wrong, but welcome in all the same. Yeah, I'm looking at this and I'm just thinking, this doesn't feel, it feels darker. And I don't like how it feels darker, but I'm not sure how you could change it quite yet. So you know what? Maybe we don't. Or another thing you could do too to, oh. Yo, we can go with that. Sure. How about that? You know, hey, 1.4K. Really? My goodness. And congrats. Thank you. Let's see here. I think I like this a lot better. Yep, I like that a lot better. And with that said, we can even have our face point out. We can also then grab our 50% here, have it smooth out a little bit more. Congrats. Thank you. Let's see. We'll move this guy here, and here. Have it kind of come up. And I like this a lot better. And oh, I completely forgot. We can do something like that there. Or we could just do that there. And then another thing we can do here too is have this kind of come inwards, just a smidge here. So we could have, for example, have this color come in a little bit there, a little bit there. And have the bit here and here, possibly. Though I do like the idea of giving her green lipstick. Something like that, I think she could. Yeah. We'll give her some of that. And congrats, thank you, Ed. And interesting how she didn't notice the own notification. It didn't pop it at all. I didn't see it, not one bit. Oh boy. We'll do that guy there, and then grab, hold on, grab this guy here and do 50% about here and here. Maybe I'm doing the anti-aliasing colors wrong. Maybe that's why it feels a little bit off. I'm not too sure, but we can always see. I wanted to give her a smile, so I wanted to do something like that there. There we are. And another thing I've seen people do as well is they add a little thing here, but I don't know how I feel about it. I've never known how I feel about the bottom bit, but that's fine. We can add it if need. Yeah, sure. You know what? Let's go crazy. Let's add a little bit here, a little bit here, a little bit here, a little bit there. There we go. A bit there, maybe a bit there. Actually, let's do that there. Hold on. That there. Yep. Okay. Lastly, one last thing I'd like to do. We don't have an, yeah, I would have wanted to go into this and break it down. The issue is that's a lot of time, so it's okay. It's all right. One more thing, and then we'll take a look at everyone's art on Discord, is I wanted to go to here, and I wanted to also add anti-aliasing to this bit here. So I want to go in here a little bit, possibly, and go up here. We can then go here, then here, here, add a little bit here, and also just go in and smooth everything out else a little bit, a smidge. And we can also see about doing as well is now going to our darker colors here, going back over a bit, and seeing about adding, for example, here, a darker color. But the issue is contrast. It's too dark. So we would either have to go lighter or darker for it to feel like it would exist in the world. We could go lighter, definitely lighter is an option, but I don't like the way it feels. So what I'm thinking is, let's see, this was this color. Oh, that's not that color at all. I see. That feels close enough. We'll grab this green here, and I'm wondering, do we go for like a green like this? I think that might help. That guy is not dark enough. Go a little bit darker here, about that color. That can work. Maybe. No, it can't work. It's not dark enough. That can work. That can work. That can definitely work. Okay, we'll go then here, here, and here. We'll then add the outline to this bit here. And we'll see about doing any of that. So we'll add that guy here, add that guy in here. This guy would come over because it is popping out of the clothing. So you would possibly see this guy here, and then maybe even a little bit back here. Maybe about that there. Yep. And then you would also see this guy pop out. So let's also just very quickly add this guy, have it pop out. The thing is, why I want to pay attention to the clothing is I want to get good at drawing clothing on characters too. We've done, I think, 2 character studies now, or no, not character studies, 2 clothing studies now. And we've never done it on a big character. So I wanted to see about also, if we were to do one on a big character, how would it feel like? So that's also why I'm taking the time to do this. I'm thinking about the outlines and where the outline would be at. And since the shadow is coming from, since the light's coming from this way, I'm adding the shading here and this side because they're also at the other end. So I would think to do something here, 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 and here, and here. About all of this here, there, and there. Something there. Maybe even have it come down just a little bit more. And then just a little bit more anti-aliasing, and I think we'll be good to go. The truth be told, I do like how this was rounded, and I just entirely ruined the roundness of it. So let's see about just doing that there, that there, that there. Maybe have it come over a little bit there and there. Sure, why not? And lastly, we just want to very quickly grab this color here and go there, there. Oh, hold on. There, there, go there. Let's see. Go about here, go about here. Okay, I think we are good to go. I don't think I would want to add anti-aliasing or smooth this. What do I want to? Well, you know, it's a free city. Let's see. Add that in there, add that there, add that there, add that there, add that there, there. And now we're done. Add this. Hold on. What's the 50-50 on you? I think you're that color there. So you can add that 50-50 and add that 50-50. Okay. I would say just about, let's see, you there, you there, you there, possibly even you there. There we are. Okay, I'm satisfied with this. There's probably a lot of other things I could do, especially, for example, the hair and sheen. Oh, hold on. I see you right there. That would be added to the list. About there, there, and there. There we go. Okay, now we're good to go. Oh, I keep saying that, and then I keep finding another spot. We would add that guy there, add that guy in there. Okay. And came very far from a deflated potato. Thank you, thank you. This is the first ever time I've drawn a portrait, so you know what? If I had to guess here, as I subtract this guy from where we started, very much indeed. Oh boy, it's always truly a trust the process sort of thing. Well, Lovely. Let's go ahead and take a look at everyone's art. And no, we're done, Abby. And it'd be interesting to see you work on a portrait of Gabby in the style. I'd love to. This is the thing. This is the first time it's been done. So the hope is now that I have broken the barrier, now that it has been made into a thing before. And I thank you as well for adding the spoilers. That definitely does help us. Yeah, that helps quite a bit. I'm just gonna start saying that to add the spoilers in story mode. That would be lovely. Let me go ahead and click on this guy here. If you happen to have drawn some pixel art you'd like to share, feel free to send it on the Discord. If I do !DISCURD, you'll be able to see. You'll join from here. And we have Meowlity who's joined. We've had Dakota who's joined, as well as Paige. Welcome in the three of you. And from there, hi, Laughing Umbra. Welcome in the stream, and welcome back in. From the welcome here, what you'll do is you'll go to the Pixelart study with me, and what you'll be able to see is that there are previous studies with me we've done before. We do these once a week, so should you not happen to be able to catch it, but you still do draw art of that topic, so for example, maybe you draw a pretty flower you want to share, feel free to put it in here, even if the stream's not going, or even if it's not. The idea is that we can gather resources and notice each other's art and get our observation skills up. With that said, should you have drawn any part of the yoke, feel free to send it here. I, again, very appreciative of the fact that it's been spoiler-free, which means now I can, with certainty, use the middle click button, close my eyes, count for about like a few seconds, I think, and now we're at the very top. Yeah, and not all our spoiler tags. Yeah, just the fact at the very bottom are spoiler tags allows me to at least get a little bit of a non-spoilery, which is lovely. With that said, are you ready to see everyone's art? Let me start slowly going down here, very, very slowly. All right, here we have Ame. Ame, who has drawn an animation. And if we look at the animation to the very end, I also see here you've added the muscles too, Ame, so well done. Oh, and it keeps going too! Oh, what a delight! Hold on. Is this the... Okay. Is there a pause of the full one here? Oh, no, that's spoiler. Pause of the final one. I do like how you built it up, though. I see the chops, I see the lats. I do know what those are called. You have the lats here, too. That's great! I have no words, truly. I like how you built it up. That's the point, at least right now, is just figuring out what's underneath it. So I like how, despite the fact that you did all of that anatomy, it turned out to be on the lighter side of just a lot of detail, but you even went and added for example, the clavicles, what is it called, shadows, the shading here for it, as well as I think the side of the lats too. Oh no, not the side. We have the abs that get highlighted. So well done, Ame. Well done. Let's see here. And I don't like that face you put, Jaxus. I don't like it one bit. You even added here, I think, Draven! Is that Draven? Welcome to the League of Draven. I can tell. I used to be a bit of a Draven main myself back in my day. Oh boy, this is lovely. I like how you do the mustache, and as I said before, just adding the muscles parts themselves as different colors. And what do you mean? It's just a happy face. I'm just a joyful person. Lies. Forcing myself to animate what I draw so I get used to it. Interesting. That's a fair point too as well, since Aseprite doesn't have an animation feature like that. And back in my day, back when Draven was good and he didn't get one shot, it was a fun time. Oh boy. Well done, Ame. Let's see here. We have Ed Barista, Gordon Freeman. Let me get a face to their name to the face, or face to the name. Gordon Freeman. A video game character. I see. Oh, I've seen him before. Definitely have seen him before. I see the glasses too. And you added the clavicles. I see that there in Half-Life. I have heard of Half-Life until the biggest liar in the room. The Half-Life guy. I haven't heard of the name. Well, I've heard of the name, but I didn't know he was from Half-Life. I see. I like how you added the shading here too. The shadows here, the shading here. I think you did well, Ed. Especially for, I think this is more of a simpler style for what it is. It's lovely. I did read that as well. Yeah. Let's see here. We have, what did I just see? You want to answer to that, Ame? Oh boy. Oh, you did answer to that. Muscular crowbar. Oh boy, I like again the breakdown, but what did you do, La Crita? I just look so evil. Yeah. What have you you like it? You even added shading for Bobby too. I see the highlight and the shadows of his eye. It looks like I'm gonna chuck him. Pretty accurate. And less pixels, the harder it is to make it look great. I 100% agree. Well done on paper. At what cost? Oh boy. We have here ended. Oh, hold on. This is the short. I see. Hold on. How long is this? Is this a long short? I can't quite tell. It's a little bit. I'll watch it after stream. We have here though, Mr. Bulky Freeman. Oh, I like how he can, what is it called? The shading. It's a small detail specifically around these shoulders, but this guy feels more muscular than this guy. And maybe it's just because you added more pixels. That could be it. He's just holding onto your skirt while you walk. More accurate. Oh boy. It could certainly be because there's an outline going on here for the body, but this definitely feels very bulky. And I like how you added an E here too for like a strong men sort of thing, like a superhero. And then here for the body and the legs. I'm guessing this is not done since there's no other hand here, but I think this is also a great start. And it's a 3. Oh, what's the 3 stand for then? Like Fantastic Four? And I like how you do the shadow here for the hair too. The highlight, or not highlight, but hair here, shadow here. It makes it feel 3D and stands for Half-Life 3. But I see. You know what? That makes sense completely. Well done. Oh my. Let's see here in the art process in a nutshell. I had a completely different idea than the beginning, and then suddenly I had this thought. Wait, this looks like Gordon Freeman. And hi, Black Skulls. Hello. Welcome in. I think you were here earlier, but if not, hello again. Let's see. Yeah, that's something. When you start on it, trust the process. It truly is. I think you did well though, especially if I don't think I've seen you draw a Pixelart portrait like this before, this size. So if this is your first time doing a size like this too, definitely, indeed, well done. Well, I go ahead and close this here, and oh boy, I think next might not be my forte. I'm muscular. Oh no! Yeah, why? It is a muscle study, so I guess, but Jaxus, it's cute, but my eyes. Chapel, no. Both of your skin hurt you. Oh boy, but then I had it. After a day in the gym, do you even lift, bruh? You even added the attention to the clavicle here, and the drops and the. Oh boy, you're on my way to draw. No, Chapel, no! Don't do it! But ferrets can't hurt you. Hey. Oh boy, well done, Jaxus. Again, I keep questioning at what cost you went bananas? You went a little bit more than bananas. I'd say, I don't even know. There's no even words. You can smell the protein shake. Nima, no. Oh boy, don't worry. I'll do you justice. I don't believe a single word. And she looks like a JoJo main character. Oh, so you're approaching me. Oh, I know the words it's spelled. Thank you, Harris Joestar. Oh boy. Thank you for the art. But bananas. Yes, I agree. You're welcome. Oh boy. And then lastly we you thought it was Pixelart, but it was what have we done? few times. So if there's no one to rate, we certainly can. Let me just double check to see if it's the... No, I'm thinking of the blind archer. We have rated him before. And that technically, because he does so many portraits, that would also be a great rate to do. That is a great idea, Ed. And why is he looking at me like this? I agree. Why? Well done, Abby. Again, though, why? Both of you, all of you, really. Let me bring you back into the screen. Okay, it's all right. It's fine. I think next week we will do a study on skulls. I think that's the best way to go about this. We'll do a skull study, and then the week after that will be an ear study. I think that's, yeah. After realizing I didn't add enough brain into the characters, skull study seems needed. And the ears, I can smell your protein shake, and the Bobby is your shake. Hand it over. But Ferris and Bobby can't hurt you yet. Oh no. I have to think outside the box for that one. No. With that said, if you're on YouTube, and thank you for the stream, thank you, Chapel, thank you, and also, you Skulls, and yeah, it's a lot of fun. Skulls are super duper enjoyable. That'll be next week. It'll most likely be Friday. We'll see though. Tomorrow I will be doing, what will I be doing? I'll be working on my game. I'm making a rhythm typing cafe game, and we're currently working on updating the tutorial. So we'll be doing game development tutorial things and stuff. If you're on Twitch, consider sticking around. I'm going to go to the end screen on YouTube, then I'm going to come back on Twitch if you'd like to stick around for the raid. Raids are always fun, especially when we can find fellow game developers as well as fellow pixel artists. It's always a lot of fun. With that said, though, if I do not see you tomorrow, I hope to see you next week. And if not next week, I hope that you still have a good one, a lovely morning, afternoon, evening, or night. And I hope to see you all soon. Right? Bye.